Fireside chat. I'm going to invite the chairman of SECRE and former Minister of Energy and Climate, St. Lucia, Dr. James Fletcher, to the podium.
Hi, good morning. Hi, good morning, everyone. Let's try again. Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. This fireside chat, still looking for the fire, but this fireside chat is with my former colleague from Colombia, Andrea Guerrero. Andrea and I worked together in the lead up to COP21. Andrea was the head of delegation for Colombia, and we collaborated very closely with the Caribbean and Latin America. In fact, CARICOM countries and ILAC. ILAC is the Independent Association of Latin America and the Caribbean. We collaborated very closely to develop momentum going into Paris so that there could have been a very ambitious Paris Agreement that dealt with the issues that were so important for Caribbean countries and Latin American countries. And recently, Andrea and I reconnected in Morelos in Mexico at another one of these energy meetings, a regional convening of Latin America and the Caribbean on clean energy. And it dawned on us that really one of the things that we've missed since Paris was this collaboration and this seizing of diplomatic moments, diplomatic opportunities. So we reached out to Devon and asked whether we could have this opportunity at the beginning of this business session to really just share with you some of the thoughts that we have about seizing diplomatic moments, but also collaborating with partners and developing strategic partnerships. So this is what this is about for over the next 15 to 20 minutes. We'll say a little bit about where we see this can go. But for me, the important message is that, particularly for our ministers, in the Caribbean, very often our ministers of energy are not also ministers of climate. When I was minister, I was very fortunate. My prime minister gave me both the energy and the climate portfolio. And I was able to make that connection between energy and climate. The whole thrust behind renewable energy globally is because of climate change. It's because the world has seen the necessity of moving away. The world. Tell me you hear me all this time. Okay. The world has seen the necessity of moving away from fossil fuels to renewable energy. So that's why there's this big thrust towards decarbonizing and moving towards geothermal, wind, solar. And there are opportunities in that climate ecosystem, that climate space, for energy ministers, which very often you're missing out on because you're not the climate minister. So when the COPs are taking place, when the climate discussions are taking place, our energy ministers are not there. I don't know how it operates within your respective cabinets, but very often you don't have that connectedness apart from when cabinet meets to discuss an agenda item on a cabinet agenda. You don't have that connectivity between ministers discussing things that are of common interest. And so one of the things that we would like to propose is that within your respective jurisdictions, within your respective countries, you set up those interministerial collaborations, climate, energy, and also foreign affairs, because foreign affairs is very critical to this, so that there can be regular discussions, so that you're aware of what's going on. There's a COP coming up, COP28, which will take place in Dubai. I'm sure the energy ministers in this room do not know what's on that COP agenda, do not know how what's on that COP agenda affects you, do not know the energy items on that COP agenda, which Andrea will speak about in a while. So we see that as an important connection that has to be made in our respective countries, but also regionally. We must have our energy ministers speaking to each other, not just at CSEF, but in other fora, but also speaking with their respective ministers, with their respective colleagues, their environmental colleagues, so that we can have some momentum. And as we are suggesting,
with you today. Only the ones that signed up to it, so it has less countries that are subject to it. And it honestly is not as strong of a signal. So there will be a discussion of where do we have this? Do we have this in a declaration, or do we have this in a decision text? Can we get enough consensus to have it in a decision text? So it's going to be a tricky discussion, but an important one for our region. And as Dr. Fletcher mentioned, we have in the past, the countries of ILAC in particular in Latin America and CARICOM, united when we cared about the same things. In the past, it was pushing for an increased level of ambition from the most Dominion countries in the world and getting them to commit in legally binding terms to reducing emissions. And that was out of the concern of the impacts of climate change in our most vulnerable populations and in our countries as a whole. In this opportunity, I think it is worth having a priority in terms of energy and pushing for the fossil fuel phase-out language because of the same principles of preservation and protection of our communities. But on the other hand, the renewable energy push is extremely important for the region as well. So pushing for that as delegations, as a united voice, in our opinion, is quite important in this term. And there could be a parallel strategy where the countries in our region push the IN5s, the development bands, those bands that are there to support our countries in this expansion as a response to language that we see in the COP. So countries commit to doing this tripling. Where is the commitment from those bands, multilateral organizations, to support our countries to do that? The investments that we have in front of us are very substantial in terms of grid modernization, in terms of renewable energy projects, renewable energy production in the region, and the challenges are great, so we will need that support. And if we can call for it together, we have a lot more chances of getting a positive response. So we wanted to leave that with you today. We're going to have very, very interesting discussions during the day, and we wanted to make that part of things that we could discuss in terms of how the region could come together, how alliances could be reestablished with island countries, and how there could be a joint strategy to push this forward. So we're going to leave it there. I give the floor back to Dr. Fletcher for a couple remarks, and then we'll transition to questions if there's any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. So just from my point, again, following up from what I said last night, really this has to be about action. So not just, again, us saying what the issues are, but what can we do? Well, I think, first of all, with the COP coming up, our energy ministers in this room will not be going to Dubai for COP28. Or you want. Okay. But the others are not. So we have to find a way of ensuring that you are aware of what's going on. And I think, Devon, one of the things that CSEF can do is set up some sort of forum where the issues that are being discussed at COP related to energy can be filtered back to our energy ministers and to our energy stakeholders in the Caribbean. So at least you are aware of what is happening at COP, because CSEF will be participating in COP. There'll be other CARICOM delegations in COP. So I think we should set up some sort of mechanism so that you are aware of what is happening at COP with relation to energy, and that you can be flagged if there's anything that your environment minister, your climate change minister might not be aware of, that you can draw that to their attention. So I think, Devon, if we can set up that collaboration, that's one thing. The other thing I think that's very important is that during the year, there are many other discussions taking place. International Civil Aviation Authority. Some of our energy ministers might not be civil aviation ministers. I think, Minister King, you are. I'm not sure if you are, but because of ports, you'd have some connection. Many are not. ICAO will be looking at emissions from aviation. IMO and others will be looking at emissions from shipping. How does that impact us? You know, when you now have airlines putting in carbon offsets and maybe discouraging people from doing long-haul flights to places like the Caribbean because it increases their carbon footprint, then there's a chance that we are doubly victimized. We have to be aware of these discussions. So what we would like to impress upon you is the need to be engaged, be aware of what is going on, speak with your colleagues, set up those networks domestically and regionally. And I think this is one of the things when I spoke last night about a reconfiguration of some of the things that CSEF does. How can CSEF be a better service to you, to keep you informed, to keep you aware of some of these discussions and some of these diplomatic moments, where the same way we've been able to get our environment ministers clued into these diplomatic moments, we can have our energy ministers aware of when these meetings are taking place and what sort of interventions, and to ensure that we represent. Because I can tell you, the regional convening on Latin America and the Caribbean that I attended in Mexico, not as a representative of any country, but as part of my own consultancy, and I was invited by European Climate, there were very few of us from the Caribbean. It was a very heavy Latin American presence. The good thing about Caribbean people is that we talk, and we talk a lot. So although we were not there in large numbers, our voices were heard. But we have to ensure that we now start attending these meetings and get our places and our faces in the right spaces. So that really is the message that Andrea and I wanted to bring to you today. This is what this fireside chat is about. If there are any questions, we are available now to field them. I don't know how much time we have left. I suspect it's probably around 5 minutes, but any questions from the floor pertaining to this? I can see you haven't had your coffee yet. Or that Andrea and I were so brilliant in articulating the issues that you have no problems and no issues, no challenges. Okay, I'm here for the rest of the day anyway, so Andrea has to leave us. But if there are no questions, we don't have to force the issue now. But if there's anything, oh yes. Microphone.
It's Jimmy. Either you or your other colleague may wish to comment on the question I'm asking. It appears to most of us who are observing what's taking place globally that many of the countries who have, the larger European countries, who have signed on to some of these NDCs at various COPs, seem to take the position more recently that based on other imperatives that they are faced with, particularly France and the UK, that they seem not to be as committed to those ideals. The challenge for us, because of the funding gap that presents itself to us, sits, we can race ahead and go ahead with our commitments and perhaps maybe go over the cliff-like limit. And if we're not careful, we end up being broke, while at the end of the day, these larger countries give lip service to this particular challenge. So I'd like to hear some comments from you and your colleague on this particular matter.
Andrea, you want to take a first stab and I'll respond after?
Sure, and thank you very much. I do think this is a concern, and these commitments in many countries are written in law, so they are protected in some of the countries, in some they are not, and they get weakened. I think there's a political, obviously climate has become a political divide in some countries like the US, like the UK more recently. But there are things that are in law, and they are not going to be able to take back. So there is some protection in that. And the second point I would make is that we need to identify which are the climate actions that benefit us in our countries regardless. Energy transition, in my opinion, is one of those, because there's so much resources spent in terms of buying fossil fuels that have this volatile prices that we just can't control, versus clean energy, where really we're aiming for energy independence, because nobody can take the sun or the wind away from us. So those type of investments, in my opinion, are good regardless of whatever anyone is doing, because it will save the country's money and resources in the long term. The issue is that financing, that upfront financing, which is very hard to get when you have concerns like that I discussed, and access to resources. And that's where I think a strategy that unites some countries to go to that, to go to the World Bank and see how we can get that support for that upfront financing makes sense. And these should be commitments and should be actions that just make economic sense, regardless of the politics of climate change in our countries and in others.
Yeah, and for those who are not familiar, the NDC is a national, it's a short for nationally determined contribution, which every country that is party to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement have to agree to. And those NDCs have a mitigation component, which is what you'll do to reduce your carbon footprint, reduce your emissions of greenhouse gases, and an adaptation component. What will you do to adapt to the impacts of climate change? For us in the Caribbean, for small island developing states, we always said that the adaptation component was more important because we're not major emitters of greenhouse gases. The Caribbean as a whole emits 0.2% of the global inventory of greenhouse gases. And of that 0.2%, Trinidad and Tobago, I think, is responsible for 0.115 or something. So, and even then, Trinidad and Tobago is not a major emitter. So if the Caribbean as a whole were to transition to 100% renewable energy, we'd only be removing 0.2% of the global inventory of greenhouse gases. So we should not be beating ourselves up trying to move away from fossil fuels because we are major contributors to the greenhouse gas inventory. However, it is important for us to do it because, as Andrea said, when you're paying 40 US cents per kilowatt hour for electricity, you need to move away because all of your sectors are uncompetitive. When you're going to stand on a pulpit like I do and beat the other countries for not reducing their emissions of greenhouse gases, it makes it even better if you can say, well, my country, St. Lucia, that contributes 0.0015% of global greenhouse gases, has committed to having that by 2035 and then bringing it to zero by 2040. It gives you the moral high ground to stand on. So that's very important. But you're right, that there's a policy within climate change circles that there should be no backsliding. That commitments you make, you should not backslide on it. We've seen a backsliding from the US, we've seen a backsliding from some of the European countries, including the US, and they use COVID as an excuse, and then they use the Russia-Ukraine conflict as an excuse. We have to hold their feet to the fire and say that no, we are headed towards 2.5, 2.8, 3 degrees Celsius warming. For us, anything above 1.5 is catastrophic. So that's why we have to say that no, we can't go in that direction. So absolutely, we have to make sure that that does not happen. Mr. Joseph Williams has a question right there.
Thanks, Chair. It's a good question. I just want to make a comment on that point, if that's okay. So, thanks for that point, and I think it's a critical point and worth emphasizing. We maintain that the energy security issue remains the most pressing overarching issue for us, even though we, for the reasons I articulated earlier, understand the climate change objective, and the fact is that that's where we'll possibly access some of the resources to do what we have to do. So that's understood. But I wanted to... thank you for that. That was a good point, I think.
You have a fanfare everywhere you go, Joe.
So, but Dr. Fletcher, I wanted to use this point to emphasize something, because what you said yesterday. The landscape has changed significantly for the Caribbean in terms of the opportunities in the context of decarbonization. That is where the conversation around excess energy comes in. So I noted your point about we haven't hit our target, where we are about excess. The reality is if we don't realign our strategy, recognize that, let me just make an example, make it very clear. A country that has a peak demand of 15 megawatts.
Dominica.
Okay. One plant can allow them to pretty much supply that domestic demand. So the conversation is less about that. It's about how can you dedicate resources to participate in a market that's emerging. And I think that's the pressure for us in terms of moving quickly. Because if we don't move quickly, we're going to miss some opportunities. The market, there's a lot of demand, prices are being driven by big countries. And so the excess conversation is not a necessary one. It's real, it's now, and I want to suggest that St. Kitts and Nevis and Dominica at the forefront with geothermal, if these countries recognize this conversation, the opportunity within have this perspective, because it's about the market, it's about positioning the market to take those advantages. So it's not just about the mitigation, it's about energy security first, but also the big opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. And also, the good thing that green hydrogen and green ammonia, what they bring to this discussion, is that they make that previous discussion that Dominica was having, let's use Dominica as an example, of putting undersea cables to Guadeloupe and Martinique, which are very, very costly. It now takes that away because they can now use that excess geothermal energy that they're producing, which is far above what the demand is. And remember, Dominica already has hydro, that they can now convert that to green hydrogen. But the other thing, and which is why I said so yesterday, can you imagine Dominica or St. Kitts and Nevis making a very bold statement that the port in Dominica, the port in Roseau, and also the port in Portsmouth will be completely powered by renewable energy, and that every cruise ship, every major vessel that moves there will have to switch off their engines, so they will not be polluting Roseau with particulates from the heavy fuel oil that they're burning, and they will plug into a domestic fuel supply that Dominica can now sell to Royal Caribbean and whoever else at 40 US cents per, well, not 40, but let's say 25, 30 US cents per kilowatt hour. And that is now causing the demand, the peak demand in Dominica to suddenly mushroom from 15 megawatts to 35 megawatts because there are 2 or 3 cruise ships in there drawing that power. So I agree with you absolutely that in the case of Dominica and St. Kitts and Nevis, there is a conversation that needs to be had about excess energy and how do we convert that excess energy into fuels and also opportunity for those. It would be good if we also had a regional energy market, as we have from telecoms, but we tried that with Isera, it didn't work. But I think we still also have to see how can we have some kind of regional energy market, because that would help with redundancy, and if we can get some major development partners to fund that undersea cable, so that if there's a break in the grid in St. Lucia, that somebody else can supply us with power. So I think these are all futuristic conversations that we must start having. But thank you very much for that. And I'm also happy that the development banks, have aligned their operations with the goals of the Paris Agreement and are now committing to not fund fossil fuel activities, but put a lot of their money towards activities that are consistent with reducing emissions. And the IFIs are doing the same thing. Okay, I think my time has ended for this fireside chat. I think the fire has burnt out, so I want to thank you very much. But most importantly, thank you, Andrea. It was good seeing you again. And good luck at COP. I won't be there, but I'm sure you will do the great job that you always do.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, and we wish you a really good meeting. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fletcher and Ms. Guerrero. She's gone. I'm the novice in the room when it comes to energy, and I'm usually hired to break down what technical people like you are saying for the general public. And listening to the first fireside chat, I heard things like the ministers of energy are not usually ministers of climate, and how are we going to make that connection, right? I also heard that, our region is not a high emitter of fossil fuels. We don't have a whole big impact. But what I also heard from that is that we need to be changing the conversation then to our people. It's not so much about saving the planet where our region is concerned, because we're not doing that much damage to the planet. It is about cost savings for us. And I think that that's why Barbados, I'm from Barbados, and that's why we are a little bit ahead of the region in terms of transitioning to electric vehicles and solar panels, because what has happened is that the conversation has been about saving, right? So I have an electric vehicle, I don't have to pay taxes. I didn't have to pay certain taxes on that vehicle. I didn't have road tax until this year. As well. So I think that for the countries going forward, you need to look at talking, changing the conversation a bit to get the average person involved. The next fireside chat is going to be led by Dr. Gardner. He is the head of technical programs at the CSEF and the former head of energy at the CARICOM Secretariat.
Thank you, the one that's working. Thank you, Madam Chair, or my colleague. Pam and I go way back. We were freshmen at university in 1992. I hope I didn't give away your age. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation this morning is one that is going to be centered around innovation. And if you think about the theme for Energy Month, it's about innovation, really. It's really about accelerating innovation and using electrification as the driver for decarbonization. So it's really about how we can hasten the integration of innovative mechanisms and innovative solutions into our energy systems. And by so doing, the view is that hastening of innovation will drive a significant amount of electrification, and electrification will come through multiple ways. In some instances, the direct use of electrons from the renewable systems. In some instances, the production of electrochemicals from renewable systems. And electrochemicals, of course, have the opportunity to become feedstocks, replacing petrochemicals in many of the industrial processes that we currently are pursuing in the world today. And of course, there are also opportunities for electrofuels to be utilized as replacements for fossil fuels. And the gentleman who I'm speaking to today is one who is a very, very esteemed engineer and scientist who has been doing all of that and will, of course, expound to you himself some of what he's doing. It's Professor John Paul Clark of the University of Texas at Austin. John Paul wears multiple hats, and James, you're in the crowd, you would know one of those hats. He's chairman of Cayman Airways. So he obviously has a very strong interest in flights and aeronautics, and it's part of his background. And he will talk to you about some of the work that he's doing in that area himself. So if we really want to understand where the innovation is leading to within the context of those difficult to decarbonize sectors, those difficult to electrify sectors, the aeronautic industry, the maritime industry. We have seen a lot yesterday on the land-based technologies. We had multiple types of vehicles outside, and scooters and bikes and quads and all kinds of things. But we didn't see anything much yet of the maritime and the air transportation, but John Paul will share a lot on that. So John Paul, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yes, man. I'm sorry you wasn't able to make it down, but John Paul is a son of the soil, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I'm very sorry I can't be home. But you know, I just came back from Santiago, Chile, because I was at the Pan Am Games officiating. So I had to catch up on some classes that I missed here. So the students would probably kill me if I was trying to get out of town again.
So John Paul, just tell the folks a little bit about yourself and some of the work you're doing and give them your vision.
Sure, I'm happy to. I think you can see on my screen a presentation, right?
Yes, we are seeing it.
Okay, cool, excellent. The full view presentation, right?
Not the full view yet. It's
okay.
You need to put in presentation. Yes, now it's in presentation mode. Yes, perfect.
Okay, all right. No, sorry, I have a second screen here. It was right there. Good morning, everybody. Again, sorry I can't be home. Would love to be there. You know, I was asked to talk a little bit about, not about myself, but about the stuff that we've been doing in trying to decarbonize aviation. So what I put together a little slide deck, as all faculty members are proud to do. As Aaron said, I'm at University of Texas Austin, but I'm also the co-founder of Universal Hydrogen, which is a company dedicated to decarbonizing aviation. And one of the reasons why we're doing that is because a bunch of us sat down a little bit over 3 years at dinner in New York, trying to see how we could accelerate the decarbonization of aviation. And because it's hard, and we love tough problems. And what we came up with that night at dinner was the idea that we wanted to accelerate or basically catalyze the delivery of energy via hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen. And as you may know, it's on a path to affordability. Electrolyzers are getting better. We have lots of excess energy, hydroelectric, geothermal, etc., and in periods all over the world where demand is low, and they're basically almost giving the energy away. I mean, for example, in the Grand Coulee Dam in Washington State, they're giving it away at 3 cents per kilowatt hour in the middle of the night, but nobody wants it in the middle of the night there. And it's hard to transport electricity to places where we're charging 40 cents, or something higher, 12, 15, 20 cents per kilowatt hour, or 40 cents even. So the idea is to basically leverage and piggyback this push towards lower hydrogen prices, which including the US, for example, they've been doing that actively as a government program, and how to make that happen for transportation and especially aviation. And so the idea we came up with was a modular solution where we would actually fill hydrogen modules at geothermal like Heaven Davis or wherever in the Caribbean. That you have wind power, solar power if you have enough capacity, and then transport it via the intermodal freight transportation system or you can do it by electric lines, to airports where we could put those modules filled with hydrogen into aircraft like batteries. And then we would basically, when the airplane lands, we would take those modules out, add new modules, recycle the actual modules that we took out, get them filled again, and it would be a totally recyclable, totally green process. And to do that, what we basically did was we created a novel, and there's some patents associated with this, liquid hydrogen tank, which doesn't require cooling and can last for about a week with the hydrogen filled in there. And so you could produce it, transport it from one island to the next. And so, and this is the basis of our modular system. And then we've also, to control our own destiny and show that things can happen, we built the first hydrogen-powered regional aircraft. And if you notice here, for those of you who see, on the left-hand side of the airplane is a conventional engine. On the right-hand side is our powertrain that we built. I'm actually the lead patent holder on the powertrain technology. And what you see here is an ATR 72. But this is a Dash 8 actually, sorry, forgive me. But we're also retrofitting an ATR 72 in Toulouse. The Dash 8 flew in the US at Moses Lake, it's now Mojave. And this airplane can literally replace, this is the same, the ATR is the same airplane that LEAC flies. So we have the potential now and the possibility to change the energy basis for regional air traffic, because we now have a proof of existence of a hydrogen-powered airplane, the size of the aircraft that we use in the Caribbean. The other thing that we've done, and this was just announced recently at Universal Hydrogen, is that we've actually created a hydrogen-based fuel cell-powered mobile battery charger for ground service equipment, electric ground service equipment. And it can also be used for eVTOL aircraft. Now, I'll mention eVTOL aircraft because I'll get to that in the next slide. So now you could actually then electrify your entire airport and infrastructure operations. You could potentially even, for those people I noticed, our session leader talked about her electric car, you could actually have one of these carried to your house and be able to rapidly recharge your electric car as well. So not only could it be good for aviation, but these modular fuel cell powered battery chargers could be used for automobiles as well. But importantly, it could be used for eVTOL. So even though we could retrofit the ATRs and the regional turboprop airplanes that we use in the Caribbean, we could also, and this is a project that we're doing here with one of my students at a postdoc, look at how we could use, for example, the Archer Midnight, which is on the left for Joby, another eVTOL aircraft, and create high frequency, point-to-point, city center to city center aviation in the Caribbean and the Caribbean archipelago. And using these mobile chargers as a way to recharge these eVTOL aircraft, and also retrofit them in the future to be a hybrid electric hydrogen-powered eVTOL aircraft. And so, which would then greatly increase connectivity, because you wouldn't have to have 50 people going from an island between islands to make it cost effective. It could be 8 or 9 people, and you could have maybe higher frequency connecting the islands. And the last thing I'll talk about is going back to the sort of ground transport and surface operations at airports. It's a study I did a while ago with the Polytechnic of Torino. It's actually this one as I'm teaching at Georgia Tech. And what we showed was you could actually use electric tubs to move aircraft between the gates and the runways. And we could actually greatly increase the efficiency of the operations and reduce the cost of overall, because the cost of those electric tubs moving the airplane would be way cheaper than the actual cost of the jet fuel that is used during taxiing. And with that said, I think I will stop and get some more, answer some questions.
Excellent.
More leading from my colleague in terms of leading questions.
Thanks, John Paul. Excellent overview, man. We always talk about what is realistic and practical versus what is esoteric, and what we have shown here today in your conversation so far is that some of these things are not just pipe dreams, but things that are actually happening, and we don't necessarily wait until the North makes the jump or the move before we implement some of these systems ourselves, because some of these systems are ready to go, and hopefully banks like the CDB and so on might be willing to look at some pilots. How close are you to being able to establish a proof of concept?
Well, the airplane has flown. It flew on March 3rd of this year. Actually, March 2nd, sorry, forgive me. And that was less than 3 years from our dinner meeting where we decided to build an airplane or retrofit the airplane. We went to first flight in less than 3 years. And so the airplane has flown up to 10,000 feet. It's actually has begun the certification process with the FAA around the retrofitted aircraft. So that's on track. The eVTOLs, obviously Archer and Joby and the other companies are moving ahead in their certification. But the AMP cart, which is what we call the rapid charger, will be prototyped probably before the end of Q1 next year. So all the pieces are now in place. The airplane is on track to be certified. The eVTOLs are on track to be certified. The AMP carts, the modules are on track to be certified. The AMP cart, the rapid charger is on track. So we could easily move into doing some prototyping next year, no problem.
And how long it take for us to get technologies if we were to design such a prototype? How quickly would you be able to produce the technologies for us to establish a prototype? How long it take for a plane to be retrofitted, as an example?
Retrofitting is probably going to be about a month or two, I think. That's the planned schedule, but I will double check the exact thing. But we're ready to, we can do that, no problem. I'll check on the exact time, but the target was 2 or 3 months.
All right, so let's open it up. I see Graham King already. We'll take 3 questions. I don't want to get Matt too annoyed with me, so we'll take 3 questions so that my hosts don't get too upset. So Graham, Graham is here, so get a mic to him, please. And please state your name and your institutions for the record. I know most of you, but maybe the rest of the people don't.
Thanks, Devon. Yeah, I'm Graham King, University of the West Indies. Good morning, Professor Clark. Thank you for your presentation. Really interesting to see that. I'm interested in for the retrofitting. So if we take the ATR 72, which we're very familiar with in the region, what's the impact of the retrofit with your pod hydrogen storage system on the range and on the seating capacity? I'm assuming that those pods will take some space inside the aircraft. So I'm just interested in terms of the operational impact if you were to roll out with this idea.
Oh, okay. But that's an easy question to answer. In terms of range, we have greater than, so let me share again my slide. Okay, let me share my screen just so you have it here. And so you can get the numbers. And I'm happy to send these to you, Graham, if you're interested. So you can see here, you can see here, we have a range of greater than 500 nautical miles with 45-minute reserves. The capacity, we lose 3 seat rows, so it becomes a 56-passenger airplane as opposed to 56 plus 12, obviously, is the so you lose 12 passengers. But the key thing here, Graham, to remember is that most of the range above 500 nautical miles we're not using in the Caribbean, so there's not really a loss. And the most important thing is that we've actually shown that the per seat mile operating cost is actually lower because the maintenance costs for hydrogen fuel cells and electric motors are way lower than those of turboprop engines. And so even though you have fewer seats, and obviously per crew member cost goes up, crew member cost per passenger goes up, the cost of maintenance both ways that, and the cost of hydrogen being lower and more stable than fossil fuels actually keeps the per seat mile cost lower.
Thanks very much for that, John Paul. Any other intervention? I see Matt and the colleagues watching me very scarily in the back. So I'm going to Joseph Williams. Well, okay, one last intervention. Joseph Williams has his hand up. John Paul, Joseph is asking you to expound on your statement that the cost is lower, the cost of operation is lower.
Okay, well, so, you know, if you think about the cost per seat mile, which is for what, if you have filled every seat, what it would cost you to move that passenger, and therefore, ideally, get a full airplane, what the price of the ticket would be, is the measure, so it's CASM, the cost per available seat mile. And so what you think about it, right? The airplane has the cost of the fuel, the cost of the crew members, and then the cost of all the maintenance and stuff that's amortized over the interval. So clearly, if you're going to have fewer seats, right, you're going to have to basically lower the cost to make the cost per seat about the same or better. And so the cost of the hydrogen fuel in 2025, when we actually go into operation, 2025, 2026, is already on the trajectory, and we actually at Universal Hydrogen, I put on that hat, have agreements for cost of fuel at much lower than they are today, already signed. So we know what the cost of fuel is. Yes, the crew members' costs are going to go up per seat, but then between the cost of the fuel and the cost of the maintenance, because hydrogen fuel cells have no movable parts, at least in the main part. And then the electric motors, we've been doing that for a long time. And with the proper tolerances are very low maintenance. So the maintenance costs, all those checks that we have to do and all that stuff that we have to do with the turboprop goes down. So overall, the fuel going down and the maintenance going down, even though the crew costs go up, the overall cost per available, and the seats go down, the overall cost per available seat mile goes down.
All right, thanks, John Paul. Unfortunately, we'll have to wrap up now because I don't want to detain the ministers from the ministerial session much longer. But what I can say is that this is a peek into some of the options and potentials that we have for the future. And through the Regional Universities Network, John Paul, I think this is be a good topic for us to have a symposium around and for us to structure eventually a proof of concept project within the region. So, ladies and gentlemen.
And I will tell you that one of the eVTOL companies is extremely interested in doing a regional prototype around eVTOLs in the region. So there's a lot of potential. And speaking as a board member of Universal Hydrogen, I can tell you that we're interested in doing some prototyping too as well. So
thanks.
There's potential opportunities. So.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Have a good day then, John Paul, and thanks. And we will be in touch. We'll get something done. Excellent,
All
man.
right,
cheers.
Good.
Thanks for the contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, please. All right, so thank you very much. At this stage, I will turn over to the moderator of the next session, who is Miss Joan Andrea Hutchinson. Pam is going to take over. Okay, Pam, back to Pam. Sorry for the being so previous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Devon. Okay, before we... Not getting anything? I'm good now? Yes. I have nothing for you from that session. Aeronautics, airplanes, I saw that and that went right over my head. But we had CEIS, the forum in Barbados last week. And while we were there, I got the opportunity to speak to some ministers, the minister from Bermuda and Minister Roban, and Minister Lisa Cummins from Barbados. And I also got to speak to the minister from St. Kitts, but he's here. So before we go into the ministerial panel, we'll play one of those interviews for you. Promoting CARICOM Energy Month and talking about what the country is doing for the month and how far along they are in their energy transition.
I believe it's very important. Bermuda has participated in some form of Energy Month now for many, many years, and we consider it important to build the necessary awareness in the region about energy, its usage, and how we as a region can be better in our experience around energy and the energy sector and the key issues that pertain to our usage of energy and how we can be better. Well, one thing we know right now, consumers are really being unnecessarily or perhaps unfairly being dealt with around energy. High costs on all things, and energy costs contribute to the cost of everything. So in Bermuda, we're going to focus on how we can help consumers lower their energy obligation through conservation of efficiency, through little changes in their behavior, and things like LED bulbs and other features to their own general lives that they can do to lower their energy burden. That's really the most important thing right now, is to help consumers manage the issues related to their energy usage and certainly electricity. Well, we in 2018 passed our first integrated resource plan, which has a goal of 85% by 2035. We have been aggressively pursuing that. We are on our way to making considerable progress in the outlay of distributed solar. A considerable amount of megawatts have been installed in distributed solar over recent years, and more than 10% of our energy usage of the 19 plus megawatts is now from distributed solar. The government itself has made millions of dollars in investment in solar on government buildings. In fact, there's a major project right now to put solar on 30 government buildings alone. That doesn't include what we've already done. We are also finished just now, the regulator in Bermuda has finished a public consultation and will continue, but they finished the first phase of it around the deployment of wind. And we are already talking to other innovators in the energy space, and we're about to see over the next couple of years the use of wave energy within our actual ocean space. We already have an agreement with a developer of wave energy who will be deploying one of the first utility scale wave parks in Bermuda. So we are moving towards the diversification of generation, and we expect to reach our goals by and large by 2035, and we certainly believe and know that we will be 100% renewable by 2050 and net zero.
Pleasant good morning, everyone. If I may be so bold as to suggest, Madam Moderator, you can sit with us and let's have a chat and not be so formal, so that we could have a discussion. Good morning, everyone. Congress Maynard from St. Kitts and Nevis, Minister of Public Infrastructure, Energy, Utilities, Domestic Transport, Information, Communication, Technology, and Post. Quite a bit, but in a small country like St. Kitts and Nevis, where you have a small cabinet, you have large responsibilities. And so I want to firstly thank the CSEF CARICOM Secretariat and all of the organizers that have put the CSEF VIII together for us to participate in these very important discussions about our future and our survivability. I will provide a presentation on the from the St. Kitts and Nevis perspective, of course. So let's lay the ground work here. In St. Kitts and Nevis, well, let's deal with St. Kitts in particular. We need about 27 megawatts of power peak, 27, 28, a small island. At present, the energy company can only provide that. Unfortunately, we have not had the investments over the years that we should have had to ensure that the energy company has the capacity to supply not only the base requirements or the peak requirements, but the excess to facilitate growth. Added to that, the government has taken a position that it will not allow the energy costs to be transferred to the consumer. And so at present, the government is paying what we call the fuel variation charge, which is the difference in the fuel cost based on a set price of fuel that was set maybe 10, 12 years ago. So as the price in fuel has fluctuated, the price for electricity has remained constant over the past couple of years. And so the government is taking on that tremendous burden of the additional fuel variation charge. So there is the expense that is being absorbed by the government. I want to go a little bit outside of energy. We have as well a very serious water issue in St. Kitts and Nevis at the moment. In fact, the UN has identified St. Kitts and Nevis as one of the most water-scarce countries in the world. At present, we cannot provide 24-hour water to our people. We have to ration water. So water is taken off at certain times in the evening. We need maybe about 7.58 million gallons of water per day. We're only able to produce maybe 6 million gallons of water per day. We have exhausted our wells, our aquifers in the Bastia Valley area, and so we cannot pump any more water out of the ground from the existing wells. And in fact, we're at a point where if we pump any more, we can completely damage the aquifers for a generation due to saltwater intrusion, rising sea levels, and all of that. And so we have to scale back on the amount of water that we have to pump from our aquifers. While we are now going in a position where we are examining where we have other options for well water. In the Bastia region, where the majority of the population is, there are not many more options for well water. And so what's the solution? Desalination. But remember, we only have 27 megawatts of capacity, 27 peak, and desal is going to add another 2 megawatts to that if we're going to say do a 2 million gallon plant. And so in collaboration with the challenges we face with energy, the cost, we also have the problem of water. Then go to food. We are in talks with investors in how we are going to be able to bring manufacturing to St. Kitts and Nevis. Food production, maybe fish farming, etc. Again, very high energy consumers. And so we are now in a position where we have to solve our energy situation to even survive. And that is the thrust now of the government. How do we move towards energy independence? And I want to piggyback on something that a presenter said earlier about, well, let me say this part first. I completely understand the position of, I think it is the chairman of CSEF, where he mentioned that in this discussion of climate and energy, we have had not a Chinese wall, but a separation between ministers of energies and ministers of climate and sustainable development, etc. Well, fortunately, our government recognized that when we came to office last year. And we have made it a point that the Minister of Climate Action in St. Kitts and Nevis, who is Dr. Joya Clark, and myself as Minister of Energy will work together on all climate-related activities. And so we went to COP together last year. We are pulling together a team together again this year to attend COP and involve the Energy Department in all of the environmental and climate-related actions that we're taking. And I want to thank CQ again for being part of that particular delegation. And so we are in a fight for survival when it comes to energy. So we have to solve the energy problem for us. And in St. Kitts and Nevis, we are saying, if we solve energy, we solve water. If we solve water, we solve food. So where do we go from here? How do we move forward? Oh, sorry, before I do that, one other aspect, of course, is what this conference is speaking about, electrifying and promoting transportation. Now, St. Kitts and Nevis, to me, is probably a model place for us to contemplate the transition to electric vehicles and e-mobility. Why? The main road in St. Kitts is 32 miles long. An electric vehicle has a range of over 200 miles. So therefore, as I've said before, if you buy an electric vehicle, unless you're not reaching home every night, which you're supposed to be doing, you can charge your vehicle and never have to use a charging station. And I've not only said this as the minister, I have done it. And I decided that I will take the lead. And I've invested in an electric vehicle. I have a home charger. And obviously, it works well. Additionally, the electric tariff in St. Kitts right now, without the fuel variation charge, is about 25 cents US. That would then cost me for a 77 kilowatt hour battery, that will cost me about $50 EC to technically fill up the electric vehicle. Equivalently, I would probably pay $200 in gas for that same full up. So immediately you can see the tremendous amount of savings that electrification will bring for our country. Get rid of the fuel variation charge if you have renewable energy. Get rid of the cost to fuel your vehicle by going renewable. And so for us, while climate action is important and we are seeing the effects of it, our rising sea level, our rainfall has decreased by 40% just from last year to this year, and about 20% over the last 10 years alone. And remember, all of our water was coming from rainfall, whether we captured it in the well or from the runoff. So while we can see the effects of climate change, and it is important for us to do our part in decarbonization and reaching our goals of reducing by 61% and the 2030 goals, for us, our contribution to the global emission is negligible. So it's important, as someone mentioned, that we have to frame the argument properly to our people. We are not going to save the world from the climate perils that exist, but we will be able to have sovereign security by investing in energy. Because if we have energy security, then we have sovereign security. So it doesn't matter what happens in the world, because we have so much energy, we are going to be able to rebuff all of the activities around us and almost be able to exist in a vacuum by being able to produce our own energy for our homes, for our businesses, and for our cars. So what is the potential in St. Kitts and Nevis for this renewable energy? Firstly, of course, as with the entire Caribbean, we have tremendous potential for solar energy. We are in a band, and all across our island, there is significant scope for solar energy, and that is very similar across the region. We also have a decent capacity for wind energy. I saw some presentations yesterday and I wanted to get some more detail. I've seen diagrams, I've seen studies that could suggest we could have up to 800 megawatts worth of wind energy. And then we have geothermal in Nevis. And the estimates say we can get up to 1 gigawatt of energy from geothermal. Now remember, St. Kitts only needs 27, and let's say in 10 years we need 40. Nevis only needs 9, let's say in 10 years they just need 15. So we're looking at about 50 megawatts of power that the country needs. So there is tremendous amount of potential for St. Kitts and Nevis to become an energy hub in the region. Not only to be able to supply ourselves with the energy that we need, but also how we can turn energy into a sector that we can export energy, whether through the green hydrogen molecules, whether it is through undersea cabling. Some people say undersea cabling? How will you get electricity to go under the sea? Well, we have to remind people that every phone call you make, every email that you send actually travels under the sea. And we've done that for many years, and that is not the issue. And so the strategy now is for this government and for the government of St. Kitts and Nevis over the past year, we have said that we are going to make some key things priorities for us. That is our energy security, our water security, and our food security. And so at present, I can say that as Minister of Energy, I have the full support of the cabinet in moving forward with our energy transition. So what are some of the things we're doing? One, it has become apparent that in order to increase investor confidence, we must ensure that the proper regulatory structures are in place. And so we are now pursuing bringing to life the commissions, the utility commissions that are already there in law. But we want to empower them in order to ensure that investors are confident that in our energy space, there is a fair, level playing field. We are presently working on our feed-in tariff because there are persons who have gone ahead and invested in solar, but they're not being compensated for it if they provide any excess into the grid. And so very shortly, we hope to fine-tune, looking at some of the examples around the region, our feed-in tariff, where that can excite persons to even invest more in the distributed solar. And then also we are working on developing our electric vehicle policy and how we are going to start incentivizing persons to get electric vehicles and put a little twist and turns on it. There is something we're working on which I don't really want to announce yet until I get the okay from the energy unit that this is something that is viable. But we're looking at ways of how we can, there's a word I'm looking for, attract persons to invest in electric vehicles. Challenges that comes with all of these initiatives, especially with electric vehicles, for instance. As small territories, we collect significant amount of taxes from people buying vehicles through duties. For instance, with the price of electric vehicles being as high as they are, then how do you incentivize someone to buy an electric vehicle that is 20 or 30% more than a regular ICE vehicle? Well, one of the ways is for duty concessions. But if our country is collecting 45% duty on ICE vehicles, and you're getting millions of dollars through duty payments through taxes, how do you tell your Ministry of Finance that I want you to cut out that revenue? Where do you fill that vacuum that is being created from that? So these are the kind of discussions that we're going to have or are having. And finally, with respect to geothermal in Nevis, this is a tremendous amount of potential that we have. Unfortunately, over the years, there has not been the collaboration necessary, we think, to promote the further expansion of geothermal in the Federation. And so this government has made it a point that we are viewing the geothermal facility or potential in Nevis as a national and federal resource that requires the support of the federal government. And so for the first time, I think, in a long time, we now have support on both sides, that is the local Nevis Island administration and the federal government, to promote the expansion of our geothermal capacity. So these are some of the views, and I'm open for questions later, on the direction that we are heading in St. Kitts and Nevis. Obviously, we do have the global goals of reaching 100% renewable by 2030. And as you see, that is incredibly possible. We are on the verge right now of finalizing a deal, or you're just about closing discussions on the production, on the development of a 30 megawatt solar farm, which will provide about 30% of the energy that we need. We have the issue of Nevis potentially bringing 10 megawatts on board in the next 2 years through geothermal. And so we are well on our way, but we're now refocusing to make sure that the framework and all the supporting structures are in place to facilitate the smooth transition to energy security, thereby giving us sovereign security. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Act of chivalry, always. There is so much in your presentation. There's absolutely so much in that presentation. One of the things that stands out for me significantly is the honorable act of the government for assuming the fuel variation charge. So it is not passed on to the populace. I think that, but is there anywhere else in the Caribbean that does this? Or is this just you?
Well, I don't know if they do it anywhere else in the Caribbean, but it is a significant responsibility. It is a burden. We felt that coming out of COVID, it would not have been the best thing to put that on the consumers. And this actually applies for the businesses as well in St. Kitts. Mm-hmm. But as we have given them many other concessions over the past couple of months, we have given some tax concessions, we've given some support. We are going to lock in step with them, determine how we are going to gradually take that responsibility from the government, and those who have been able to benefit from the concessions that we have given, how we can work together to share the responsibility across sectors.
Good. Now we're going to delve further into his presentation when we get into the discussion section of this session. But we're now going to invite the Honorable Karine James, Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy, Grenada, to make her presentation.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. All right, so My name is Karine James, and I'm the Minister for Climate Resilience, Environment, and Renewable Energy, Grenada. I will start off by saying, thank you. I'll start off by saying, pardon me that I wasn't ready on the first go, but when they said presentation, I took it very literal, and I created a presentation so that I don't lose you in translation, and that we'll be able to follow and have a deeper sense of appreciation as to where our country is at. So my presentation would take the format of briefly going through the current energy situation on island. We've made some progressive steps with regards to the policy framework as well as some of the incentives, similarly to that of St. Kitts and Nevis over the past few years and months. I'm going to briefly go through some of the strategic roadmap in areas that we have mapped out as a new government as to where we want to project our RE goals. And we'll further go into details in terms of the enabling environment. What is the criteria? What is the structures in place now? Is it investor friendly? Some of the policy targets that we have to change to make it investor friendly. And of course, we're going to dive into the challenges and limitations. And I left an open room because I think I have so much of details that I don't think I'll get to that point in the presentation, but we'll see. So, as a small island developing state, Grenada recognizes the urgent need for us to transition to, of course, a more sustainable and climate resilient future. We have a combined population of 124,000, and we have a peak electricity demand of 36 megawatts. This year, we've seen it increase due to the demand for cooling systems at homes, in the workplace, among other places. So this definitely has implications for the energy security and the capacity of the power utility to meet that increasing demand. So as depicted in the first graph, which is the pie chart, we have a total electricity generating capacity of 15 megawatts. With 96% diesel gensets and a modest just shy of 4% coming from RE sources, mainly solar. Now, this in itself stresses the need for why we definitely need to move towards energy efficiency and more RE to combat some of the challenges that we face. As depicted in the other graph, over the last decade, our average annual inputs of fuel total to approximately 700,000 barrels. That is at a cost of 250 to 300 million EC dollars to the state. So note that this is not accounted, LPG is not accounted for in that chart there, which is mainly used for commercial and domestic use for cooking and baking. This amounted to quite a large portion of our GDP, just shy of 22 to 27% of that. And as Prime Minister always echoes during our meetings and whenever he gets an opportunity to touch the international stage, this underscores drastically the need for us to change and the potential economic benefits of transitioning to renewable energy. We definitely need to tap into that and give it more focus. If we move on to the next slide, right, I'm seeing it there now. Grenada's contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions remains negligible, similar to that of St. Kitts and Nevis. However, we intend to curtail that emissions from the transport sector by enacting policies and providing incentives related to the importation of higher efficiency vehicles, hybrids, as well as fully electrics. The next photo that you're seeing is just a cover page as to under the NDC, or nationally determined contribution. We have set a target to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030, focusing heavily on the energy sector. Also in line with this goal is our National Adaptation Plan, which also outlines a roadmap to increase the share of renewable energy sources in our power mix by 50% by 2025 and 100% by 2035. And I know some of you might be saying that's quite ambitious. All right, so on the next slide, of course, our government in Grenada, we recognizes that building a dynamic and diverse energy sector, it definitely will require the establishment of a clear and strong institutional framework with effective governance and effective administrative structures. Governance and institutional reforms definitely they play a central role in the development of Grenada's energy sector through two distinct areas. So the first area that we have to strengthen, of course, it starts at home with my Ministry of Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy, and the Energy Division. So what we have, my ministry focuses on the renewable side of energy, but there's still the other side that deals with the utility component in which Prime Minister is the Minister for Energy in the traditional sense. So definitely we have to collaborate more to act as the energy coordinator. And the second area is to define the mandates for the key players, thereby ensuring that there is clear lines of responsibility. When we first got into office and we separated RE from energy, there was a transition an internal transition that had to occur with the staff as to who they go with, what the mandate would look like, who would be responsible for making sure that the fuel and all of that for every month when you have to get the petrol monies, and so who would be taking that lead on that. So we had that transition internal that we were able to get over. It's still a rough patch, but we're trying our best to ensure it's a smooth transition into the first quarter of 2024. Of course, there needs to be effective functional institutions working on the coordination and guidance of my ministry. And these are key ingredients for the successful deployment of sustainable energy, ensuring that there is adequate and transparent allocation of funds to achieve the policies. So some of the major frameworks that you're seeing on the screen now is the National Energy Policy. We recently drafted Cabinet approved the energy policy thus far. So we have that on board. We also have the Electricity Supplies Act of 2016. We have the Public Utility Regulatory Commission, or PERC Act. That is our regulatory commission for utilities. We have the advanced draft of the Energy Efficiency Act, and we're hoping to bring that into Parliament for approval during the first quarter of 2024. We also have the National Sustainable Development Plan 2035, the Statutory Rules and Order SRO 20 of 2022, Electricity Tariff Setting Methodology Regulations. With regards to investments in RE, PERC is currently hosting a series of consultation in each of the 15 constituencies in my country for setting up a mechanism for the tariff regulations. And of course, this came as a result of independent power producers wanting to supply RE electricity to the utility, but there's only an interim tariff setting structure in place. So PERC is now doing the public consultations to get the best framework so that we can advance on the tariff methodology. For incentives, currently all solar PV components, batteries, modules, racks, wires, everything you could talk about, it qualifies for 100% concession on custom duties and taxes. For EVs, fully electric and hybrids qualify for a 75% concession. We've had persons who wanting to invest in it come to us to ask us to review that. But of course, St. Kitts and Nevis delve into that part as to how do you explain to finance ministry such large tax breaks. So we're still trying to play that by ear and see how best we can meet them an extra mile. There's also a ban on vehicles 10 years and older that was passed in 2018 while I was in the Senate. This was done, of course, to slow the rate of fuel inefficient vehicles coming into the country, as well as to reduce and prevent vehicle dumping from wealthier countries or developing nations. So that is one of the best legal framework with regards to some of the advancements that we've been able to make. We'll move on to the next slide very briefly. So the roadmap, strategic roadmap, we have the national utility, which is GrenLec. They are embarking on an aggressive renewable energy development program utilizing solar PV. So they're looking currently at 3 sites. We have, and they're pictured there, the first one is at the Maurice Bishop International Airport, that's south of the island. And one site is close to the old airstrip at Pearls in St. Andrews, and that's the northern side of the island. So far, pre-feasibility work by an international consultant has been completed, and these 4 sites have been packaged as one project with a combined output of just 17.8 megawatts. So government is working hand in hand with GrenLec because we are now the majority shareholder of GrenLec, our utility, to source funds required to make this project a reality, and discussions are ongoing with the World Bank together with the Italian Climate Fund to provide concessionary financing for the project. We also have a geothermal project, and I put just a rough map of the outline of the country, and I am seeing trouble to see the exact locations there because I don't have on my glasses, but pardon me if you don't see it, but the 2 squares within the map on your right side, these are the 2 sites that we're looking to commission a 15 megawatt baseload capacity geothermal project. This will provide the equivalent of approximately half of our electricity consumption at present. Now we're at the stage where the ESIA for this project is complete and is currently open for public consultation. So ongoing, there are underground reviewing and getting public feedback on that. Where energy efficiency is concerned for us, we have minimum energy performance standards for rack equipment. We also have energy labeling for CFLs and LEDs. We have the 10-year age limit to address more fuel efficient vehicles, implementation of a public transportation system using EVs. We're looking into developing a concept note for that. We're also looking into developing a concept note around the implementation of a quota system of 50% for new purchases of EVs for government vehicle fleets. Solar-powered carports and charging stations, we're looking to also develop concept notes for that as pilot projects, first in all government locations. Consideration will have to be considered in strategic locations, of course, across the country when we are to roll out that for the public. We're also looking into, we have engaged a couple companies for solar street lights and the implementation of a solar mini grid for social housing development. We're looking at that as well. The government currently have a housing program that they provide low-income housing for persons who can't afford to go to the banks, get a mortgage, and so. So we're looking to see how best we can outfit these houses that government has incentivized for low-income and vulnerable groups to see how best we can do solar mini grids. So also you would see a beautiful picture as to work on going in the center of the slide, whereby this is a current project that we have going on now. This is a solar limnet project in Carriacou. Grenada is consist of 3 islands, mainland Grenada, sister island, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. So we're currently almost close to completing and commissioning our 600 kilowatts solar PV project in Carriacou. The plan is to use that as a pilot project to see how best we can scale it up, advance, and make Carriacou and Petit Martinique 100% renewable. So we're excited about the commissioning at the end of the month, and we're looking to see how best we can attract much more investments to advance on that project. And very briefly, I will just run through the enabling environment, of course, at the micro level, in regards to the context of transportation. The overarching policy goal is to facilitate a shift to cleaner fuels and more efficient means of transport, as well as to establish affordable and sustainable use of electric vehicles. And we want to do that in parallel with the increase of electricity from RE in the generation mix. So I've not through the presentation as yet, but I would leave everything open for when we go into the discussion part. So this is just a snapshot as to where we're at as a country, and some of the things that we've been able to accomplish and is accomplishing over the next few months and years. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. It is quite clear that there is a comprehensive approach to all the different aspects. Now, one of the things that I found interesting is the level of concessions that are being offered for RE. I mean, is it sustainable?
Well, I would say that when we can't talk transition and not deal with the issue of the economic side of it. And if we are serious about making that investment, making that transition, we have to ensure that the consumers who we're targeting towards that transition, they have to have the access. If we speak of the just transition, and I heard Dr. Fletcher spoke about it yesterday in his closing remark, and he spoke gospel when he speak to the fact that we definitely have to ensure that the investors are not the only ones in the brackets. We have to ensure that persons at the lower level could do so. So we've, in addition to the concessions that we've already have to our population, we've looked at creative ways to get back on that earnings. So it's a toss-up, and of course, when where we're geographically located, I mean, you're exposed to so many different international shocks. So sometimes you prepare well financially, internally, but then you have to also take into consideration the geopolitical nature that we're faced with. So it's a toss-up, but we have been managing very well from an economic standpoint.
Thank you so much. We will delve further into this presentation when we do the second part of our presentation. So at this time, I'm going to invite the Honorable Stephenson King, Senior Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal, and former Prime Minister of St. Lucia, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Coordinator, and a pleasant good morning to all of you, colleague ministers and officials who are here this morning for this presentation. I believe, for me, as Minister responsible for energy, I will delve into some of what not only is being experienced by St. Lucia, what I call the challenges in the energy sector, but also the task which we have ahead of us in terms of achieving renewable energy, energy efficiency, etc. Of course, St. Lucia, and I'm sure my friend from St. Lucia, who is the chairman of CSEF, may agree with me. Our journey into renewable energy started way back in the 70s. And the father of the nation thought that the geothermal site at Soufriere was indeed appropriate for harnessing, harnessing energy. And of course, he was a visionary. And in a number of test wells which were done, whereas there were traces of energy, there wasn't any indicator as to the capacity and the sustainability of the energy. But that continued for many years, and many investigations were undertaken. And in the year 2010, the government saw the need to establish what we call a national energy policy. Because what the government felt at that time was that while we speak of energy, we cannot conduct energy without being focused, without having a framework, without having a path to conduct the exercise of energy. So a national energy policy was established in 2010, and that was just around the time when the world had gone into the global financial crisis, somewhere in 2008, when we saw oil prices spiraling to probably the high point, what we say the all-time high of prices at about 147, 48 US dollars per barrel. So that policy paper, the national energy policy, was really, it was a sort of knee-jerk reaction to a certain extent, but to continue on the initiatives which were started before, and to crystallize it and to formalize it and institutionalize it, and to say, here is the vehicle to proceed. Soon after 2010, 2011, the government left office, and I must commend the succeeding minister who at the time undertook and championed the cause for renewable energy, for climate reaction, climate change, and all of those correlated subjects which he undertook in his capacity as minister. And I speak of the chairman of CSEF, Mr. Jimmy Fletcher. So he undertook that charge and was indeed very passionate in promoting it. And it was during his time when he observed and appreciated the fact that the model of operations of the electricity company, which was privately owned or is privately owned with, of course, some shares being owned by the government, the National Insurance Corporation, and the local authority, the Castries City Corporation, he was able to make certain inroads in terms of having an amendment done sometime in 2015 to allow for an approach that would prepare the utility and prepare the nation moving into a new environment for energy sustainability and efficiency. It was also during that time, and on my return to office in 2016, that the National Utility Regulatory Commission was established so as to bring that independent entity to regulate prices and to begin to look forward to the overall improvement and, of course, the changes that were necessary in the 16. The multi-sectorial body regulator, the National Utilities Regulatory Commission, was established, and it was estimated that to regulate utility supply services and to facilitate market performance and reforms in the sector. So it was a bundle of different initiatives just to create the right environment as we march forward with our commitment to undertaking the necessary policies in developing and bolstering the renewable energy market in St. Lucia. Meanwhile, the government has confirmed, and successive governments have confirmed the recommitment to the energy policies. In 2020 thereabout, the government of St. Lucia reaffirmed this commitment to the nationally determined contributions, which of course, as Jimmy indicated early on, more or less speaks to the international framework within which we operate to create that national environment for climate action, dealing with matters of climate change, responding to energy efficiency and renewable energy, and being able to provide the hope and the opportunity of an environment where through the renewable energy process that the government would have been able and the country would have been able to reduce production costs, which is indeed one of the highest elements of productivity in St. Lucia, manufacturing, etc. The cost of electricity seemed to be a mitigating factor. So in 2020, thereabout, the renewal and the recommitment to the NDCs was established, and the intention was to reduce 7% of greenhouse gases emissions in electricity and the transportation sector. Two sectors, electricity and transportation. 7% a commitment to reducing greenhouse gases. In addition, significant scale-up of renewable energy was envisioned under the National Energy Transition Strategy, which was established in 2017. So apart from the National Energy Policy, we came with the National Energy Transition Strategy. How do you move to total energy independence? How do you move to energy sustainability? And so that strategy dealt with the various elements that we thought St. Lucia could have escalated its energy program. So in there, we spoke of an energy mix. What is the energy mix? Wind, solar, geothermal, and as we move on, there are different other elements and different other strategies which we thought we could look at moving forward. As we speak, solar has taken off to the extent that the utility company itself has gotten into the investment of solar by the establishment of a 3 megawatt plant in the south of the island. Not too long ago, 2 years ago, we were speaking through IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency. We were speaking of the potential of identifying an investor in wind energy. In fact, before there was an investor, again during Mr. Fletcher's time, who looked at the possibility of establishing a wind farm in St. Lucia, but unfortunately, he died in an aircraft accident. So wind energy, we're looking at it, and then the renewable energy development program, which I'll speak to a little later. Then, as we move towards sustaining the national determined contributions, we're looking at transportation, buildings, and electricity as some of the areas that we can move on with. And it includes the demand side energy efficiency and renewable energy investments. So if as I speak, you'd notice that it is a gamut of initiatives which we have been continuing for some time now. And to my own thinking and conclusion, whereas we have been able to set the strategy, the policy, develop the strategy, and identify the elements that we wish to pursue, the progress has been extremely slow. The policy which was outlined under the strategy called for a target of 35% electricity generated from renewable sources by 2025 and 50% by the year 2030. Now, some doubt probably that we may not reach those targets. And I believe it is now a time for a total recommitment to the cause and to invest in the restructuring, looking at the legislation, etc., beefing up the capacity and the capacity gaps which we have within the energy unit in St. Lucia. Notwithstanding all of those challenges, and those are challenges not only experienced by St. Lucia, but experienced by some of our brothers and sisters around in our journey towards energy efficiency. The cabinet has demonstrated its full commitment to this initiative. We have revised now the national energy policy. The first policy was 2017. We've revised it at this time, and it visualizes the future, 2023, 2030. Where are we heading to by 2023, between now and 2030? What is likely to be the environment within which we are operating? And as we speak, to a certain extent, while there's some countries who have moved ahead of us, we believe that some of the initiatives that are necessary to be undertaken, we have benefited from the experiences by those other countries. So in the case of the utility, we are presently concluding revision of the electricity bill, which is en route to cabinet for onward transmission to Parliament. The intention was to have the bill ready by mid-2023, but we felt that there was a need to exhaust all that was necessary to comfort all those who are interested in that sector, which includes the utility company. We have now concluded, and the bill should be going to Parliament, to Cabinet for consideration and onward transmission to the Parliament for enactment. What this will do is that it proposes to improve the legislation, attempts to foster a robust, competitive, and innovative energy market. It simply put, it will open the doors for independent power producers and other renewable energy stakeholders to participate in the energy mix. That in itself will attract potential investors. It will bring people to the table to say, hey, we want to participate in your energy sector and to be able to be an independent power producer, to be able to produce energy, to be able to participate in the grid, to sell to the grid at whatever model that is developed for the production of electricity in the country. So these are underway. We're hoping that it will be acceptable, because what the act looks at is the dismantling to a certain extent of the monopoly, where the power producer generates, distributes, and owns the grid. It means we need to find a model that is dictated by the legislation to allow the utility to be able to continue to generate, not as the sole generator, but as an independent generator, and to allow individuals to be able to generate their own electricity. So in my case, under the amendments that was made to the Electricity Supply Act, it allowed domestics to be able to generate 5 kilowatts of power, while the industries, factories, hotels, 25. The Electricity Act will change that and heighten the threshold to allow for a greater capacity for production and to be able to sell to the grid, to the utility, whether it is a net metering process, buy all, sell all, or otherwise. So these are some of the initiatives that we have undertaken. The issue of we have been, I guess my time is up.
Thank you so much, Minister. Wow, there is so much in your presentation to chew on, but we have to make up some time at this point. I hope that you're all noting your questions, because I think you will all have some questions about all the presentations so far. So we move on to our last presenter for this section, the Honorable Bernarda Brown, Minister of Urban Development, Energy, Seaports Administration and Development, Grenadines Affairs and Local Government, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I bring you warm greetings from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have a relatively low demand for energy. This is primarily due to our small size and lack of industrial or large-scale industrial activities. Our peak demand is about, for St. Vincent's, about 21.5 megawatts, while in the Grenadines collectively, Grenadines is a chain of 32 islands. They collectively use about 2 megawatts of energy. Currently, our country is almost completely dependent on imported petroleum products like gasoline for transportation, diesel for transportation and electricity generation, kerosene and LPG for cooking and industries. This heavy dependence on fossil fuel has made our country, it has placed our country at risk due to fluctuations from the international and global oil prices. And it has also caused some disruptions into our energy supply, which is usually observed during extreme weather events which have occurred throughout the years. I should also note here that our country has been deemed by the World Bank to be one of the most disaster-prone areas or countries in the world. So the energy sector accounted for approximately 68% of SVG's greenhouse gas emissions in 2010. Within this sector, it's approximated that 50% of our emissions can be attributed to electricity production, while 50% through transportation. Although we are one of the minor contributors to greenhouse gases in the world, definitely less than 1%. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have signed on to the Paris Treaty of 2015, COP 2015, which strives to reduce the carbon footprint within the energy sector. We plan to do this through 6 initiatives. This includes to achieve a 15% reduction in national energy consumption compared to business as usual scenario by 2025. The planned measures to achieve this is through retrofitting our street lights nationwide, the creation and the adoption of new building codes geared towards sustainable building designs, as well as the adoption of an energy labeling scheme. 2, we intend to create and adopt new policies that will encourage the use of low emission vehicles through the reduction in import duties. This is estimated to result in avoided emissions of approximately 10% by 2025. 3, to achieve a renewable energy target of 80% electricity generation by 2025. We're almost there. In 2015, only about 20% of our electricity was generated through renewable energy means. The National Determined Contribution, NDC targets are currently being reviewed and will be updated. The revision of the SVG National Energy Policy and Action Plan works are ongoing on that, and it's expected to continue into 2024. And finally, through the installation of solar PV systems and possible battery storage at critical government infrastructures, healthcare facilities, including clinics, hospitals, but police stations and schools as well. This is expected to continue into 2024. So in terms of our energy transition, hydroelectricity, the island has long utilized this means as a way to generate power. It is estimated that we are able to generate about 5.7 megawatts through hydroelectric plants. We have 3 that are located throughout the country. The impact of climate change, however, on hydro energy production is a cause of major concern. Over the years, the dry spells during the dry weather has affected our ability to produce hydroelectricity. I should also mention here at this point that we are currently in the rainy season, but this rainy season saw lower rainfall compared to previous years. So that has also affected our ability to use hydro during the wet season this year. In terms of geothermal, the possibility of utilizing geothermal energy for electricity production in St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been explored since the 1990s. In 2012, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we entered into a partnership to develop the indigenous geothermal resource. It was estimated that if successful, we would have been able to add 10 to 15 megawatts of power to our existing grid through geothermal. 3 production size directionally drilled exploration wells were completed between 2019 and 2020. And although we were able to reach temperatures that exceeded 150 to 200 degrees Celsius, well simulation revealed that we had a permeability issue in 3 of the wells. The government, we are currently seeking investors to come in and use and explore other sources or other technologies that we might be able to harness this geothermal energy nonetheless. In terms of energy efficiency, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, through the energy unit, have been actively pursuing the means of reducing the national energy consumption through energy efficiency interventions. Inefficient air conditioners, lighting systems were replaced in the government's main administration building in 2012. And a nationwide public awareness campaign was conducted, educating Vincentians on the many ways that they can save and conserve energy. Most recently, the Sustainable Energy for the Eastern Caribbean Energy Efficiency and Solar PV project, co-financed by CDB and the European Union Caribbean Investment Facility, UECIF, and the UK DFID Fund, together with the national utility company VIII, they retrofitted street lights within the country, reflecting a cost savings about $1.45 million to our government. Through this SEC project, we were able to do energy audits on over 20 of our buildings in and around Kingston. And based on the available funding, 7 buildings were selected for energy efficiency interventions, with priority being given to those that consume the highest levels of energy. These interventions included the improvement of the AC system within the buildings, improvement of the lighting systems which existed within the buildings, and as well as the installation of a 150 kilowatt PV system, which would be able to generate power and offset some of the costs associated with running the buildings. Electric and hybrid vehicles presently present a significant opportunity for us to decarbonize our transport sector, particularly when coupled with renewable energy. However, despite the long-term benefits and the initial procurement costs of electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, that is seen as a deterrent, so we don't have many on island. As such, the government, through the energy unit, is seeking to address this challenge through the retrofitting of internal combustion vehicles to electric vehicles in the country. In a feasibility study that was initiated through the energy transition in the Caribbean, this study analyzed the feasibility of retrofitting private, public, and commercial vehicles within St. Vincent and the Grenadines, recognizing the value chain for retrofitting vehicles with only develop when specific technical and policy conditions are met. The following outputs would be delivered: an updated inventory of energy and electricity mixes, as well as reviewing existing policies for sustainable transportation. A feasibility study of retrofitted vehicles, investigating the technical, economic, environment aspects of retrofit, as well as identifying policy retrofits to establish a successful retrofit value chain. In terms of solar energy, in recent years, several decentralizing solar PV plants have been developed throughout the country to both reduce the reliance on imported energy and to strengthen energy security in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. With a total installed of 3.5 megawatt, it is estimated 9% of the country's peak demand. The AIA, the Argyle International Airport, is currently home to one of our largest solar farms in St. Vincent. Given its annual energy consumption with an installed capacity of 597 kilowatt of PV, and through the SEC project, an additional 600 kilowatt of solar PV would be added to the existing farm this year. To date, a total of $2.3 million have been spent on these projects. Electricity supplied in the Grenadines pre-2019 was mostly done through diesel generation. Recommendations as part of the National Electrical Transition Strategy were developed to install solar and storage system on each of 4 of our Grenadine islands served by VIII, in an effort to reduce the operating cost by 25% in the Grenadines. A preliminary microgrid analysis for the Grenadines was completed, which utilized the hybrid optimization model for multiple energy resources software using load and diesel generation provided by VIII. Yes. The results of this analysis demonstrated the potential for decreasing and leveling the cost of energy for the electrical system for each of these 4 islands served by VIII. The project has thus far been implemented in 2 of the islands with a combined cost of $1.75 million in additional funding being sought for Beckway and for Canawan. Although additional funding is required, the government of St. Vincent and Grenadines soon hopes to undertake the implementation of the project in Beckway, which proposes a 3 megawatt solar PV system with 7 megawatt lithium-ion battery storage capacity integrated within the existing diesel plant. To date, the government has received a pre-loan approval of $10 million from the Abu Dhabi Development Fund for the construction of this plant. In terms of energy resilience, the last Soufrière volcanic eruption caused significant damage to the power infrastructure in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, particularly in the red zones. Additionally, large amounts of ashfall as well as ongoing threats of lahars during the period of heavy rainfall will continue to pose a threat to VINLEC's infrastructure, in particular the hydro infrastructure. This has resulted in a reliance on diesel-based electricity, leading to higher emissions and electric costs. There is greater need than before to incorporate distributed and decentralized energy sources with battery storage throughout the island, particularly in the areas where there is high risk. I realize my time is up, so before my mic gets cut, I'm going to conclude. Oh, the battery ran out, okay. So the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, through our energy unit, continues to pursue the means to strengthen our indigenous energy sector by seeking out international funding for the implementation of renewable energy technologies. Additionally, by enhancing other such legislation policies, such as the amendment to the Electrical Supply Act and the adoption of and low emission vehicle policy would drive the private sector to embrace the country's goals of establishing a sustainable economy. These not only speak to SDG 7, access to affordable and clean energy, but also to SDG 11 and 13, sustainable cities and communities and climate change, respectively. I thank you.
I was trying to avoid that. That's why I came to the lectern so that they could. It's on now. Let's see if you have more luck with that microphone than I do. Maybe it's a gentleman thing. Let me see. Let's see. Try. No luck. Okay. Mr. Murphy is active this morning. Murphy's Law, he's very much present in the room this morning, but we're going to ask him to exit the room. We're going to ask him to leave the room. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but there was just so much in these presentations. You know, I feel like a sponge. My colleague communicator said earlier today that, you know, she's the newbie in the room when it comes to these issues. I'm also a newbie, but I found that there was so much. My head is just, in Jamaica, we say your head is growing. My head is just growing with all the information. But there's certain basic questions I want to ask all members of the panel. Basically, tell us, where are we now? Where do we want to go? And how are we going to get there? Who is going to start? The one with the mic.
Okay, so I guess that's me. I like the fact that you pick up on the point about education. And I think that educating everyone is a great starting point because, as have been mentioned by almost everyone, the whole cost associated with switching to renewable energy, that is a major deterrent for people actually jumping in and getting started. But in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I am new as the Minister of Urban Energy and I'm new in the role of Senator. But my perspective that I'm bringing to this thing is that we need a cultural change and we need it to happen from young. So I was speaking to my Director of Energy and other technocrats in the room who have more knowledge than me. And I was speaking about the importance of even adding renewable energy components to schools to get the children as young as possible into and involved into this transition that's happening, because we're not only making the transition for us now, we're making it for future generations. So we need to educate the present and the future generations as quickly as possible. I recently came back from Taiwan and I've been seeing that they have taken the step of education to be a big step in their transition process. And I'm hoping that I can bring back some of the lessons I would have learned there to St. Vincent for us to dive into this full transition. But to me, a major component is educating everyone about the importance that this plays on their life.
Thank you. Minister Maynard, are you comfortable with where you are at
I
this
guess you
point?
don't want me to speak, right?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please go right ahead.
Yes. So from my end, I believe we have put in place the infrastructure, okay, in terms of the environment, the enabling environment. We're now moving into what we call the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan. And the government itself, as I said early on, has indicated a commitment in many facets. On the area of vehicles, we provide 100% exemptions on vehicles and other supplies in the renewable energy sector and electrification of vehicles. 100% duty-free on all electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. So in my case, I ordered a vehicle. When it came in, I thought I needed to apply for the parliamentarians' concession. I didn't have to do that because the vehicle was duty-free. It's a hybrid vehicle. So we have put in those measures in place, commitments to demonstrate our belief in the way forward. But for me, some of the things I think we need to do to commit ourselves to diversification of the energy sector, doing all of the things that we talk about. You know, Fletcher said that we talk a lot, but we need to put our shoulders to the wheels and get this done. The other one is to deal with the matter of government policies and incentives. If we are to encourage the people to participate and to get involved, then we must make the investment by foregoing the revenues that we would have derived from the importation of whether it's hybrid vehicles, the air conditioning units, you just name it, a gamut of initiatives. And then the energy efficiency program to fulfill it, and most importantly, is the decarbonization of the transport sector, which we all have spoken about, the energy storage, because you cannot just build the renewable without having storage systems. And finally, what you just said early on, the public awareness and education program. We believe it is a commitment, we believe in it, that what CARICOM and the island should do is to utilize particularly the Energy Month, November, to propagate that message to our people, our school children, the mothers and fathers, the households, to get them to make that transition and to embrace the energy policy that we all are doing. For us in St. Lucia particularly, it is important that we do that because while we promote the Renewable Energy Development Program through the World Bank with a $21 million investment for geothermal, we have a peculiar situation where there are people within the environment, within the locations where that activity should take place, have their own superstitious belief about geothermal. In fact, in one of our administrations, one particular minister said he did not believe in it. So we have that challenge, and education, public relations is really the way to go.
Right. It's critically important because, there's a Jamaican song which talks about a broke pocket man will cut down every tree simply because he has to get some coal to provide fuel, to cook food, or to sell to make money for his family. So if people don't understand, then they're not going to participate in the process. Minister.
Right. So you were about to ask me a question. I don't know.
How comfortable are you
Right.
in terms of your own country, in terms of where you are now? And what has been the biggest hurdle? What has been the impediment in terms of getting you to where you want to go in terms of the sustainability?
Right. So how comfortable? I'm not particularly comfortable because I think realistically we could have been a bit further given our size. Our size is actually an advantage in order to get to do some of the things that we needed to do. I think what was perhaps missing before that you asked what a particular hurdle, I don't know if there was sufficient political will to realize that this is a critical issue that needs the attention of the government and the resources to be channeled towards this. But I believe that there is now the political will, and I think that that will be a driving force. In terms of where we are already at the stage where all solar equipment is duty-free. So anyone who wishes to invest in a renewable energy plant can do so without the burden of the taxes. But we now have to extend that to the transport sector through the electric vehicles, etc. And so I think the political will is there now. The Prime Minister in particular and the entire cabinet is fully supportive that energy is our critical issue. We have identified as part of our sustainable development goals that energy, water, food are our critical items, and so the cabinet is intent on supporting. So as long as that will is there, that political will is there, I anticipate that we should see some huge expansion in our efforts over the next couple of years.
And this is just a general question I would ask all of you and ask everybody else in the room. Do we think in the region the political will is there? Yes? No? Okay, nobody wants to get into trouble this morning? Okay, fine. The cameras won't catch you. The cameras are pointed this way. Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel compelled to give some remarks on these questions because I think that it leaves us as ministers and as members and employees in the various organizations, a bit of introspection. If we are honest, I would say that we are at a crossroad. We are at crossroads. You've heard from every one of us, our energy infrastructure is heavily reliant on imported fossil fuel. It is not economically sustainable and it is not environmentally sustainable either. Where do we want to go? Is that transition? And St. Vincent and the Grenadines really delve into that aspect of what I believe, and I'm trying to be very conservative with my response. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines delve into an aspect that I don't find attractive in relation to the whole climate discussion. I feel as though I've been the minister for 18 months, so myself and St. Vincent were fairly new. And I feel like this whole conversation, the energy conversation, the climate conversation, has become so much of an intellectual academic exercise. And there is need for us that if we want to transition to a sustainable and resilient future, we definitely have to spend most of our time on the ground, communicating with the grassroots. So for me, that is where I would love to see my country. That is the approach my PS and my staff at the ministry, we have talked about, because we are going into budget, as to how do we take the ministry outside the walls of the complex, the ministerial complex, outside of the international dialogue and stage, and how do we get that message? How do we break down the language of all of those ambitious targets for the ordinary man and the ordinary woman can understand?
I'm very glad you said that, because actually the next question I was going to ask, and this is a question for anybody on the panel and anybody in the room. The question is simple. Are the end users, let's say the transport sector and other sectors, are they sufficiently invested in the discussions about sustainable energy, or is it really just at the ministerial level? Are they sufficiently invested? Are they sufficiently involved in these discussions?
Yeah.
And we have a wrap-up signal. So who's going to answer that question?
So let me attempt to answer the question. First and foremost, I believe that there is a demonstrated commitment on the part of governments, supported by some of the regional institutions. And we must commend the work being done by SICRI to give support. CARICOM has a program. The OACS has the Solar Challenge program intended to promote the whole idea. For the magnitude of our commitment varies. So based on who is in government, based on the passion, based on on the ability and the knowledge of the subject area, then you may have one minister who is pushing it more than another. But generally, there is a commitment, a commitment towards the cause, and you'd see it throughout the period of each government undertaking certain things. What we have to be careful about is in the process of education. And I've constantly said that while we are promoting sustainable and renewable energy, we must be able to control the narrative. There are people who believe that with renewable energy, the price of energy will go to zero, will get to zero. But we also have to think of the fact that the utilities who now control the grid, they've got that grid investment to maintain. And if everybody go solar and renewable, who is going to maintain the grid? What renewable energy, I believe, I'm convinced, will do, not necessarily to reduce the cost of electricity or energy by 75%, but to stabilize the price of energy, to stabilize it and to make it more affordable to all and sundry within the market.
Thank you very much. All right, I have another question. Now, the ambition to become producers and exporters of hydrogen and other green fuels and commodities, how far are we on that pathway? I know it's an ambition, but how far are we on the pathway? It can be any of the experts in the audience. It can be a member of the panel. Or is it still just at ambition stage? Still just at ambition stage. Any projections? Still just ambition. Okay. So I'm sure the next time we have a meeting, we'll move past ambition and started towards policy and strategy.
I do believe, though, that there has been, I don't know if anyone can elaborate further, but there has already been agreements between some sectors of Trinidad with Dominica, for instance, on how they will offtake the creation of hydrogen, if I'm not mistaken. And as we look at geothermal in Nevis, in the St. Kitts and Nevis context, we have identified that this is one of the ways that we can package the excess energy that we have. So we are doing our groundwork now in terms of how is it we're going to take advantage of the excess, the potential excess renewable energy that we have. However, I was elated to see the contribution this morning from the professor, John Paul, I think is his name, on the advancement of where hydrogen power is going. And that provides some real excitement that we are going to have a market to offload this tremendous amount of potential that we have in the Eastern Caribbean in particular.
Thank you very much. Yes, questions from the floor? Is there a microphone? Or may I borrow a microphone?
Thank you. It isn't so much a question, but kind of like a word of caution to Minister James. And I think you have the ideal person to advise you on it. The splitting of the energy portfolio into one minister, in this case, the PM handling the utility and then you handling renewable energy, will cause confusion. It's already, as you're saying, and I know that's a decision above your pay grade. I know the PM is the one who determines his cabinet. But it was done to Minister King between 2016 and I think 2019. He was responsible for the utility and another minister was responsible for energy policy and renewable energy. It caused no end of confusion in St. Lucia until eventually the two portfolios had to be combined under him. And then you saw some sanity in that portfolio because it also confuses the development partners. They don't know who to go to. And, you know, so just maybe a conversation for you to have quietly with your PM for some kind of rationalization of that portfolio, because the experience we had in Minister King is much better placed than I am to tell you what problems he had, but it doesn't work well. Thanks.
We have another question from the floor. Would you like to play relay with play baton and the baton over to the speaker? Oh, there's another microphone coming.
Madam Moderator, I notice you've been treading very carefully in your questioning. but I want to be a little more direct. I wonder how serious some of our governments are with respect to the introduction of renewable energy. Over the years, I've spent 33 and a half years in the utility business. And I've gotten probably hundreds of millions of dollars in loan to buy diesel engines. But when it comes to renewable energy, governments are looking for grants. How many utilities have seriously invested in loans to install renewable energy? How many governments have sought loans or investors to install renewable energy projects? Perhaps it's a question I have. Perhaps after I hear an answer, probably may say more, but there isn't time for that. So I think there is, in my view, a lackluster approach towards rail. There's a lot of talk, and you hear there are grant monies out there. We should do this, we should do that, but how many? And maybe one or two of the ministers here or somebody in the audience may wish to perhaps give an indication of what sort of investment utilities and governments have made with respect to loans and investment for renewable energy, direct investment. Thank you.
Sorry, before you sit, can you just give your name and where you represent?
Oh, my name is Thornley Myers. I am now retired Chief Executive Officer of St. Vincent Electricity Services, but perhaps that's why I can speak like this. But I've spent, as I said, over 33 years in the utility business, and I've been around the region. I spent 18 and a half years as the Chief Executive Officer of St. Vincent Electricity Services. My current role is the Vice Chair of CSEF. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have to wrap this session up, ladies and gentlemen, but how do we move from plans and policies to strategies to execution? Because I keep hearing, oh, we have the plans in place, we have the policies in place, but we have been slow off the mark. So how are we going to move from plans and policies and strategies to actual execution? That is one. And one of the framers of the US Constitution, Benjamin Franklin, he said, we must indeed all hang together, or more assuredly, we'll hang separately. So how are we as a region, how are we going to support each other, collaborate, move together, share resources, share knowledge, share finances, share plans, share the execution strategies to ensure that we achieve that sustainable future that we want? And that sustainable future, we may not be the beneficiaries of it. It's going to be our children and our children's children. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I want to thank our panelists.
Sorry, we can't leave the gentleman hanging just like that.
Sorry, I didn't see his hand.
Yes, so we'd want to just respond very quickly to that. And says, I am aware that in territories, people are making those moves. I can speak for St. Kitts and Nevis, where we are actively seeking investors. And as I said, very shortly, we will make an announcement on to close one such deal. But we're now preparing ourselves to invite investments for further renewable energy projects. Additionally, I want to add that I think some of what has been missing in the region, I think Dr. Fletcher said it last evening, energy champions. Now, some of you may or may not know, I'm an electrical and computer engineer. So in my role as Minister of Energy, it would be a shame if I oversee my ministry and don't make that transition, because this is what my background is. Secondly, I'm also a Calypsonian who has sang about these issues before attaining political office. In fact, those songs may have gotten me to where I am today. And so it is incumbent upon me to ensure that the things that I sang, now that I'm in a position, that I'm going to do it. So I'm bound by that commitment I've made in my music. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That's a fantastic note on which to end this session. I want to thank our panelists once again, the Honorable Congress Maynard, the Honorable Carrie Ann James, Senior Minister, Honorable Stephen King,
and the Honorable Benarva Brownie. Thank you all so much. Let the conversations continue, please, in the hallways, in the corridors. We must continue the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. How was that?
Okay, we're going to go for a short break. 20 minutes. So you can have a 20-minute coffee break, do a little networking, and come right back. Thank you.
Wake up, Africa, the time is now. Must be Tanganene, we got to live together.
What we're doing here, as I was saying earlier, is a we are no visionary about the future but that future is very future. So we was creating a people like supposing skills, connecting with people who will help to pave the way for help receive a way for themselves. And one of the things we hope is that this is a new type of future, and that's going to be heavily driven by learning. What are the careers of the future? What are the jobs from the traditional jobs that are going to be seen in the future? That's very interesting. So maybe some of you have actually surveys and all those kinds of other things, but the substantive work is what factors in. So you have an energy plan that was going to be, but you're not this is a lot of successful that's which is going to capture all the things that are necessary, all the things that we still need to do between now and 2030 to be able to reach our targets. And that way, we're focusing on having a just transition, looking at what government policy we think about, storage strategies and these means. And most importantly, things that we talked about is building partnerships with international partners who are going to be able to help us to deliver the targets that we set for ourselves. So that's where we are. So if I were to use solar as a illustration, I would say well. So one, for example, even if we get to solar specifically, the challenge with transition over into greenhouse. We've already started very much that kind of project, and we're not moving to more projects. In terms of solar PV, we have a transition plan 333 megawatts of solar PV by 2030. We are in 2023, we are in excess of that already in the pipeline and approved. So in terms of solar, we're very much along the way. In terms of government buildings, very much along the way. Electric fleet, we have the largest electric fleet for public transportation anywhere in the Caribbean. So again, we're expanding that even more and we're focusing on in regional government and private activity in one trajectory. Where we still need to spend some time is the expansion of wind. So we only have probably less than 200 megawatts of wind on the system, whereas we're anticipating that we'll need a lot more than that. So we're looking to same thing with battery storage and biomass. Those are the areas where we're lagging a little bit, but we expect to see that turn. First, inclusion of hydrogen, which has not been ordered before, but we are ongoing that as well.
We got to live together. We are one. We are one. wanna see the world and do everything I've heard. When I'm with you, it feels so good. Tell me when it's time to go. Tell me if it's time to breathe. You're the only one that knows there's a voice inside of me. Tell me when it's time to go. Tell me when it's time to breathe. You're the only one that knows there's a voice. It's so hard. It's someone that don't love you back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to restart the proceedings. We had a really great discussion this morning, and we expect this period to be just as, enlightening, and the discussions to be fiery and motivating.
Across the region. Roughly 12 years ago, Xavier and I entered the renewable energy and electric mobility space. Guess that made me about 8 years old at the time. Our early project consisted of developing distributed solar and developing and operating public charging infrastructure for governments and utilities in Canada. As if that wasn't challenging enough, as Jamaican Canadians, we saw the Caribbean, our home, as a market that was primed for electric mobility. It was also an excuse for us to not have to endure another harsh Canadian winter. When aggregated, the Caribbean has about the same population as Canada. Short driving distances reduce the need for large capital investments in public charging infrastructure. Stable, warm temperatures are great for current battery technology, and we're rich with renewable energy. It's not lost on us that the true value of e-mobility is unlocked when tied to renewables. Flash Motors' relationship with Wigton Wind Farm is strategic. At 25%, the transport sector ranks in the top 3 in emissions profiles in most countries across the region. The bulk of that 25% is land transport. The continual evolution of battery technology and hydrogen applications of e-mobility make e-mobility lighter and more energy dense, promising future commercial viable opportunities to transition air and sea transport. That said, land transport carries a strong value proposition today. Transport is the backbone of developing economies. We rely on transport for the movement of goods and in the movement of people to work and children to school. Even if we think we have time to make the transition, we don't. Most vehicle manufacturers have announced a clear break from ICE vehicles in favor of pure battery electric vehicle drivetrains by the end of 2030. We are at risk of becoming a dumping ground of antiquated, polluting technology if we don't prepare ourselves. This will require united effort from government as policymakers and regulators, utilities to ensure energy demand strategy support, and the private sector to drive innovation to address the challenges ahead. Forums like these present an opportunity to bring all stakeholders together, so let's make the best of it. The transition doesn't come without its challenges, but these challenges present opportunities. Batteries are notoriously difficult to dispose of. Perhaps we shouldn't dispose of them at all. There are opportunities to repurpose end-of-life batteries in EVs as stationary storage, perhaps a way to establish resiliency. Further, 90% of the raw materials that compose a battery can be reused in new batteries at end of life. These concepts are easier said than done, but we can get the wheels turning now to prepare ourselves for the future. There's a saying that goes, the first one through the door gets shot. So perhaps, thankfully, we're not the first ones in. We can look to global examples in Asia and the Americas to provide examples while fine-tuning to the nuances of the local context. The region is still early in the days of transition. Using Jamaica as an example, of the nearly 50,000 vehicles imported to Jamaica last year, we account for just over 100 full battery electric vehicles on the road in total. The supply chain is beginning to permit meaningful supply into the market. Infrastructure, policy, and incentives are in place in countries like Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, Bermuda, Barbados, Bahamas, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, and St. Lucia, just to name a few. It is our belief that the Caribbean can be the most advanced region for e-mobility in the world if the region works collaboratively. Our esteemed panel today will further expound on electric vehicles in the global and Caribbean context. So again, we're here today. We have all stakeholders. We have governments. We have the utility, and we have the private sector. We had a session yesterday where we spoke about standardization as well as supply chain, and it really yielded great discussion. We actually have some projects that we believe are going to be yielded out of those early conversations. We want to use the rest of this conference today to continue to explore opportunities with those stakeholders. And again, we're going to be joined by a panel today that can really talk about the global context of electric vehicles as well as the applications within the region. Again, thank you for being here today. We are electric mobility advocates, and we're looking for everybody in the room today to further that mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Isn't it wonderful to have the public sector so engaged and so driving a sector other than like having the government trying to pull them along? It's really wonderful. This section is called Electrifying the Transport Sector, Current State and Outlook, and it is being moderated by none other than Mr. Joseph Cox, the Assistant Secretary General for Economic Integration, Innovation and Development at CARICOM Secretariat.
We don't need any more than that. That's sufficient. Good afternoon. Good. I forget, Anna. It's still morning. Still morning. Good morning, everybody. Let me invite our panel to join me on stage here. Dr. Piyush Verma, who is a senior governance expert for energy at the United Nations Development Program, and he'll be giving us a global perspective. Regional perspective will be led by Dr. Curtis Boudou, chairman of the Regional Electric Vehicles Working Group, an associate professor of electrical engineering at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, to give us perspective from Antigua and Barbuda. The Honorable Melford Nicholas, who is the Minister of Information, Communications, Technologies, Utilities, and Energy. And last but by no means least, from Belize, the Honorable Rodwell Ferguson, Minister of Youth, Sports, and Transport. Now, where is he? Now, gentlemen, I wish we had gender balance. I'm tempted to call Pam up here, but anyway. Gentlemen, quick rules of engagement. So that small clock there, each of you have been asked to give us roughly up to a maximum of 10 minutes. A presentation from your perspective in terms of the global issue, regional issue, and of course, country positions. I'll ask you to do that for us, starting with Dr. Verma. Lead us through your submissions. So then and after that, we'll get into the discussions. I'll just have it go through seamlessly, and then we'll get to the conversation after that. So Dr. Verma, you can come here if you wish, or sit there if you want. Whichever one, whichever makes you comfortable.
Good morning, everyone.
You're not hearing.
Hello.
Oh, you're coming. All right, you know something in the interest of time, come.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers for giving this opportunity to talk about this work. I'm Piyush Verma, and I'm from UNDP headquarters based in New York. I also wanted to thank you, my colleague here from UNDP Belize, for coordinating all this effort. I'm here today, so thank you for the support. What I'm going to talk about, can we put the presentation? So I look at the whole kind of energy sector and this energy transition from the governance lens. As I said, I'm the senior governance advisor on energy. So what I'm going to talk about in terms of global outlook, especially from the governance lens. So there are no numbers. We have been hearing a lot about the numbers. It's all about how we can get things done. In the previous ministers panels, we heard a lot about the ambition. Moderator emphasized about the how do we move from ambition to action. Okay, and I think I am going to emphasize some of those aspects based on global best practices, how we can get things done, making sure while we don't leave anyone behind. So can you go to the next slide? I can do that from here, I hope. Yeah, okay. So I wanted to put this slide just last night because I think the tagline or punchline that we say for this conference is powering transport. And I wanted to bring here powering, the word powering, it's not just about electrifying, right? It's also, there is another dimension of powering. And I wanted to put that when we talk about powering transport, it's about powering people and powering partnership. These two are very, very critical dimensions when we are talking about powering transport. When we are talking about powering people, and I think the whole night, the last night, the whole discussion around, how do you go to common man? How do you talk about the Everest people? How do you make it affordable? It's about the people. So institutions exist for the people. Institutions need to serve for the people. Policies, we are talking about supporting people. Business model has to support people. Okay, so how do you talk about bringing people at the center of everything that we do? Powering partnership. It's not about the just traditional partnership. It's not just about the role of the Ministry of Energy or the Ministry of Transport. It's about unprecedented partnership that we need to develop to achieve the scale and speed that we need to get on to achieve in a timely fashion, a timely manner that we need to achieve in terms of energy transition for every sector. So we are talking about, when we are talking about powering partnership, it's about, it's not just engineers and technologists, but also you need to talk about, human scientists, behavioral scientists, psychologists, software developers, hardware, algorithm designers. So how do you bring everyone on the table to discuss the challenge and talk about in a language that everybody can, contribute through their own expertise? So I think there is a lot of discussion need to happen on this multi-stakeholder dialogue in an interdisciplinary kind of mindset. And that's what I wanted to bring here up front. Next slide, I wanted to bring here, as I said, from the governance lens. And in this slide, as you can see, so this energy governance framework, we are officially launching it next Wednesday. And because I was here, I had this opportunity, so I thought, okay, I can talk, I can talk to you here. This framework has been developed based on 130 countries' experiences of UNDP on the ground level. For last 3 decades, UNDP has been implementing governance in different sectors: health, climate, environment, gender, broader governance. And based on those, we have extracted these learnings. And as I said, it's about institutions. It's about policies. For example, when we are talking about institutions, we are talking about whole of government approach. Okay, how do you bring a whole of government approach? It's about, as I said, the Department of Energy, Transport, gender equality, like some countries have women empowerment agencies. You talk about, long-term economic development. In the previous panel, we talked about the linkage between energy, food, and water. Okay, so there are separate departments, and it's all those very strong interlinkages. And we need to have more and more dialogue and conversation to identify those interlinkages, because the challenge that we are facing on energy transition, it's a systemic challenge. It's a systemic issue. And to address the systemic issue, you need to develop systemic solution. And that's only happen when you talk about, a collaborative at the kind of strong collaboration at the institutional level. Policies, we are talking about private sector participation. We are talking about how do you bring the marginalized and the vulnerable segment of the population? What kind of policy support are needed, as I talked about, leaving no one behind. So policy and regulatory framework from that aspect. I will go deeper into after this presentation in the discussion. Civic engagement, we are talking about it's co-creation. It's not just about, telling people or delivering policies to the people. How do you bring the people along the whole journey? what are the transport challenges, understand the challenge from people's perspective, and then bring them along while you're developing the solution to bring the ownership. Okay, so we are talking about civic engagement, what kind of platform we need to develop, what kind of medium we need to develop to bring people along, and what kind of language we are also talking about, in what language we need to deliver, so that local, average people can understand. We are talking about independent oversight. And in terms of independent oversight, we are talking about role of parliaments. We are talking about human rights. We are talking about anti-corruption agencies. Yesterday we talked about a lot of procurement and everything. And all these independent agencies, including, for example, consumer protection. It's a new technology, right? How do you build the trust and confidence in the technology? What kind of mechanism you need to have? So we are talking about on independent oversight and what kind of capacity building we need to provide to these institutions. There are some cross-cutting approaches that we have identified, like, I talked about putting people at the center. It's also about the multi-level governance. It's not just about the role of the federal government. How do you bring the subnational authorities along this journey? We are talking about role of digital technologies. We heard about intelligence and innovation yesterday. Okay, so something about how digital technologies can optimize and make the whole transport system more effective and efficient. And then being flexible and adaptive. We are living in an uncertain world, with every day's uncertainty and risk, and technologies are advancing. So how we develop policies, institutions, so that institutions and policies can adapt with the constant innovation, constant change, and constant uncertainty that we are seeing in this world. So this is the framework, basically, that has been developed, as I said, based on 130 countries' experiences. And going back to this, I wanted to take it specific to transport, the approach that UNDP takes. And we call it ASI principle. And this ASI principle is about not just talking about electric vehicles, right? It's about putting this solution in a bigger picture, okay? And this three-step process, avoid, shift, and improve. In avoid, we are talking about, reducing the need for transportation first through smart design solutions. Maybe changing, behaviors. What kind of, other approaches are needed to where the transportation need itself can be reduced? How you can avoid that? Second, we are talking about shifting the transport model. Okay, so when we are talking about shifting, it's about, can we promote walking? Okay, can we promote cycling? Okay, what kind of infrastructure is needed? We are talking about, can we do more support for public transport system? Okay, and then we go towards improving the vehicle and fuel technologies and all this new innovation, technological innovation that we are seeing in this world. So this is a three-step process that UNDP constantly adopting and promoting in all the 170 member countries that we are working on. I wanted to just quickly put these two examples from the region, and specifically in terms of transport. We have got this example from Uruguay, where we have redirected fossil fuel subsidies. We have supported governments on that, redirecting fossil fuel subsidies to reduce the upfront cost of electric buses. And it was a big project. As you can see, the cost of, the green, in the graph, as you can see, the green color, how that the fossil fuel subsidies has been shifted towards the, reducing the upfront cost. And this number, as you can see, which I've highlighted in the bold, 90% increase in 2022 compared to 2021 in terms of electric buses. And just last, another example I wanted to highlight from Paraguay, which is a new project. And there are, the project is aims, around 1,000 electric buses to be, kind of the traditional buses need to be replaced by electric buses over the next 10 years. And this whole kind of, this example is looking at how we can, eliminate the challenges from the financial and economic and legal barriers. So it's a kind of from a systemic perspective. It's an $18 million project. But what I wanted to emphasize here, it's about blended finance. It's not just about the grant, it's not just about the public, kind of the public financial system, but it's a combination of financial solution and how that can be leveraged. And with that, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Verma. Now we'll quickly transition to Dr. Curtis Boudou, who will give us his presentation. You're joining us here, or are you staying there? Well, come. Let's have your seconds out.
Thank you very much, ASG Cox. Can my presentation be loaded, please? Right, next slide. Oh. Right, so my presentation will focus on a regional perspective as it relates to electric vehicles. My good colleague would have done an excellent job looking at the international perspective. So emissions in the transportation sector would have steadily risen over the past 20 years for the region. Of course, emissions in the transportation sector are dominated by the larger countries, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and Haiti. But as the Honorable Minister for Grenada would have presented some data early in the session before, it highlights the costs of the importation of fuel, not only for as it relates to emissions, but higher importation costs. So even for the smaller islands, we do have a significant percentage of energy going towards transportation, and that energy, of course, is imported liquid transportation fuel. So if you look at the energy balance for these selected countries that I have, on top, on the right-hand side, the first part of that Sankey diagram, or you could think about as a pipe, is the transportation sector. And the first example we have, of course, being in Grenada. So the end of energy use for transportation, it's around 40-something%, 43%. It's much smaller in Barbados, but it is a larger segment. For Belize as well, it's in the 40s, and for Jamaica, it's in the 40s. So these two slides really do show the growth in the transportation sector in the region, but it also shows the growth in imported transportation fuels and, of course, the associated emissions. And this is one of the driving forces for the transportation sector being included in our NDCs. And if you do a survey of the NDCs for CARICOM countries, you will notice, especially if you look at the revised NDCs, you will notice specific mention to the transportation sector because of the need to reduce emissions. Of course, there's also the need to reduce the importation of transportation fuel. One of the more aggressive commitments in the NDC, and I'm pleased to say the Honorable Minister for Antigua and Barbuda sits next to me, is in fact Antigua and Barbuda, where they are looking at 100% new vehicle sales to be electric by 2030. There is also a very aggressive commitment made by the government of Barbados, 100% electric or alternative fuel by 2030 as well. So we have a few member states that are making very aggressive commitments in their NDCs in the transportation sector, which is wonderful. If you have a look at what's written in the NDC for Suriname, it's a complete look at the transportation sector. In fact, it does not specify or pick out electric vehicles, but it also looks at urban transportation and encouraging other modes of transportation, which is something we should look at as a region. Belize's NDC as well is quite comprehensive. Of course, it does highlight the need for public transportation and electric buses, but it also highlights the need for proper management of transportation overall. So if we have commitments in our NDCs, then we would have to follow it up with, of course, incentives. And I think the previous panel with the honorable ministers would have touched on this already. This is a collection of different incentives as it relates to electric vehicles in the region. And the incentives, they range in different reduction in taxes. So you would find the more generous countries of Trinidad, Guyana, Montserrat as well, would have had more either completely taxes removed or a large percentage. Other countries have certain levels of taxation removed from EVs, but it's by far not zero rated. I want to focus again from really the leader as it relates to e-mobility in the region, Barbados. In the last panel, the point was made that a number of CARICOM countries, you gain revenue from taxation from transportation fuel. So if you have more electric vehicles, you potentially reducing your use of transportation fuel. You could potentially get less taxes, although this is not something in the short term. It's something you could look at in the long term. But Barbados is looking at implementing 300 Bayesian a year for persons owning an electric vehicle. It's called the Alternative Fuel Levy. So it's a way of addressing the loss in taxation that you would find from transportation fuel. Is it effective? Well, we will have to see as time goes on. But I guess it's an example for the region of is neglected. The transportation sector is neglected most definitely when you look at policies. And this is one of the reasons why the REVS or the Regional Electric Vehicle Strategy was important. This represents the updated information we have, at least from the CSEF, as it relates to EV adoption in the region. Again, the leader, of course, being Barbados, and next to Barbados, we will have the Bahamas. So this is passenger car adoption of light passenger car. So it is my opinion that over the years the adoption rate will have decreased, but the adoption rate still remains relatively low. This is my third one. So the adoption rate remains relatively low, but you should not judge the performance of EV policies just merely on the adoption of EV passenger vehicles at this time. You really should look at the increase over the years, and I believe that we have had significant increases, especially in the recent years, in terms of EV adoption. But what I'm more pleased to say is the adoption of electric buses. Again, this is a slide from at least my knowledge of the region, what's going on in public transportation. And this represents projects that are ongoing, about to start, or promised. And when you think about in 2017, the region had its first electric bus. And in 6 years, we are positioned where the major countries, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, have deployed electric buses and have promises and ongoing projects to have a larger electric bus fleet. And you could see electric buses as well being deployed in a number of the other islands. So this is good because this addresses the equity issue around e-mobility, whereby passenger vehicles are normally excluded from the low-income portion of society. They don't have that ownership. And when you invest in public transport, you do offer the benefits of electric vehicles to the lower income portion of society. In our session yesterday, a number of stakeholders mentioned capacity building. And there are capacity building or TVET or technical vocational courses offered by national TVET institutions in the region. There are a number of them: Trinidad, Barbados, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Antigua and Barbuda as well, and in Belize. But what I can say, at least from my experience, it's not coordinated. So there's room for more coordination and sharing of information as it relates to technical vocational training for e-mobility. And I'm pleased to say this was my last slide.
I thank you. I thank you very much for that, Dr. Budu. Let me move quickly then to get the country perspective from Antigua and Barbuda, who will be led, of course, by the Honorable Melford Nicholas, who is the Minister of Information, Communications, Technologies, Utilities, and Energy. Minister, while I wait for you to set yourself started, I have to say to you, if I am as breathless as I am, just reading the title, how do you manage?
Well, let me say this. They've always said, if you want to get something done, give it to a busy person. And I'm here to channel my friend Jimmy from his presentation, well, his closure last evening and the injunction that he left. We must be doing more. So succinctly, I just want to point out that my colleague here, Mr. Budu, did indicate that Antigua has a program going forward with respect to the e-mobility issues in Antigua. I just really wanted to highlight a few points from the project that we have ongoing at the moment. And it's really referred to in local acronym as a SLIM project, which is a Sustainable Low Emission Mobility Project. And that really is the migration of the government's fleet of vehicles to an EV outcome. We have had some funding from the GCF for building the charging infrastructure within the government ministries, as well as putting solar PV panels on public buildings to facilitate these charging stations. There are a total, up until our last measurement, of about 1,135 vehicles in the government fleet. Of course, Antigua is a small island with a population of 98,000 people. But those vehicles span all of the different types of vehicles, whether they be ambulances, fire engines, utility vehicles, the whole range. At the moment, there are 11 EV vehicles deployed, and one of my departments of government recently received one of those vehicles. The government has further taken the decision that by 2025, we intend to have all of our vehicles as EV vehicles. It's a significant challenge for us, given the physical space in which we have to operate. But that is part of the commitment that we have made with our NDCs. And of course, as Mr. Budu indicated, by 2030, we intend to put some similar restrictions on the importation of ICE vehicles. As Jimmy would have pointed out, we know the definition of the problem. We are already witnessing in each of our territories a lot of dumping of ICE vehicles from elsewhere. And of course, the lower end of our population have grabbed up these goodies because they're able to get, for many persons, first-time car users, vehicle owners, sorry, a cost-effective moderate vehicle without having to go to financing. Most of these vehicles are acquired or purchased by the use of, in some Caribbean countries, we call it susu. In others, we call it box money. But persons are able to acquire their first vehicles. I can safely tell you that the area in my community, in my country that I represent in Parliament, it's a low to middle income community. And when I first got elected nearly 10 years ago, the younger women who were working in the hotel sector used to be complaining about safety and security, lighting of the streets, etc., because they had to use public transportation to get home. And I have seen over the past 6-7 years, more acquisition of their first-time vehicles, and they're certainly able to have access to that. So one of the areas that I know that we haven't yet spoken about as part of the electrification program, what are we going to do with these ICE vehicles in the next 10 to 15 years? Is there a possibility that we could convert some of them to an EV platform? Perhaps it's not so feasible. What are we going to do about the maintenance of the new fleet of vehicles? And I've heard you mention a while ago, Mr. Budu, the whole question of what we're doing in our TVET programs. The auto mechanics who have been for years, for decades, working with diesel and gasoline environments. What are we doing with them? And in my humble estimation, one of the issues that, again, that Jimmy pointed out. I certainly said I was going to challenge you, Jimmy. It's the dichotomy that exists between the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Environment, where in the past, and I think similarly because they have access to funds from the GCF and others in the whole climate change discussion, that many of the projects become cloistered or nested within the whole conversation of the Department of Environment. Having now been appointed the new Minister of Energy for the past 10 months, it is my aim to explode this a little bit and to include more stakeholders. There are not enough incentives for people to come along and to take control of this. If I were to start with a proposition by saying that it is cheaper over a 5-year period to have an EV vehicle than it would be to buy a new vehicle from, let's say, the traditional market, how would I be able to sustain that conversation, and how do I take it forward? How do I get the banks who are funding, who like to fund vehicle purchases? It's a sure bet investment for them. How do I get them on board? What sort of incentives do they need to get from the government, and what sort of incentives do they need to provide to would-be new car purchaser? And these are some of the kinds of things that we have to do in the wider stakeholder consultation. So while the government is taking the lead to convert its fleet of vehicles to EV over the next 2.5 years, the question is, how do we get the rest of the society on board? How do we get it to be a sustainable proposition? Because we know at the end of the day, the ultimate benefit is going to be at the back end when we wean ourselves off of the high cost of fossil fuel energy as we go forward. Even in the public transportation sector, what we have done with the SLIM project, based on the funding that we've had, we have made 2 buses available to both the local privately run bus association to give them a hint as to the improvement in the operational expenses for operating one of these buses, and of course the taxi association as well. But we certainly need to do more in terms of having much more persons in the whole ecosystem to bring them on board, and that's certainly going to be the leadership that my ministry, one of my colleagues is here, and another member from our local transport board is here as well. So we can expect that by the time we come back to this next meeting on the 9th occasion, that we will have a much larger story to tell and more successes in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Nicholas. And let me now transition to Belize, where the Honorable Rodwell Ferguson, Minister of Youth, Sports and Transport, will give us the perspective from Belize.
Well, it's a pleasure representing the country of Belize. I want to hear my fellow panelists and likewise the moderator. Belize have a very large delegation here today. We have also the CEO in the Ministry of Energy and people from the UNDP and other organizations in Belize. And the question is, where do we go from here? Belize is on the mainland of Central America. When I was a child, I used to say Belize is in the heart of the Caribbean basin. When I grew up, I realized the bridge between Central America and the Caribbean. And so we benefit from both fronts, both from Central America and likewise from the Caribbean. But the question is now, what are we going to do with public transportation, especially the buses? We have 190 small bus operators with a population of 400,000 people. But we have contributed to the emission of 46.8% by the public transportation. How are we going to transition now from what we have to EV vehicles? Presently, we have no EV buses in the country of Belize. Hopefully, within a couple of months, we are going to get 2 and then eventually 3 more for a total of 5 through the European Union implemented by UNDP. But as the minister responsible since 2020, I'm trying to talk to my operators to say the time has come for us to transition into EV vehicles. but they are reluctant because they are very small operators. And they are wondering where can they get the money from to go electric buses. And because we are of our proximity to the United States, our operators go to the US through Mexico and purchase buses. Maybe cost 20,000 Belize for them to reach Belize. School buses, which is very uncomfortable for an adult. That's our main transportation service in the country of Belize, using school buses. When I became the minister responsible, I told him it is time for us to transition and change the type of buses. I've become very unpopular amongst them because they are reluctant to change. But fortunately, the consumer want to see the change come. And so they are full and 100% beside what we want to accomplish. Well, for us to reach that objective, then I believe many of the small operators will have to be weeded out. Either go to big operators or government have to take over the system completely if you want to see the transition. Even at the government level, the policy has not been adapted yet to figure how we are going to reduce the cost of bringing the buses into the country when it comes to duty, because duty is an income earner for any government. And our primary objective is to figure out how we can bring EV transportation into the country. But our main industries at one point was agriculture. Agriculture as a whole in our country has declined dramatically, especially citrus, which was always our second income earner, has declined by 95%. So our main driver of the economy right now is tourism and maybe the BPO sector. So we have to figure if these will be able to sustain and maintain a country with 8,867 square miles. When I listen to my brothers from the Caribbean, some of their total land mass is about 68 square miles. So we are 8,867 square miles with 400,000 people. And so as we have to reach out, and everybody is talking about the year 2030, which is only 7 years away. So are we prepared to do a complete transformation of the vehicles in our country by 2030? I listen to some small countries talking about it will be 100% duty exemption. How are we going to recover the losses from duty charge to these vehicles? And I hope the bigger countries are looking at what these small states are going through, because they are enforcing us that the time has come for us to do the transformation because of climate change. But are they willing enough to give us the assistance and the funding to be able to proceed and be able to do the complete transformation? In my country, I said, the buses that run public transportation are maybe 20, 30 years old. And so when you talk about a bus that is EV, it will be a 2023 bus or a 2024. To run an EV bus in Belize costs us about $600,000 Belize. And they are saying, how I'm going to find $600,000 Belize. So I have to engage into a conversation with the banks. But the banks say, I want to commit and assist, but I want to see what have they done with their finances over the last 15 years. Show me how you have accomplished your goal over the last 15 years. Nobody has it because they operate like a little popcorn shop. So it is difficult for them to come and say, this is my financials for the last 15 years. So the banks are reluctant. So I believe in the end result, government, I believe, will have to take it by the hand and say, you know what, I will have to take over the transportation industry in this country if you want to go EV buses. Because the private sector, they are small operators, and you want to see them survive, but we have to meet the challenges that is ahead of us to find a way how we can bring EV vehicles to the country of Belize. Energy innovation, renewable energy. It's a brand new concept for the entire region, but we must adapt it. And while Belize is on the mainland, we are connected to Mexico. So we are interconnection when it comes to electricity. So while we have 48% of our energy by hydro, we receive the rest from Mexico, and they are the ones who buy the fossil fuel, but we still have to purchase fossil fuel for the vehicles. And our vehicles are so outdated that, especially diesel, when you're on the highway, then you see all the black smoke from the back of the buses. It is very dangerous for human consumption. It's very dangerous for us to survive. But as a small country, we need to know what is the next step forward. And I know that we're going to have COP28 in Dubai in a couple of weeks' time. And I hope the bigger countries will find a solution, figure how they can assist the small developing states. This morning, somebody talked about a grant available. But to get the grant, how long will the process take? First, you have to do a concept paper. Then you do a proposal. Then you wait 3 years to maybe see implementation. We have our 5 buses coming in next year through UNDP. That process has been working since maybe 2019. We're in 2023. And so we need to be very careful and conscious that what is the way forward for us as small developing states? Because the world is going ahead of us. I was in Taiwan a couple of days ago, and they committed by 2040, all their motor vehicles that is combustion will be, I don't know where they are going to left them, or am I going to dump them as small states, but they'll go fully electric come 2040. And they'll go fully emission-free come 2050. Can we say the same as small states in the Caribbean? So we definitely need the support of industrialized states, of big countries, and as a package to figure out how they can support us as small states. I spoke to the Minister of Energy. She has so many portfolios. I remember on the energy, Miss Brown from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we were in Taiwan together. And they are also wondering what is the way forward as a small state. As I listened this morning, everybody had the same concerns. So there must be some collaboration amongst ourselves to challenge these big nations and figure out how the assistance can come, not 3-4 years from now. It has to be almost very soon. Because if 2030, there'll be no more manufacture of combustion engine. What are we going to do? We're going to be left behind. We're going to be forced to figure out how we can go electric. But it's a very difficult task for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, I'm hopeful that this will continue as a dialogue, as a conversation amongst ourselves, and figure out how we can survive in these difficult times. My government is trying, but with a debt to GDP, it was 130% 3 years ago. It has come down to 63%, but we are still doing our best to survive these challenging times. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Ferguson. And ladies and gentlemen, as we transition now to our panel discussion session, well, I listened to Minister Ferguson, and what came in my mind, yes, there are challenges at the country, national level. All countries, or no country, as I keep saying, at the same stage of development throughout the region. So you have unique challenges, and you have challenges, other challenges that will come to bear. But we have to recognize that if we start the transition to EVs over the next 20 years could save the region by $2.2 billion US. Question, however, for the entire panel, there has been a slowdown in production by GM, by some of the larger producers overseas. No question about that. There are teething problems. They having the EU raising issues about them looking to the likelihood of tariffs, increased tariffs, to deal with some of the competition from China. You mentioned the issue. You mentioned, Minister Nicholas, the issue about the already dumping vehicles in the region. What are the safeguards that we are putting in place to ensure that one, the transition happens not only within a timely interval, but in a sustainable manner? Because nonetheless, we still have, I mean, I was amazed yesterday, I was here in Jamaica, imports less than 500 EVs per year out of an importation of 50,000 cars. That means you still have 45,000, or 49,500 ICE vehicles on the road. What are we going to do with that? What are we doing? Good.
Well, while I was here and having this discussion, I was taking some notes myself for further consideration back home. I met two colleagues from one of the exhibitors outside last evening, and two of them were from Trinidad. And I said to one of them, which one of you, I said to them, which one of you is from Chaguanas? And one put up his hand. I don't think he's in the house. But I have had some visits to Trinidad, and I've noticed that in Chaguanas in particular, they have an industry that facilitates in rebuilding vehicles and cutting vehicles up. I also am aware that they have the ability to smelt old metals and send them on to Brazil. And so there is a byproduct of all of this, because I don't think that the amount of vehicles that we have are going to be comfortably placed in our landfills, even with the best intentions. So I think the material that comes from the wastage, from the end, from the end of the road for ICE vehicles, we have to see an industrial proposition at the end of it. And even if at the end of the day, all we do is recover the costs of getting rid of the surplus material. That's one way of looking at it. The other aspect in terms of how do we accelerate, I really do believe that there is a lot of stakeholder consultation. I remember the two persons who were speaking this morning, the persons who had hosted the meetings had indicated that there's a need for communication. And when I look at the challenge that we have, some of the persons back home who are excluded from the discussion, we have to get the conversation moved from just this kind of circle and move it to where the banks perhaps maybe would be given certain types of other incentives if they were maybe on taxes, if they were to be able to give even greater incentive by a change in the interest rates that they would charge for an ICE vehicle as opposed to an EV vehicle. We have a number of car dealers, and I'm told that the traditional supply chains where they have dealerships with Nissan or Suzuki, they may not be able to get into that feed system. So perhaps maybe where there is an adequate supply, why can't they diversify and have a BYD or MG from China? The fact of the matter is, I don't think enough sensitization has been done in some of our markets for everyone to see the proposition that at the end of the road, the government saves on having to spend 30% of our GDP on fuel, where there's going to be the likelihood that when there are skirmishes like taking place in two parts of the world, that is going to have an impact on us. During COVID, I can tell you that we had to give, somebody asked earlier today, we had to give significant subsidies to the public transportation system to keep prices low for those persons who were utilizing it. So there are a number of things that we can do, and I am certainly proposing to go back home to implement some of them. And let me just tout the importance of a meeting like this, because for each of the ministers, I'm in the job now for 10 months, and this gives me an opportunity to increase my own learning curve. And having to rub shoulders here with a number of experts, I am going to be able to tap into a number of technical resources that I've met here. So I think this is good purpose.
Just two very quick thoughts and following what just the minister said. I think it is very important to look at this, the whole transport sector in again a systemic aspects. It's not just about electric vehicles, but how we talk about developing the whole kind of infrastructure, transport infrastructure, and looking at different combination of solutions, and then optimizing it. So that optimization part is really, really important. And that's why I think, again, I would emphasize the systemic aspect. And also looking at the whole supply chain. It's not just about putting the renewables into the grid and putting this electric mobility. I think it's talking about automobile industries, where these are manufactured, how these are transported from one place to another place. Looking at the role of iron and steel sector, where these are being manufactured, the materials for those. So I think that whole supply chain is really critical when we want to reduce these emissions from the transport sector. And the second aspect I wanted to emphasize, it's about, I think there is a lot of work needed on the extending the life of the batteries, or the second life of the batteries. Once it is, second life is basically when it is used in the car, what are the second life options, how it can be utilized. Talking about recycling and talking about the waste management, there is still a lot of work to be done if we want to have a sustainable future of the transport system.
Thank you very much. I just want to build on the work the minister said, and also my colleague. My answer to this is we need to empower the TVET system, or the technical vocational education system in the region. The reason I'm saying that is you have to accept that people in the Caribbean could only own used vehicles or used cars. And that is why we have such a large used car sector. That is what we could afford. If you empower the TVET sector, and we have more electric vehicles coming into the region, and you train persons to repurpose the electric batteries when they could no longer be used for mobile transport. So you have this battery pack, you are able to recycle the good cells and use it for stationary energy storage such as solar PV. Then you get more value out of the vehicle. You also you encourage growth on other sectors. So my answer to this question as it relates to, we have a lot of used vehicles coming in. We might have a lot of used electric vehicles coming in the sector because that's the nature of the Caribbean, is that we ensure the TVET institutions are resourced, well-trained to handle this. And we, in a way, embrace something that we have to deal with, in that we could only afford these used vehicles. And use the opportunity to grow other sectors, and use the opportunity to encourage local employment. Thank you.
If we realize that China has taken the lead in innovation, so they are establishing themselves across the world, and you will see the traditional industries like GMC and Ford might just go under or join forces with them. I hope that it will benefit the people in these regions at a cheaper price, so that we can be able to transform into electric vehicles.
So I think there's a couple of new models that we can look at that lend themselves to electric vehicles specifically. Models that we're looking at as Flash Motors is using electric vehicles and regarding them more as assets and delivering assets as a service. So when we talk about the cost of vehicles, the majority of the time, I mean, we have a vehicle sitting in the parking lot right now. 80% of the time, it's not in use. Can we share that asset? Right? Can that asset be made available to someone when it's not in use? And there's a number of models that we have to deliver something like that. I was also in Barbados last week for a very similar conference and spoke with a gentleman about transitioning vehicles from your conventional fuel source to sargassum. Right? So sargassum produces methane. It's already emitting emissions, ruining our vacations on the beach, leveraging that sargassum, transitioning that to methane, and then using it as a fuel source is something that's available to actually transition cars that we have on the roads today. And it's easier said than done. It requires several different technologies and sectors become involved to create those transition kits, but something in the pipeline.
No, I hear you on that, but one concern I have with the sargassum is that the metals, the heavy metals that in it, the extraction process can be quite expensive. So I'm not sure it's something to be explored, yes, but it's a reasonable point. But gentlemen, something that struck me, we have only 11 minutes left, but one of the things that struck me, why in none of the conversations I've heard thus far, has anybody been exploring the concept of new industries being developed? We have, for the region, we have nearshoring opportunities. it has been estimated to be a 5 billion market. But I'm not hearing anybody speaking about trying to build at least components that will go into these EVs or electric vehicles, or even to treat with e-mobility. Not about batteries, building construction of batteries and so on. What is the impediment? Why isn't that part of the conversation? Anybody?
I think we have had in the Caribbean an experience with manufacturing, even in the light manufacturing sector before. And I think the economies of scale make it not attractive. But it is not to say that there are not opportunities. I hinted at the repurposing of the metals from the ICE vehicles. That is an industry that I see certainly there. And I know we were speaking about creating surplus energy from renewables and utilizing that to create other forms of energy. So again, it's a question of working with our educational institutions as well to ensure that we have the right level and the base of human capital to be able to build these industries. But it's not going to happen overnight.
I take you on that, Minister. I take you on that. But the fact of life is that we have to recognize that within this region, we are in a 6-hour flight radius of a market of probably anywhere between 180 to 250 million people. Why aren't we still using those opportunities? Yes, within our individual countries, some of the markets may be too small to sustain something like that. But the export potential that is there, and for example, coming just out of COVID, because one thing we learn about is the need to circumvent these supply chain challenges. So same question, why aren't we really looking at it?
Well, my answer to this question is how much does the region or individual countries devote to research? How much of our GDP? And then when you compare that to our closest neighbor, the US, or you compare that to what is a very common partner for many of us, China, it's very difficult to be competitive with genuine manufacturing of these advanced technologies in the region, because we don't devote a significant part of our earnings towards research. So I'm not saying that to discourage us from being innovative or looking after getting involved in new technologies. But I guess my point is we have to be very selective about what we choose to invest in, because our economies are small and we don't have access to financing like other countries. We don't have access to scale. So we really do have to be selective and look at what our strengths are and how do we build on that. I don't have a complete answer for your question, but that's the best I have.
The fact of life is once we are part of the conversation, as part of the mix, I think that's important. The last question that I really have, and of course, unless there's any burning issue that anybody in the audience wants to raise, please step forward so we can, or the mic, get the mic to them. Just hold up your hand and we'll get to you. It's simply this. All of us are conscious of the fact that we're going to have, there is dumping of vehicles in this region already. But we don't seem to have any enforceable emission standards. We not seem to be preparing ourselves for the onslaught that will come. Because when the EU 7 standards kick in, they are going to be looking to move those vehicles somewhere else. Are we ready? We're ready. Are we really ready? Quick question.
So
quickly, because I need to get your question.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, there are several countries that are trying to address that issue by setting limits on the age of a vehicle that can be imported, and we've seen that that's actually really helpful, especially in a market like Jamaica. I think that we can go a step further. We may not be there today, but I have heard of goals that were expressed by ministers earlier of only allowing imports of electric vehicles into countries by 2030, and that's very aggressive, but that's also a way to address the issue by way of policy.
Well, I think that he pointed at the two issues. It's a question of limiting the age of the vehicles that are coming in, and at one point in time, having a stop to any of these vehicles entering the markets. So I think within the decade, we should see a treatment of it altogether.
at the risk of sounding really selfish, I'd love to see more countries bringing in ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. Because in some of them we have using the traditional diesel and the emissions bends. And some of the newer diesel vehicles that tell you to use the ultra low sulfur. But anyway, I digress. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, and a very interesting panel. I think I just want to touch a little bit and share on some of the work that we are doing at the OECS. And I think it kind of addresses the points that the two ministers made and the one that you made as well in terms of incorporating academia. I think the transportation sector, when we look at sustainable transport, really opens up an opportunity for energy, for green jobs, for innovation, for a range of issues that we, as small island developing states, need to contend with. But in terms of what we can do when we look at the transportation sector and the cost of those electric vehicles, we under the Energy Transition in the Caribbean project are trying something that is a little different. We recognize that the cost to the average, say, bus driver, like the minister was speaking about mass transportation, this is going to be prohibitive. And what can we do to enable them to also participate in this whole green and clean energy that we are speaking of, and to make it, like we said, away from these kind of high-level, kind of fancy discussions to the average person. So we are working with the community college in St. Lucia to undertake an electric vehicle retrofit for the small minibuses, the 12 to 16 seaters that we use on our routes. We recognize that in most of those countries, these are privately owned. These persons don't have a lot of resources. But to also address the issue that the minister brought up in terms of what do we do with the vehicles if we move to electric vehicles? We already don't know what to do with the derelict vehicles that we have now. We complain about the age. So can we marry the two? And so working with this college, community college, we are trying to see how we can retrofit a bus. We actually have the shell, and we have actually gotten the students involved, both male and female. They have retrofitted the bus, and we're hoping to put this bus, we have done the first test drive, and we're hoping to use this, and the invitation is extended to persons here as well, the other institutions, to try to support this level of innovation and partnership amongst, the various actors, because we want to do some really robust analysis to see if this really, from an economic point of view, it makes sense, and what incentives, what policies we would have to put at the national level to support this. So we just wanted to share on this, and the minister from St. Vincent also had the question in terms of what measures are we putting in to address planning for transportation that would support sustainable energy and electric mobility.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. We're down to 3 minutes, to be honest with you, so really only have time for, frankly, closing comments. But I would say to part of the thing, part of the response, I suspect, or part of the issue that we raised, one question, in terms of what do you do with the vehicle? I support, of course, retrofitting, but I tell you something, the older vehicles, ask any Jamaican in this room, we know what to do with them. It's not necessarily the best thing, but we do find a way to use them. But gentlemen,
you gotta help me out there.
No, but I mean, the other thing is simply is that when I see, for example, a productive investment being made in the recycling of tires and turn it into some sort of asphaltic mix, I think that there's a way to go that we can look at these things in a practical way. Gentlemen, we only really have time for closing comments. You save 2 minutes, 27 seconds. Kerry, I give you probably 15 seconds on coming right down the line.
So I think in the region, we're suffering a bit from the flat screen TV when it initially was released in the market, right? We're waiting for the price to be better. We're waiting for the technology to be better. But all of the studies show right now that, electric vehicles are ready for the Caribbean region right now. Total cost of operation is lower. The vehicles are ready for Caribbean roads. So, what are we waiting for? We need to make the transition. We need to make the transition now.
Yeah, so when we are talking about this energy transition, there is a limited amount of money and resources. So it's not just about energy transition, but a cost-effective energy transition. And again, when it comes to cost effectiveness, we have to look at, the whole kind of dimension of efficiency and all those aspects as well. And I just wanted to pick up on one point on the collaboration between academia and government, and especially small and medium enterprises, because you asked this question because new businesses are not coming up. There is huge opportunities in that space. Based on UNDP experience, we have been doing a lot of work on diversification of economy in economies which are fossil fuel dominated. So when we are talking about moving from fossil fuel to a kind of new economy, green economy, there is a lot of focus on this kind of academia, small and medium enterprises, and the government collaboration to flourish the kind of grassroots innovation.
I am glad to see over the years, transportation has always been treated as a small event in an energy event, if you notice that. And I'm so glad to see CSEF now actually has a team for transportation. You will always find that the energy events or energy attended and well-resourced. And this is the first step in having CSEF, this regional event devoted solely for transport, is that first step.
I'm just happy to say that I'm glad I came and I'm participating, but my takeaway from this is that I have a leadership responsibility in leading a national campaign when I return home for this migration.
I believe emphasis was not placed on transportation throughout the region, but now we recognize the importance that we need to transform. So I believe that as a region, we need to come together and figure out what is the way forward for us to survive it.
Okay, and thank you very much. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope that this has been quite edifying for you as we transition now. To our lunch, I wish to thank the panel. We consist of Kyria Staffrey, Piyush Varnap, Senior Governance Expert at UNDP, Curtis Boudou, Chairman of the Regional Electric Vehicles Working Group, the Honorable Melford Nicholas, Minister of Information, Communication Technologies, Utilities and Energy from Antigua and Barbuda, and of course, the Honorable Rodwell Ferguson, Minister of Youth, Sports and Transport from Belize. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and indeed, on behalf of the organizers, now invite you to join us for lunch. So thank you very much.
I won't stop. It was a pleasure.
Check. 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 One. Check. 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 One. T.
That's a lifestyle. we are now visioning what a future
Okay. All right, no problem. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume for the business session 3. So for those of you who can hear me on the outside, we invite you to make your way back in. And for those of you on the inside, you can have your seats and get ready to participate in another informative discussion. So this next session, the title is Power to Gas, Opportunities and Outlook for the Conversion of Surplus Renewable Energy to Green Hydrogen and Other Green Electrofuels within the Caribbean. And to lead us through this next segment is Mr. Joseph Williams. And Joseph is the head of the Sustainable Energy Unit at the Caribbean Development Bank. Joseph, please make your way to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? I know we've been having microphone challenges, so just want to make sure we are communicating. So thank you again. Welcome to this session. We're hoping to have a very vibrant discussion on a topic that is new to the agendas, the energy agendas around the region, and maybe even globally. Really, if you think about it, this discussion around power to gas has really emerged in the context of the global decarbonization thrust, really. And the quest for solutions to address some of the specific challenges in some countries. And so there are challenges, but there are also opportunities. And I think for us in the Caribbean, really, I think we see opportunities here. And so that's a conversation we want to have this afternoon. And we have, I would say, a very robust panel of experts from different perspectives. And that is probably what will make, I think, this conversation quite a rich one. So I want to invite at this time the members of the panelists. And we have Ms. Caroline Kokoli of the Carbon Trust, and they will introduce themselves as we proceed. So I won't do that introduction at this point. Come right up and have a seat in order. That's okay. Then we have Mr. Ian Johnston of Aquaterra. Hope I got that name right. Aquaterra. Aquaterra. Thank you. Then we have Mr. Dwight DaCosta of HDF Energy Caribbean. And last but not least, Ms. Marcia Maynard of National Energy Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited. We have enough? Okay. Sure, I'm just going to take a seat over there. How are we doing with microphones, though? Can I get some help? Do we have? I think I'm just going to stand up there and present. You present from here? Okay. Okay. All right. So what we'll do, just to kind of give you a sense of where we're going so we can all be on the same page, we will have a presentation from each of the panelists, and then we'll have a discussion. Now, there are some things that I decided not to spend time talk about and to allow the panelists to kind of articulate. And hopefully from one or the first or second presentation, we'll get a sense of what we are really talking about when we say power to gas. So we expect that to come out of their presentation. But largely, they will provide perspectives in terms of, well, first of all, introduction in terms of their own company, firm, an introduction of their role as individuals, of course, but in terms of the challenges and the opportunities. and then we'll have a conversation around how we see this area evolving in the context of the Caribbean, you know, challenges, but also opportunities, and how we go forward, and all of us can contribute to that. So without further ado, I'm just going to invite Caroline just to come forward and make her presentation. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Is that a little bit better? You doing okay? Everyone get lunch? Important. Yeah. That means you're nicer. We were just talking about that. Great. So my name is Caroline Coccoli. I'm an offshore wind manager at the Carbon Trust based in the UK. And I've actually been here in Kingston at the CSEF VIII event with CCRE. A little bit closer.
You can look down there, you don't need to return it.
Oh, sure. Of course. I can look down at the screen. Good tip. So I am here in Kingston to support CCRE and our other project partner, Aquaterra, where we were working on the ASSERT 2030 Dialogue for Offshore Wind and Regional Stakeholders Validation Workshop, which took place yesterday. So you're probably thinking, why is Caroline Coccoli, offshore wind manager, talking about hydrogen? And that's because there is a role for offshore wind in supporting green hydrogen production. And I'm just here to give you a very brief global overview before our other panelists give their perspectives today. So just some brief global context. Global hydrogen demand is 94 million metric tons in 2021. If you're like me and you want to know how much everything is in swimming pool sizes, that's 2.5% of the global final energy consumption. So that's a lot. Hydrogen uses power, transport, but actually mostly, as probably many of you know, refining and chemical industry, fertilizer. I'm sure our colleague from Trinidad and Tobago will be able to tell you more about that. But that's the demand side. In terms of the supply side, global hydrogen supply is mostly made up of hydrogen produced from fossil fuels. And now this is important because, as Joseph said, around the world, there's consideration that as we move to decarbonization, we'll need to consider hydrogen made from renewable energy sources, so not gray hydrogen as it's referred to. So the International Energy Agency says that hydrogen will need to account for 6% of the emissions reductions needed to meet net zero by 2050. 6% doesn't seem like a lot, but as one of the panelists in the transport presentation earlier this morning said, every bit counts. Just because it's small doesn't mean we shouldn't be thinking about it. And so in the short term, the ambition to move away from or replace fossil fuel-based hydrogen with clean hydrogen is something that we should be talking about. And you can see in this first pie chart that tiny, tiny green sliver is current supply of green hydrogen today. So electrolysis is responsible for only 2% of global hydrogen production now. And that's because there are several challenges to scaling green hydrogen, most notably cost. So widespread uptake of green hydrogen is contingent on the production costs becoming competitive with gray hydrogen. One of the reasons for that is because it's a relatively nascent industry. So without certainty about the demand for green hydrogen in particular, we may not see that cost competitiveness, that investment in innovation and cost reduction. And then also, because green hydrogen is coming from renewable energy sources, there's been a huge deployment of renewable energy technologies globally. We're definitely seeing that in the offshore wind sector over the past 10 years. But renewable energy is not deployed everywhere. And so if we're thinking about commercial scale development of green hydrogen, we will need commercial scale deployment of renewable energy technologies, and including offshore wind. But that's the big picture, hydrogen and green hydrogen. And I'm here today to talk about green hydrogen production from offshore wind in particular. So if you can see the image on the right-hand side of your screen, there are three kind of typical configurations for hydrogen integration with offshore wind. The first integration is you have your offshore wind farm, you have your substation, you connect the substation to your onshore substation with cables, export cables. Same thing we have around the world for offshore wind, except once you get onshore, you have electrolysis happening, and then you can export hydrogen as a fuel. The second configuration is where you have electrolysis happening offshore, where you'd have your offshore substation. And then your third configuration at the bottom is actually integrating hydrolysis on each individual turbine. And this is actually a pretty exciting development because it means that you can start thinking about different turbine technologies, different turbine configurations. It gives a little bit more flexibility. So we're seeing this third configuration with floating offshore wind platforms, and you'll see some of the pilots later on today. But there are a few benefits of integrating offshore wind with hydrogen, green hydrogen production, and benefits of using offshore wind energy as opposed to other renewable energy technologies. The first two benefits go hand in hand. So we have production stability as well as increased energy generation. Now, if you were here yesterday, you heard me say that offshore wind generation is really, really, really productive because the wind offshore is typically stronger, it's a little bit less turbulent, and that means the capacity factor for offshore wind is much greater than the capacity factor for onshore wind and even for solar PV. So based on typical capacity factors for renewable energy technologies in Europe, the capacity factor for solar PV is about 20%, onshore wind is about 35%, and offshore wind is about 50%. So that means that an electrolyzer connected to an offshore wind turbine or offshore wind turbines is going to produce more hydrogen over the course of its lifetime than the same connected to a solar PV or onshore installation of the same generating capacity. The other two benefits are growing financial incentives that are reducing the cost of offshore wind, which will ultimately make integration with hydrogen production easier. So we've seen, over the past 10 years or so, the offshore wind sector has matured in many areas around the world, and significant cost savings have been seen. And that just means that will reduce the cost, ultimately, of green hydrogen production from offshore wind. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's great, but what's happening? What's the global progress to date of green hydrogen production from offshore wind? And the short answer is hydrogen integration with offshore wind is at its nascency. So you'll see here we have some articles highlighting some pilot projects. So the offshore wind industry has been around for about 30 years or so, not super long. Maybe floating offshore wind started to be developed with pilots only 5, 7, 10 years ago. And now we're seeing the same scale pilots for hydrogen integration with offshore wind. So in the middle there, you see a project happening in the Dutch sea space. So with fixed turbines that are held up by steel and connected to the seabed. You'll also see all the way to the right, a pilot project happening in the French Atlantic, where a hydrolyzer is an electrolyzer to develop green hydrogen is being connected and integrated with a floating offshore wind turbine, first of its kind. With those pilot projects, we also have just a few kind of pre-commercial, commercial stage projects in very, very early stages. And these are the ones to look out for, I think. So on the left-hand side, you have a Danish partnership that will result in an industrial scale facility to produce up to 250,000 tons of green hydrogen by 2030 using offshore wind powered electrolysis. So this is a big partnership of Danish entities, Copenhagen Airports, Maersk, DSV, Panalpina, Ørsted, one of the biggest or the biggest offshore wind developer globally. And that project is happening in 3 phases. The first phase is to develop a 10 megawatt electrolyzer that'll be installed hopefully by the end of this year to supply hydrogen for buses and some heavy duty trucks. So very much linked to the conversations happening earlier today. The next phase to be completed by 2027 is to develop a purpose-built offshore wind farm off the coast of Denmark, the Bornholm offshore wind farm, to power 250 megawatts for electrolysis again by 2027. And then by 2030, all of the energy produced from that offshore wind farm will be available and converted to create 1 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity by 2030. So that's the first big project to look out for. The second is Aquaventus. I'm sure many of you, if you're in the hydrogen space, have heard of Aquaventus. This project is going to result in 10 gigawatts of electrolysis by 2035, which, again, for conversion, is enough to produce 1 million metric tons of green hydrogen per year. And remember, demand in 2021 was 94 million metric tons. So 1 out of 94 is not too bad for one project, right? Aquaventus project, it's going to take place on a hydrogen hub island on the island of Heligoland in Germany, in the German Sea, and it's being developed by over 40 partner organizations. So yesterday we were talking a lot about collaboration regionally. These partners are RWE, Shell, Equinor, Vattenfall, Siemens, the biggest names in offshore wind, developers, and also tier 1 suppliers. And that's what these early stage projects really require, is participation from many different institutions, organizations, and companies. The third project I was going to highlight was Gigastack. And that project aimed to produce green hydrogen from offshore wind from an existing offshore wind farm off the coast of England and the UK, the 1.3 gigawatt Hornsea 2 project. But that project has been paused. It was awaiting financial or final investment decision, and it was paused in August 2023, possibly due to some of the increased cost of money and inflation that we've been seeing that's been kind of disrupting the offshore wind industry as of late. And so this is just to show that, this is where we are in the green hydrogen from offshore wind industry. A couple of big highlight projects just starting, but also a third that had a lot of attention and maybe has stopped for now. And one of the reasons for that is because, while there is long-term economic hydrogen, in the short term, it's not exactly cost competitive with gray hydrogen or other fuel sources. So you can see on the left here, researchers have forecasted that the levelized cost of hydrogen over the next 25 years, so 2025, 2020, 2030, and 2050. And you can see green hydrogen from an offshore wind farm in the lightest blue color, and then gray hydrogen in the gray blues, and blue hydrogen in the blue blues. And you can see that the tariffs and taxes imposed on gray and blue hydrogen following legislation in the by the European Commission, that will ultimately result in green hydrogen from offshore wind becoming cost competitive with gray and blue hydrogen, but really only by 2050 or so. So that's quite a long way out. And that means that in the short term, green hydrogen from offshore wind requires quite significant subsidies and financial incentives to be cost competitive. So what this means for the future global trajectory is that, while the case for green hydrogen from offshore wind is strong in terms of decarbonization, it's a little bit weaker financially. And this graph shows that, the biggest barrier to widespread hydrogen adoption is a high cost of producing it compared to fossil fuel equivalents. So you can see the cost of hydrogen produced from an offshore wind farm with an onshore electrolyzer in 2021 is going to be about double or triple the cost of some traditional fuels that are used, obviously, throughout the Caribbean. In the 2030 scenario, that gap closes slightly, but it really relies on future carbon taxes levied on fossil fuels, substantial reductions in the levelized cost of energy for offshore wind, and then significant technological improvements in green hydrogen production, the types of improvements we've seen for fixed offshore wind over the past, decade and a half, and the ones we're seeing for floating offshore wind, we'll need to see that for, energy integration and hydrogen production as well. So there are some policies that could support cost reduction. We've seen them used for offshore wind by itself, but I think they could be applied to projects integrating offshore wind and hydrogen production. So competitive auctions is one option. You saw on the previous slide, there was maybe an article about the Dutch government thinking about launching an auction for offshore wind development, but with integration for hydrogen production. So many governments around the world lease access to the seabed, but also lease access to the grid in competitive bidding rounds. Most governments in Europe, in Northern Europe, have been designing these auctions based around price, the cost of development, but increasingly we're seeing governments introduce non-price criteria, so biodiversity benefits, local supply chain benefits, and energy integration benefits like hydrogen into these auctions to incentivize developers to be thinking about the bigger picture. Setting targets, aligning policies, a lot of mechanisms that we talked about yesterday in the offshore wind workshop. But I think one we haven't talked about is how investment in coastal infrastructure like ports and portside manufacturing can also help reduce the levelized cost of hydrogen when integrated with offshore wind. So if you think about how many boats it takes, how many vessels it takes, how much stuff it takes to build an offshore wind farm. You have crew transfer vessels, you have cable laying vessels, large equipment that could eventually be using hydrogen fuel. And if you think there's a real incentive to centralize that around offshore wind development, around those ports as hubs, and already the vessel industry related to the offshore wind industry is looking at hydrogen fuel as an alternative. So there's aspiration there, there's ambition there. The cost reduction needs to happen. And what this means for the Caribbean region is that, I know there's interest in countries in the Caribbean region to develop offshore wind to support a future hydrogen export market. I think you'll hear from a number of other panelists today about that. And, a couple of these initiatives here on this slide, doing feasibility studies, doing roadmaps, actually using those to pilot projects to show proof of concept. I think Marcia may be speaking about that. It's been really exciting to hear about the work that's being done in Trinidad and Tobago. I saw a couple of months ago the Dutch government and the government of Curacao they're looking into this and trying to develop surveys for offshore wind to hydrogen production. So all of those things are bubbling. I think looking at potential partnerships, as you saw, the Aquaventus project has 40 partners, 40 of the biggest partners in the world working on this in Northern Europe. So that's something to consider for the Caribbean region as well. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to pass on to the next panelist.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ian Johnston. I'm the director of Aquaterra. And as Caroline said, we've been working with CCRI on an offshore wind roadmap for the Caribbean. But that's not what I'm here to speak about this afternoon. I also was a politician for our local islands in Orkney. So Aquaterra, just to give a bit of context, Aquaterra is an environmental services company, which you wonder why on earth we're up here doing this thing. But you can see we've kind of developed from where we started in that process in the year 2000. And we cover a number of industries, and we cover, you probably can't see the world map there, but all the dots on there are projects we've had across the world. So we're fairly global in what we do, although we're a relatively small company, and there's a list of services there, and if anybody wants any of these services, please come and see me later on. That's Aquaterra. We come from a group of islands in the north of Scotland. We're pointing the arrow points to where we are. 59 degrees north, fairly cool. 8 degrees as of today, so a bit different from the. And my managing director was going to be giving this talk, but he's upstairs in his room suffering from a cold, and you can't believe it. He was in 8 degrees, and he comes here into 32 degrees, and then gets a cold and starts coughing himself up. So it's bizarre what happens. But anyway, that is the situation. So you've got the second fiddle person today. But what I'm going to talk about, and it follows on from what Dr. Gardner has been saying and what the chairman of CCRI told us all last night, is we have to do things. You have to do things in the Caribbean. And what I'm going to show you is we've done things in our islands. Our islands are 21,500 people in the middle of a resource and completely surrounded by water. But we've looked at what we're going to do on these projects. So you can see from the photos we've got here, we've got onshore wind, we have hydrogen production, we have tidal energy, and we also have homes that have the highest level of, some of the highest levels of air source and ground source heat pumps and solar on the roofs, even though we're in 59 degrees north and it's dark at this time of year at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it doesn't get light till 9 in the morning. So we can still make that work. So when people say, oh, well, it's really difficult, well, we've done it. We've done a lot of these things. The way that we've sold a lot of that, and some of it has happened, is because we're a kind of test bed, and we've been used by the UK, and we've promoted ourselves as a test bed because we're well ahead of most places in the UK, not just places in the Caribbean and other places in the world. So we use that. Our energy system is a microcosm of what may happen in the future. As we get more penetration of renewables in any country, you're going to find challenges with that. And the way to test that is to do it in islands and understand how it works in an island, and then that can be rolled out to other places. So that's what we've been doing in Orkney for the large number of years, and we're still doing it. And I'll explain in the first half of this little bit about where we are, and then I'll show where we want to go to. The UK today, the mix between supply and demand is a challenge, and as we get more renewables on, that discord between the actual supply and demand of electricity is going to change. Today in Orkney, this is where we are. So we have the red on the graph at the bottom there is our renewable energy production, and the blue is the demand that we've got. So the demand doesn't change much, but the production of renewable energy has. The graph in the middle in 2008, the red shows where we were importing electricity. And as we go through to 2018 and it gets greener and greener, the green side and that side is where we've been exporting electricity to other islands. A lot of people will be aware of a Sankey diagram. This is a cut-off version of the Sankey diagram for Orkney itself. So we've done some work as a company and partners looking at how we use energy in our islands. And data is really important when we talk about how we get forward to understand in islands what's actually happening in your own island. And every island will be slightly different. We saw some Sankey diagrams in a presentation yesterday for the Caribbean that were all slightly different. And this is what we've done. So what we've tried to do at the moment, we have attacked the electricity demand as far as renewables is concerned. And we've done that by delivering a number of elements, which you'll see in a minute, across the piece to try and reduce our carbon footprint. We still, as you can see from the Sankey diagram in the middle, we still have a ways to go. We've probably covered 20% of our carbon footprint by decarbonising electricity, but we still have 80% to go, and most of that is around the marine environment with ferries and transportation, etc., these harder to do projects. So how have we done a lot of what we've done? So at the moment, we have 55 megawatts of installed capacity. Our peak demand is about 36 megawatts. So somebody was talking about one island this morning. It's very similar what we've got. We are colder than you are, so we need a bit more energy than most places. So we've covered that. So we're over 110% of our electricity demand comes from renewables at this point in time. We've just managed to negotiate a new cable, which will give us another 135 megawatts, mostly of wind, we think. And that is where we're going to start using that to be able to decarbonize the rest of our community. But we have other things. Tidal energy is still there. It's starting to become commercial. We've been working at it for a while. We're world leaders really in marine energy of tidal and wave. We've had something between 25 and 30 devices come to Orkney of different sizes and shapes. Some of them you'll have seen in the press, like the Palamas and things that have come and gone. But this is the orbital device on the left-hand side, the big device. That's a 2.2 megawatt tidal device that's at commercialization at the moment. The other one is Magallanes from Spain that's been tested in Orkney, and it's a 1 megawatt device at the moment, although we're making a new one. And there's two wave devices down the bottom, a core power and motion, both of which are looking at wave and getting close to commercialization, maybe a wee bit further away. So we're still working on that. Solar, believe it or not, I mentioned solar as part. You saw on that roof earlier, we have solar power in Orkney. I have solar panels myself on my house, even though it's dark most of the time. But in the summer, we have almost complete sunshine. It goes from so we used to start a game of golf at midnight in my town as part of your midsummer process. So that's kind of where we go. So you've got a lot of hours in the summertime, so balancing it out, it's no. But you can see from there, we have been using solar in Orkney since way back in the 1990s, where solar power powers our navigational system, and so we can use that. So we've started with that. We've developed that out across, and as of today, one of my colleagues is in the Philippines launching that boat that you can see in the middle at Sangat, and that's been launched today. There's a solar-powered ferry that runs between 2 islands in the Philippines, so we're involved in that as well. So all of these things are where we're at. That's kind of a quick run through where Orkney is at the moment, and I'm keeping it as fast as I can, hopefully, Joseph. But we are also sitting in the centre of the latest round of leasing for offshore wind. So you can see all these red dots on this map. So you can see Orkney in the middle. All these red dots are leased areas for offshore wind around Scotland that will be developed in the next 10 to 15 years. The yellow blocks are where we think the next rounds will be. So the resource is right. We think this is our estimation of where we need to go to deliver, because the UK needs about 150 gigawatts of offshore wind to be able to completely decarbonise. So most of that will probably come from around Scotland. And then the interesting bit for us in Scottish waters, although we are well ahead in the whole UK, if every turbine is 15 gigawatts, roughly 15 megawatts, that should be not. So if it's a 15 megawatt turbine, that's 8,000 units to get there. We've got 7,300 days between now and 2045. So that means we need to assemble 1 turbine every day for the next 20 years. And then if you add on to that weather downtime, because we are a pretty violent weather place, so you don't get a lot of weather downtime, you need to do something, you add on wet storage, parts, etc. So we need to have harbours and infrastructure to be able to deal with that, and we don't have that. Scapa Flow, for those of you who don't know, is our harbour. We have a natural harbour, a bit like Jamaica here. We have a big natural harbour. It's 50 square miles of sheltered water right in the middle of that resource that we think can make a difference. So we're developing a quay. There's a project to look at a deep water quay in Orkney. We ourselves as Aquaterra are promoting a floating solution that might be something that would be useful for a number of islands here. We think that can be useful to develop the projects. And then there's other prospective deep water sites. Hydrogen that Caroline was just talking about. Well, we are actually doing that as well. So we have an electrolyzer on one of our smaller islands. It's driven by tidal energy and a local wind turbine. We produce hydrogen on that. We ship it into the mainland, and then we power ferries overnight with our cold ironing systems that a number of places are talking about for cruise liners in the Caribbean. We're talking about doing that in the next stages in Orkney as well, because we've 220 cruise liners come to our islands every year. So we are looking to develop that as well, and we're already doing it. So we are doing it. The learning by doing that was said before, we are some of the people that are doing it. I'll just skip that slide, I think, just for sake of time. We're also looking at e-fuels. So this is Pete Oswald was a friend of our company. Unfortunately, he died of cancer last year, which is very unfortunate, but he was producing e-fuels in our island as well. So we're trying to link join the dots, as you might say, and show what we can do. And then going back to some of the presentation we had earlier this morning about flights. So we have a hydrogen-powered flight that's gone in Orkney. We have an electric flight that has gone on in Orkney. So we are looking at developing both of these, so the aviation part of what we're doing. So we're looking at every aspect of our island, seeing how we can develop it, and then using the expertise that we've delivered in there and trying to export energy from our islands. We have an oil terminal that, as most oil terminals, the production is getting less and more efficient, so we don't need the size of that. With all these wind farms that are around Orkney, a couple of them are looking at just what Caroline suggested, producing electricity offshore, taking it onshore to this more some of this oil terminal is redundant, and making it into a hydrogen hub and shipping hydrogen out from our islands. Again, a solution that may be useful for a number of places in the Caribbean. But it might not just be hydrogen. The thought, it might actually, in a transition phase, it might end up being e-fuels, going back to Pete Oswald's option. So there's a number of options there. And one final thing, and I'll finish on this slide, Joe, you'll be glad to say, one of the things that we've been working on, so you've got all of that infrastructure, all of that technology, but one of the things, and with so many bankers in the room, it's useful to think about this, about investment. If you think that each one of our households in Orkney probably spends between 10 and 15,000 pounds a year on electricity related stuff, on your bills, on new appliances, on your vehicles and stuff. So if you add all that up for a household, we have 10,000 households in Orkney. So if you multiply that up, you get to 100 million pounds that people are spending on electricity related things in our small community of 20,000 people. Okay, and you pay for that over time, you do it every year, and it's a slow process, and it's a difficult investment. It's capital that people have to do. But if we could move that capital investment up so that we got the capital investment at the beginning and then people paid for that service over time, so if the investment came in early and then we paid for it as a service, we could transition much faster than we will if we dribble on the same way we're doing and just green wee bits of it as we go forward. So that's what we would like to see. Thank you. There is another slide, but I'll just nip past it.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dwight Acosta. I'm the business developer for HDF Caribbean, which is a subsidiary of HDF Energy, a French company based in France, in Bordeaux. And we are in the Caribbean doing work in hydrogen development. Now, yesterday, Dr. Fletcher, in his closing remarks, said we are pretty good at defining the problem. But I'm sorry, you're going to have to listen to the problem one more time, right? But I promise you that I'll have a solution for you when I'm finished, right? And it will be your fault if you don't take the solution, right? So the previous speaker spoke about hydrogen. I just dropped a slide in there to show the difference between green hydrogen, brown hydrogen, and blue hydrogen. But really, I'm going to focus on power to gas, but also from gas back to power, looking at the electricity component of it. So in the Caribbean, pretty much these are our popular sources of renewable energy. But the two lower ones, wind and solar, are the ones which are probably most promising, right, in most jurisdictions. Geothermal and hydropower are very specific to particular locations. So is wind power, right? But solar probably is the most prevalent one, the one which has most promise for most jurisdictions. One of the things to note is when you look at our targets, we have very high targets for renewable penetration. So I gave you 3 examples. Barbados has 100% penetration by 2030. Jamaica is 50%, and St. Lucia is 50%. Different size systems, but still a large target in terms of the time frame. The important thing to note is that if we're going to meet those targets, let's take an example of how much capacity we have to put in if we were doing it all by wind or all by solar. And you see the example of the numbers there, which says that we're going to have to put in significantly more capacity because of just the utilization factor of those technologies, right? To provide that amount of energy. And that's an important factor. And Dr. Fletcher did say, he made a remark, probably jokingly saying, how are we talking about excess when we haven't even met the target? Well, the truth is you can have access even when you when you even don't meet the target, right? And it is a matter of timing. So take, for instance, you put on a lot of solar in the system and all of them are active at 12 midday in the day, right? But your demand is far less than that. You're going to have excess. And you're going to have to figure out what to do with the excess, right? It's either you're going to curtail your renewable or you're going to store it somewhere. And so in that context, storage is very important. This is the problem. The problem is the variability. This is what everybody talks about. And this is an example of something that happened in 2016 in Jamaica. on the system when we put on 20 megawatts of solar, the first 20 megawatts of solar on the system. And the yellow line shows you what the solar is doing, and the rest is what wind is doing. And you can see that in over 2-minute periods, the variability of the solar is far more marked than the variability of wind, right? And so as we talk about the technology, which was very popular before, and the fact that we're going to penetrate with a lot more solar, then solar is going to be a problem. And we already know this story, right? As Dr. Fletcher said, we know the problem. We have defined it already. The issue is, what is the solution? Well, in terms of the solution, storage is the solution which will get us to those penetration levels. And there are two probably common and popular types for different reasons. Everybody knows about batteries, right? And we speak about batteries every day. Batteries are part of the solution, but so is hydrogen. And hydrogen is part of the solution because batteries are not ideal for long-term storage, right? And I won't get into all of the reasons why, but batteries are more adapted to smaller duration and for frequency management, managing the fluctuations in short term. But when you get to the stage when you want to get high penetration, as I described before, and you enter a situation where you have a lot of, for instance, solar in the day, you're now thinking of storing that excess energy and shifting it to the off-peak period overnight, right? And you're not going to be able to do that cost effectively with batteries to provide yourself with power over long periods of overnight, for instance, 12 hours, right? So that is the challenge, but it's not either or, it's a matter of finding the right proportion of each technology for the particular purpose that you want. So HDF Energy is a global player in the hydrogen space, and we develop large-scale hydrogen infrastructure, right? And I'm going to show you some examples later on. That is part of the solution. So this is where the solution starts, right? And we also manufacture high-power fuel cells. Now, a lot of us don't know about fuel cells, but what is the importance of the fuel cell? It is the technology which is going to convert back the hydrogen gas into electricity, right? And we're going to explain the reason why we go through all of that. So we are located in 30 countries across the world, right? We have a pipeline of $5 billion worth of investment projects, right, that we're working on. And 1 billion of that is earmarked for the Caribbean. And we're probably committed to about half of that already on just existing projects, right? So that's an important factor to know. By no small measure in terms of investment, right? It's an important factor to recognize. So the problem is the fluctuations, the variability of wind and solar, and the idea that there's a solution which can turn that variability into something more stable, not intermittent, but base load, right? Dependable. So with the same variability that we have, looking at the graph on the right, we can convert it into a predictable output, similar to a diesel engine, which is dispatchable, right? And predictable and can be managed accordingly. So in effect, we have removed that variability from what the utility sees, and we can guarantee them a base load output from the facility. So in the design, we are taking solar and wind, and we are putting that through our power in an electrolyzer, just as the previous speaker spoke about water electrolysis, and we're separating water into hydrogen and oxygen, right? And when we're doing that, we're storing the hydrogen at low pressure in tanks, right? And then we're utilizing back that stored hydrogen in the fuel cells to produce back electricity when we want it, right? So that pretty much converts a variable source input into a fixed, predictable output, right? And that is what will facilitate us getting high penetration levels, because the difficulty with getting to a high penetration of renewables using variable inputs or variable sources is that the grid becomes unstable. So this removes the instability from the grid. So the configuration includes the solar or wind input, the electrolyzer, the fuel cells, right, the hydrogen storage, and batteries, right? So you might ask, why do we have batteries in it? Well, it depends on what we're trying to do and what configuration. I'll show you a project later on where batteries were important because of what the client wanted to do and the reasons behind it, right? And batteries helped us smooth the input also to the electrolyzer, right? So we have different configurations of the models. In some cases, for instance, we're looking at just producing hydrogen. Now we have one project in the Caribbean where we're just producing hydrogen as a feedstock for the ammonia production, right? And my colleague will speak about that in the next panel, right? But and there's another situation where you have a case of excess hydrogen, and you just want to utilize the fuel cells to produce electricity. So in some cases, you may not be producing the hydrogen from electrolysis, but you'll be utilizing excess hydrogen to produce electricity. So these are the locations where we have projects located so far. We have a project in Siag in French Guiana, which is the one most furthest along, and it's in construction at the moment. We have a proposed project for Barbados, which we are far advanced on. So this is a 50 megawatt project. I'll speak about it in a couple of slides. But the important factor in it is that we have just closed GCF financing, Green Climate Fund financing for this project. The size of the project in terms of capital is about 170 million. And we got 40 million worth of GCF funding for it. And it's the first hydrogen project with the support of IFC that has been funded in this way. And it's a big step for us because it validates the configuration, the approach to the project development that we have. And it augurs well for other projects, similar projects that we are proposing. In Trinidad, we have an initiative to produce hydrogen for the ammonia industry. I'm not going to speak a lot about it. Dale, who's coming in the next panel, will give you a lot more insight into it. And in Martinique, where we started, we had excess hydrogen from a refinery, a Rubis refinery. So Rubis is our partner in the Caribbean, our strategic partner, but they are also a shareholder of HDF Energy at France, at the France level, the parent company level, right? We had an excess refinery situation, excess hydrogen situation at the refinery, and we put in a 1 megawatt fuel cell there to test the technology. It was a demo, and it has been successful. And now the fuel cell sizes that we have are 1.5 megawatt, right? So that is the size that we are using typically. So those are the 4 projects. We're looking at other initiatives also in the Caribbean, right? We're exploring St. Lucia, for instance. There are other jurisdictions that we have proposed projects for, right? So it is one of the solutions which is going to enable us to meet those lofty targets for penetration which we have set. And it is a stable solution which utilizes the renewable energy, right? Which we have an abundance of. You know, and I'd bet anybody to bet with me that in 10 years' time, there will be a solution that is better than producing our energy, our fuel from water, sunlight, and wind in the Caribbean. I think that is going to win before anything else. That is my view, right? So anybody who's willing to take the bet can hold up their hand, right? I'm positive that in 10 years' time, if we play our cards right, and this is not a pipe dream, you know, people like to talk about it and say, well, you know, it's in the future. Well, they are the projects. They are on the table already, right? And one is in construction in French Guiana, right? So in a couple of years, we'll know who is the winner, right? So ClearGen in Martinique is the first one, as I mentioned, and just a little bit more information on it, right? Using the excess energy from the excess hydrogen, from the refinery. And that was our demonstration project, right? For the fuel cell utilization. Siag, which is in construction in French Guiana, it's a 55 megawatt facility in terms of the installed capacity for solar, right? And our production to the utility is 10 megawatts in the day, 3 megawatts in the night, right? So what we do is that whatever the production is of renewables, right, or solar in the day, we are giving the utility 10 megawatts for those day periods, right? We use the excess renewable energy to produce hydrogen in electrolysis. So if it's giving 40, we're using 10 to the grid and we're using the rest, right? The 30 to produce hydrogen. And we're storing that hydrogen in tanks, right? When the sun goes down and we no longer have any more solar, right? We are utilizing that stored hydrogen in the fuel cells to give that 3 megawatts throughout the night, right? So the profile is flexible depending on what the need is for the island, right? It's sized according to the need, right? We have a 25-year power purchase agreement, and it gives that indication of how much hydrogen we are producing annually. The RSB project, which I mentioned before, that got funding from the Green Climate Fund, is similar. It's a 50 megawatt facility, all right? And the production profile is 13 megawatts in the day, 3 megawatts in the night, right? And that is guaranteed with an 85% capacity factor, right? And we're looking to, it's $150 million, million euros, sorry, right? In terms of the investment. But the important thing with this facility also is that we have pretty much developed a dual use facility, because one of the criteria for the development was that we're using agricultural land, right? And they wanted to make sure that the land use was preserved for the purposes that it was designated. And so we have a sheep farm on the facility, right, where we are, have 1,800 sheep grazing. And it also helps the facility because it helps to keep the grass down and so forth. So, I mean, that was one of the requirements. It used a little bit more land, and investment is a little bit more, but it fits the profile for what the client wanted. In the RSB case also, we're utilizing a certain amount of batteries to provide peaking power between 7 and 9. So remember I said we provided 13 megawatts in the day, set to about 5, but between 7 and 9, there is a peaking period, as in most of the islands, right? In that situation, they would have had to start a diesel unit, and they have said to us, why don't you put in some batteries, charge those batteries in the day while they are producing hydrogen, and utilize that output, right, to give us that peaking service in the evening and prevent us from starting that diesel engine. And that's what the design has done. And of course, the Trinidad project, which I had mentioned before, which Dale will elaborate on later on. The last piece, importantly, is that we are looking to open our gigafactory for the production of hydrogen fuel cells. And that's being done in Bordeaux next year by about May. And this is where we'll produce all the fuel cells that we are required to produce for the development projects which we have in the pipeline right across the world. And I mean, it's not only in the Caribbean, it's in Africa, it's in Oceania, it's all over in Central America, where we have development projects in the pipeline and interest in terms of utilizing hydrogen for electricity production. So that's one of the solutions which we can look at. We don't have to talk about the problem forever anymore, right? Those who are interested, I'm here. We can have a further discussion on it and see how it fits with your requirement within the Caribbean. Thank you.
Okay, I guess it's not coming on. All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcia Maynard, and I am the Vice President for Sustainable Energy Development at the National Energy Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm just going to round off in terms of this panel conversation. We are typically on the policy, supporting the Ministry of Energy on the policy side, and in terms of looking more in terms of the strategic management as it relates to the sustainable energy sector in Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm just going to sort of like introduce who we are for those persons who are not familiar with Trinidad and its role in terms of the global commodity industry, and then in terms of where we are in terms of our green hydrogen development roadmap. So I'm a member of the NGC Group, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, a very, very important player in Trinidad's gas industry. They are in fact our parent company. There are 4 main subsidiaries under the NGC Group. You have Phoenix Park Gas Processors Limited, and they are in the business of natural gas, the extraction of natural gas liquids for the external and international market. National Energy, to which I belong, we have been involved since 1979. NGC was formed in 75, and since 1979 in terms of adding value to natural gas. And the development of Trinidad and Tobago's petrochemical industry really started with the work of National Energy. There's also Labidco, Labray Industrial and Development Company, and they are in terms of supporting the port industry on the southern side of the island. And then we have NGC CNG. They would have had a mandate in terms of looking at the expansion of compressed natural gas as an alternative transportation fuel in Trinidad. So in terms of our work and what we are planning to do over the next 5 years, this represents in terms of just a broad landscape as to what we intend to do and focus over the upcoming 5-year thing. What I'm going to talk about sort of focuses us primarily in the area of energy integration and in terms of sustainable petrochemicals. So onto hydrogen development. This is just in terms of just a display of aggregation in terms of looking at hydrogen deployment in Latin America and the Caribbean. Kind of gives an idea as to where each particular area, country is in terms of its its hydrogen development. Some in terms of its areas looking at hydrogen public policies, projects that are operating, projects in planned status and so on. For Trinidad and Tobago, and this is what have been the latest results coming out of Inicio in 2021, we would have scored at a 16 because we are primarily still in the formation in terms of the strategy as well as in the development stage. There is, of course, if I go on to the next slide, next couple of slides, sorry, where in terms of looking at where we are looking at the establishment of this whole aspect of this green hydrogen market. And in fact, in November of last year, together with the Inter-American Development Bank, with the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, we would have launched Trinidad and Tobago a green hydrogen roadmap for the country in terms of looking at development over 3 horizons. So horizons 1, 2, and 3, which I will get to later. In the private sector, on the private sector side of things, I think as Dwight would have alluded to, there is in fact some investment in a project, a NewGen project, and that is in terms of looking at low carbon hydrogen. There are other opportunities in terms of the snapshot in looking at where some of those initiatives are across the Caribbean, but that's just in terms of where we are in the Trinidad landscape. So in 2022, I think over 21 into 2022, we worked specifically with KBR. They were in fact the consultant that was brought on board by the IDB, and we looked at being able to look at Trinidad's landscape. So Trinidad, in terms of its petrochemicals, we are in fact a global exporter of methanol and ammonia. And in fact, currently we use about 1.7 million tons per annum of gray hydrogen. And when we say gray hydrogen, it's primarily in terms of hydrogen that is produced from steam reforming. And when we looked at the applicability of hydrogen across the different sectors, there are some sectors that are just going to be unavoidable. And those unavoidable sectors primarily would be in the petrochemical space, in both ammonia and methanol, as well as within our local steel industry as well. When we say unavoidable, it's because of the fact that as we progress, and I think as we get in terms of looking at the different costs, and I mean, when you look at the levelized cost of hydrogen and we look at in terms of how it compares now to the cost of gray hydrogen, of course, it's not going to be compatible. And there are obvious reasons for that. But over the period of time, certainly in terms of the level of competitiveness, I should say, in terms of looking at both the products that come from gray hydrogen versus what's come from green hydrogen, you would tend to find over as the years progress that there may be some levelizing of some of those costs. There are, in fact, some specific reasons for that. One of the key aspects for Trinidad, especially looking at being able to move into this green hydrogen space, has to do with competitiveness. Right? I would show on another slide in terms of when we start to look at where we currently export, our export markets. We have in terms of looking at one of the larger export markets, which is into the EU, into Europe, and they are currently introducing their carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is basically a carbon tax, which it would in fact, by the time it comes into being in 2028, 2029, it therefore is going to be making our products less and less competitive. So there is a nexus or a reason as to why we have to explore this as an option. So in the roadmap, we would have identified offshore wind. That was one of the major technologies that, in terms of applicability, and looking at what we needed to do in being able to decarbonize this energy sector. So it is the map is divided into horizons 1, 2, and 3. And the first horizon in terms of really looking at building out the right foundation for us being able to be successful both in horizon 2 and in horizon 3. The government has approved looking at a program specifically at horizon 1. They would then, by the end of this year, we are to present this program in conjunction with the Ministry of Energy and the IDB, and they will determine which aspects of that program they would want to implement. In terms of us moving towards to the left, you will see where we are, our current trade markets and so on as it relates to the petrochemicals and what we want to move towards, which you'll see in terms of depicted by some of those green arrows. So in the horizon 1, just as gives an idea in terms of building the case and the foundation for the future, really in terms of being able to look at the policy and regulatory framework, we have been pretty successful in doing oil and gas and having regulations for oil and gas. What we really have to we have to move towards being successful at is being able to be attractive for renewable energy investments. We would have had, during the course of next year, we have the construction of our first utility solar PV plant, and it took us close to 4 years in terms of being able to get things right and have an investment, move them to FID, financial investment decision. And going forward, that really cannot be acceptable if you want to be a player in this space and be attractive. All right. So this is what we see as being needed in moving forward in terms of having cooperations within the region. Trinidad and Tobago is in fact part of a regional public goods initiative, which really is in terms of looking at the whole aspect of really identifying problems and really trying to find solutions. We are part of that with a group of countries because it becomes important in terms of when we look at certification. Because as a region, you have a better voice if it is that you come together as a group and you're able to have conversations with the EU, right? When the EU puts in their, they have put in their requirements as to having your products now enter into their markets, they don't take into consideration your uniqueness, right? They set it as standards and therefore you have to adopt. What is this particular initiative coming together in terms of over about 8 countries or so, it really gives you a voice in terms of being able to lobby and state in terms of your uniqueness as you look to have have regional standards in terms of conformance of your particular product and its applicability to your region. So just to round off here, again, in terms of, even if we talk about in terms of the renewables within the region, but when you're moving into the low carbon hydrogen space, there's always going to be an opportunity here for us to be able to look at being able to, as a group, discuss in terms of policies and strategies, and as well in terms of looking at the whole aspect of, is there an opportunity even to have a regional hydrogen hub, which becomes important in terms of as a region, us being able not only to export electricity between ourselves, but also in terms of looking at regional export of these green products. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panelists, and we have a little time challenge, but I thought it was necessary for the panelists to share what I consider to be very, very rich information. We intended to have a little bit of discussion, but what I want to do is probably open it up so that you could ask a question, because I think that is probably more important at this stage, because they have said quite a bit, given us quite a bit of insight. I think the big takeaway here is that, for me, it's happening. You know, that's what I got from people say all kind of things about these things being far off and esoteric and so on. But what you have shown from your presentation, if I were to summarize it, is that it's happening. And we can talk about pace and whether or not it's competitive. The point is that it's happening. So I'm not going to say much more there except to give you a chance to make ask your question. Anybody wants to be first? Any pressing question? No, it's all clear? Okay, so given that we have a minute or two, let me ask the question of the price issue. And we didn't really go through this, but I'm using your information just to put back at you, so you should be pretty comfortable, I think, in terms of response. So 25 years ago, when solar PV was just emerging in the Caribbean, there was a view that it's too expensive, it's not happening. I remember going to a conference and the Secretary of Energy in the US had said that when the price would have reached $2 per watt, it's going to be everywhere, right? That was the projection from the Energy Department in the United States. And we have seen that. As a matter of fact, it came much quicker. A lot to do with the market. So even though you're putting a price based on where you think, what really happened in the market was much faster. Do you see that a possibility here for the hydrogen? No, I just want to get your sense so that you put some numbers there. You know, right now it needs subsidy, and you made some projection as to how far, Caroline, you think subsidy will be necessary before it becomes. I'm arguing that on the one hand, with the carbon measures, taxes is going to affect the competitiveness with the traditional options. And on the other hand, kind of scale we're talking about with demand could really see scale happening faster, which could then affect price. How you view that as a potential trajectory? I'm kind of comparing with what happened with solar PV now. Is that a strong possibility? In which case, it could happen much sooner than the kind of projections you made. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think projections are useful because they give policymakers a sense of the scale of the challenge. But I don't think anyone would say that is set in stone and that will happen. Because if you had talked to kind of the general public in the UK 20 years ago, or in Northern Europe 20 years ago, they would have probably said, oh, offshore wind, I guess that's going to be a thing, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know if it's ever going to be cost competitive. I don't know if we're ever going to have turbines offshore. And now, you know, obviously in Orkney, you know, there's huge amounts of renewable energy for that island, but there's also just offshore wind farms across the UK and the North Sea, and they're cost competitive with traditional energy sources. So I think those graphs are helpful because they show the scale of the challenge, but they don't necessarily highlight the solutions, which is what you're talking about. And I think two of the solutions that we've seen for offshore wind, which I think could be useful for hydrogen and green hydrogen export, is industry collaboration. So members of industry pulling together and identifying how to reduce the cost of green hydrogen production through research and development. We've seen that in oil and gas. We've seen that in offshore wind. Why wouldn't it be the case in hydrogen? And then I think, to your point, you know, there are many different policy mechanisms that could be leveraged, not necessarily just levies and taxes, but other policy mechanisms that could help reduce the cost faster. And then, of course, the events that happen in the world and that spur those changes.
Thank you so much. Dwight, one of the challenges we have in the bank generally is that this question of maturity of technology. It's a kind of a struggle between the people like ourselves on the project development side, trying to get the projects and investments, and our risk people on the other side when we get to reviewing some of these projects, and the question of bankability. It's a struggle internally. Now, in a sense, this is new technology. How do you convince, or do you agree that it's new technology? As in a sense, one could argue that you're really bringing together, you tell me, right? But how do you treat with that question that this is new, not done before? Because that's a question our risk people always ask us. Where has this been done before? And we have to come with evidence, or ask the developers to come with strong evidence for us to be able to look at those projects in a certain way. How would you respond to that? Is it not a big challenge there in terms of getting the financing for this?
I mean, yeah. I mean, yes, it is. And I think if you speak to the people who led the development for us in the Caribbean, for instance, and even across the world, there are challenges in convincing people that the technology is sound. And I've spoken to leaders across the Caribbean who have said, well, where have you had any operational experience? But every technology starts that way, right? The question is, have we been able to convince anybody
that it is sound, right? Well, our experience in Martinique with the fuel, let's think about the technology itself. We have been producing hydrogen for decades, right? So that's not new, right? The idea of giving it a different input energy source is the new part, but the input energy source is also not new, right? The integration part of it is what we're testing to make sure that it can fit the requirement which we have, right? So from that perspective, yes, there are some things to be tested, right? But it is not something which is insurmountable. And I mean, the idea that we went through, for instance, the application for GCF funding and got the approval, which is a rigorous process in of itself, right? Tells us that we're on the right track where that is concerned, right? And we have a project in construction already. That means somebody is convinced that it is workable, right? And more as we talk to people and we start to explain what we are doing, we get the acceptance. So it takes some time to get the bankability tag. But to me, it is happening, and it is happening fast enough. And it's a global phenomenon. It's not isolated. Usually in the Caribbean, there's a concern that we get the guinea pig technologies. From if you come back from the 90s and before, since I've been in the industry. But I think it is safe to say that how we are proposing to utilize it, and the technology which we are utilizing, only the fuel cells might seem new to us, right? But certainly it is something which has been explored extensively.
Ian, do you see any special funding instrument? We understand up front some of this and Caroline's presentation, the need for subsidies. And I think you may have referred to that, some of the initial projects. But is there any need for special funding instruments to make these things happen fast from you? You said you have done some things already. How did the funding go for that in terms of, debt, straight debt? How did it work?
So within the UK, there's been different funding mechanisms over time, and Caroline showed yesterday some of them that has driven the wind industry to start off with, things like ROCs that were extremely useful, and the same with ROCs for marine energy, and that's where there was a huge drive for marine energy in the beginning. Our favourite Conservative government took these subsidies away from marine energy, and marine energy took a real debt. So I think there does need to be subsidy to help them start, and the wind industry is a perfect example where when they went to CFDs, everybody was saying, well, this may happen and it'll take time. And then once they went to the auction, it's dropped so far now that it's almost become unfundable, and they're going back up again. So it makes a big difference, but it's driven that industry, as Caroline's just said, from being well, that may happen, like we're discussing here with hydrogen, that may happen, to actually it happening. It's there, you can see them. I showed photographs of offshore wind industry across the piece. And then even in the small scale on the wind side, we had a feed-in tariff for small scale wind turbines in under 15 kilowatts. We have 780 of these turbines in our islands, under 15 kilowatts. They're all owned by people within the islands, either farmers or small-scale landowners. And all that money in the island circulates in the island. It doesn't go to shareholders, it doesn't go to big corporates or BPs or Shells or whatever from around the world. It goes to the people that put the wind turbine up, and they actually have to view them in there. And then they also link their own car into it and their own heating system, so they actually get the benefit of it in the island, and all the money circulates within the island, with some help in the background.
Marcia, you interesting. I found your presentation really, really, very, very helpful. Cooperation, regional cooperation. How important? You referred to it. I think more than alluding to it, you actually referred to it. How important is that in the mix for the success of your project? I mean, you mentioned it, but I'm just saying, to what degree do you see this as an important dimension of having the supplies and the even, hub that it offers? How important is that dimension?
Okay, it becomes very important, and as you quite rightly said, I mentioned it in the presentation. There is, in fact, for Trinidad and Tobago, we are, in fact, a part of a regional, as I said, a regional public goods initiative, and that involves about eight or more Latin American countries. And the reason for us being able to come together is that there is in Latin America, countries that we have put out their own hydrogen strategies and their roadmaps and so on. And it speaks to us, therefore, in terms of as we look at the export potential of our different commodities in terms of the green petrochemicals and so on. And then you then find like the larger trading blocks starting to put up their own mechanisms. If you are able as a region to say, okay, that I am able to produce and I have standard conformance practices in terms of how I produce, it means that there's consistency in the product that as a region that you're putting out. So that when you have the conversations with the larger trading blocks in the EU or in Asia or so, it means that you have a greater voice in being able to indicate, listen, you have, based on the standards that you have put up, you haven't taken into consideration my own idiosyncrasies and how I produce. So my environment, my communities, my water positions, anything like that. It gives you a stronger voice in being able then to have those conversations that you would have if you stood alone. So that's where for us, it becomes very important in being part of regional conversations and regional approaches in terms of having standardized ways of doing production, standardized approaches as it relates to safety and handling of these new commodities. Sure.
Supply side, that applies to.
Yes, most definitely. As I would have alluded to in the roadmap, it specifically would have spoken to looking at the offshore wind technology for Trinidad, but of course, that still has to be assessed. Everything looks good on a model, on a desktop. When you get into the actual physical measurement, of course, things look different. And then you may have to have a different strategy, whether or not you may have to look at, maybe I may have to now import. If I am to now look at a much wider decarbonization strategy for this industry that I have.
Thank you so much. I think I've overstayed. I've gone over time, so thank you, organizers, for your patience. But listen, I think you'll agree with me that we had a very, very rich panel and set of information here. I want to join me in thanking the panelists. Thanks.
It's back to regular programming with me, and we're going to take a short break, about 15 minutes.
So last week when I took my two little girls to their gymnastics class, there was this other mom there who was looking at me kind of weird.
like Hades, baby. The 6 sword takes 380s. Yard man, but this gun comes from Haiti, bro. I think I know why they hate me.
Some pussy must have feel just attacking out a song. I thought two in out a clip, the extension long. Can't afford feet jam, say I pray for the gun. Can't afford feet jam, say I pray for the gun. She have a man and still I bring the pussy come. Tired of the nerd, no I kill her, she a fuck. Run up in a wheel and you run out of luck. Left the knife in her head because the blade is stuck. Just like axe, switch the accent up. Same way axe, switch spinning with the mud. Catch him after the slap doing his po.
Yo, Umbre, don't try to run a shot at like mommy pop.
Rounding the 200-meter corner to the finish line. The athletes among us would know that. Oh, the low order batting? Okay. We can go for a cricket reference then. So we've gone through the field and we are the low order batsmen. Session 4, from fuels to feedstock, integrating the Caribbean into the global supply and logistics chain for end-use applications of green hydrogen and other green electrofuels and electrochemicals. The moderator for this session will be Mr. Roberto Eleo, Principal Regional Energy Specialist, Caribbean IDP.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for those welcoming words to this panel. Thanks everyone for joining. This is the last panel, the last session before the closing of the plenary of the day today. So, and we have a very, very distinguished number of panelists here today to share their thoughts on this very important topic. It was already stated, but the topic really that's going to dwell around how to integrate green hydrogen and other green fuels and electrochemicals into the or integrating the Caribbean in the global supply of these chemicals. Very important topic. In fact, comes very timely after the discussion that we just had on green hydrogen and the production. So we're going to take it to the next level. And our colleague Joseph had a very, very rich discussion just a few minutes ago on the first part of this topic. And now we're going to go to the next one. How can these things happen? How do these things, how can we integrate the region into that? And I just wanted to say very few words on when we're looking at green hydrogen, when we're looking at the green fuels. Really, we're looking at it from a perspective of a whole economy approach. We're not looking at the power sector only. We're looking at the broad sector, how to decarbonize the whole economy. And this is how this session would be integrating into this discussion, around the topics of hard to abate sectors, long-haul transportation, shipping industry. In fact, a number of times during yesterday and today, the topic of shipping came up. And I believe it's related to, the recent strategy that IMO approved this year in July to have more ambitious targets for decarbonization of that industry. And so how are the shipping and the ports going to cope with those new targets? And similarly with the aviation sector, the sustainable aviation fuels, how are these green fuels going to integrate? So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce again this very, very distinguished panel. I will start from the left to right in this order. Mr. Dale Ramlakan, Country Manager for HDF Energy Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, Dale. We have Mr. Steve Beveridge, President and CEO of Jamaica Public Service Company Limited. Welcome, Steve. Thank you for joining. We have Mr. James Whitaker, President of the Cayman Renewable Energy Association and Chairman of the Cayman Islands Energy Policy Council. Welcome, James. And we have Mr. Noel Brown, Vice President of Academic Affairs and Accreditation with the Caribbean Maritime University. Welcome, Noel. Thanks for joining. Okay, so the dynamics, basically, we're going to invite each one of these distinguished panelists to provide some remarks about how do they see this topic, what sort of elements did they feel that it would be interesting to share with us in lieu of the energy transition of the Caribbean and the role that the green fuels can have in the region, given the recent developments and the recent, I would say, the most recent boom towards each one of these topics on green hydrogen. We know that hydrogen has been with us for a while, but now the drop in renewables and the climate crisis in some ways have brought it up into a boom that we have all been seeing for the last 5 years. So it would be very interesting to listen to the perspective of these very distinguished panelists. And after they provide some remarks, and we have some time, so please take your time to share your thoughts, and then we will open it up for the public, for the audience here, and I have some questions as well that will be coming along the way. So without any further ado, please, shall we start? Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. So I made Pamela talk about the cricket. I mean, since the Laura team coming in, but maybe we might do a Glenn Maxwell. Yeah, maybe we might do a Glenn Maxwell here. So that's the target. So again, my name is Dale Ramlakan, the country manager for HDF TT. I also lead the project Dwight was talking about, the New Gen project. And so you'd see me, I'm going to tell this as a story. And so it's going to go through like a story. And I want people to also think big and keep an open mind, right? So I know Dwight spoke more of HDF's role in hydrogen to power. I changed this to hydrogen production because really and truly, hydrogen has many uses. Dwight focused on power, but I'm going to focus on a couple others. Okay, now switch. So I won't spend too much time on this. Dwight did talk about H2 infrastructure as well as fuel cell production. We are located in 30 countries, 5 continents. When I joined, it's probably employee number 30. It's now over 100. It's rapidly growing. The solutions vary. We pride ourselves on being able to come up with creative solutions for the markets that we are in. That's the role we play. Everywhere we go, we look at using local talent as well as finding the right niche market to make the solution work. So Dwight spoke on power, I will speak on mobility and on the industries. And we know green hydrogen is something that's going to be part of decarbonizing hard to abate sectors, the industrial sector, petrochemicals, steel, glass. Some of these sectors are hard to decarbonize, as well as shipping. So the story here is, this is what HDF was born to do, right? Basically, this is what we do. We look at decarbonizing the sectors. Why are we doing it? Why we need to decarbonize? And there are 2 contexts. And usually we get this conflated. So the global context you would hear is to combat climate change, reduce GHG, protect the environment, and reduce dependency on fossil fuel, while enhancing energy security and resilience. And all that is good, but sometimes they don't really fit the Caribbean context. So what do we have in the Caribbean? We do have a lot of renewable energy potential. We have solar, wind, geothermal, hydropower. We have a lot. Can we use it? Can we use it to really create value? And this is the question that we'll try to answer as this panel, right? And so there are 2 options: turn it into a feedstock or a fuel. Also, this has been driven by global industrial policies. And I'll speak about 2. CBAM, which is the Cross-Border Adjustment Mechanism, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act out of the US. So we do know that low emission and renewable energy, renewable hydrogen produced through electrolysis does offer a promising solution. And we speak about this throughout the conference in terms of the ambition. and really and truly, what are the actions, right? So we'll try to get to the actions. So again, to enhance why we are focused on producing hydrogen is these industrial policies. And CBAM is an interesting one. So what it tries to do is basically allow for manufacturers in the European Union to not be disadvantaged for paying the European, the ETS, the Emission Trading Scheme tax. So they're now going to levy basically the same amount on importers that import into their domain. And initially, it has started already. It started on October 1st this year, but it's a reporting phase. But by the 1st of January 2026, it becomes a tariff. The other things that are being done by the EU to enhance that CBAM is things like the Energy Charter Treaty. The Energy Charter Treaty was put in place in 1998 to focus on not disadvantaging the fossil industry by changing laws. So the EU has been looking at getting out of that to allow for their Green Deal to be able to really take off. And then also there's also the Red Tree, which recommitted the European Union from moving from 32% renewables to 42.5%, and that recently passed. So they're doubling down on their targets to really push forward with the green agenda. So the IRA is a very interesting one as well, and it uses the method of the carrot over the stick, basically. So it's promoting investment via investment tax credits and production tax credits. And in different areas, a lot of it around renewable energy generation, but also hydrogen and nuclear energy. So what recently happened, there was a competition to select hydrogen hubs in the US. 7 were selected in various regions with indigenous type energy supply. So if you look at the Gulf Coast Hub is going to be allowed to use natural gas with carbon capture. The Midwest Hub is going to be allowed to use nuclear, and the California Hub is going to use excess renewables. So they're going to use the advantages to create these hydrogen hubs to get them to the point where they could be in time commercially viable. And so I want to draw a parallel here. So what they've done is looked at their advantages. And the region, if you go step back, the region does have an advantage. We do have a lot of firm renewable energy. And to the last panel, I know a question was asked about how do we integrate it and how do we work together? And so we see when so the states are blocks of countries basically put together in the United States, right? They work together to create this. Same thing with the European Union. Each individual state or each individual country may have their own idea, but they work together for the economic benefit of all. And this bloc, the Caribbean bloc, needs to look at the same thing. There's also maritime policies, and this probably one to drive in a lot of change faster than the others, where there's a drive to reduce GHG by 50% by 2050. And they've been looking at a lot of alternative fuels. Ammonia has been put into the mix, methanol, LNG. The two that seems to be leading is LNG and green methanol for now. Shipping companies have started to build ships for methanol. That has happened as well as most cruise liners are starting to as well change to LNG. So what is the price? And so the first speaker on the last panel spoke about the 94 million tons, but the target for 2030 is double that. It's almost 200 tons. And it's made up of mainly methanol production, ammonia production, and refining. Those are probably the three major spaces that use hydrogen. So there's a huge demand gap to be filled by 2030 if all the hydrogen conversion happens. So currently, I know Marcia spoke about this, there's 1.7 million tons of hydrogen production in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's just for context. Right? It's 2%, but it's the region's largest demand for hydrogen. And it's mainly made up of methanol and ammonia production. So if we have a demand, how can we fill this demand? And so this is the part where I tell you to think, we're going to think big. Right, so if we choose to electrify, say, 20% of Trinidad and Tobago's petrochemical sector, or even create a petrochemical sector in the region, 20% is 400,000 tons per year. To produce that, you need 11.4 gigawatts of intermittent power, or 3.4 gigawatts of firm power. And you see the difference, and it's based on the capacity factor. The last panel spoke a lot about capacity factor. So there are options. What are the options that we have? We could do it with intermittent. We look at putting 500,000 households across the region or in Trinidad with 5 kilowatts. You do 10 gigawatts of offshore wind. You do some large scale onshore and, wind and solar projects, and you could get the total. But there's some other interesting options. And I don't think anybody spoke about this so far. The geothermal potential in the Eastern Caribbean. And I just took a few islands potential, and it's way above that 3.4. So if you could tap into that, you can produce 400,000 tons of hydrogen, which could go into ammonia production, methanol production, steel production, all of which are going to be products that the global north will need. There's another option. If you look south, there's a huge hydro potential, again, in gigawatts. And I chose just a few sites that make up the numbers. So moving electrons from either south or the east of Trinidad and Tobago, or anywhere else we choose to build the hub could be regionalized. And then there's another option, and this option probably has been spoken only in this domain in Jamaica, but it's not a bad option. It's something I speak about a lot, is the small-scale nuclear option. And this gives firm power in smaller blocks, much less capex, much less space. And it's been really explored, especially in the US. Nuclear has been having a renaissance as well as in Europe and in France. And because if we're serious about really trying to get to 1.5 or 2, nuclear has to be part of the mix. It's going to be very difficult to do it, to replace all the baseload demand with intermittent demand. So what do we do as HDF, and how are we contributing to trying to get to decarbonization? And so the NuGen project probably came up twice in the last panel. And what is it? It's really an electrolyzer project. So just 2 days ago, I think there was an announcement of the largest project online now, which produces 3 tons of hydrogen per day. This project looks to produce 2.2 tons per hour. So it's 20 times the size of what is the largest project online today. It looks to produce 20,000 tons of hydrogen, which translates to 100,000 tons of ammonia per year. It's one of probably 3 of the largest projects in the world ongoing in development. There's one in Rotterdam, one in China, and this one. So it's a huge project. The reason it could be done is because of the Point Lisa's industrial estate, right? It has, and the idea came up due to the shortfall in natural gas production. We were looking for solutions to supplement 20% of our plant. And so the sources of electricity, and why we call it low carbon, because the sources of electricity is not necessarily renewable energy, but it's energy efficiency. It's utilizing waste heat to produce extra electricity, which we have certified as clean and low carbon using a third-party certifier, TUV. They certify that the power sources would meet the European standard, because one of the potential off-takers is European, and they drove the process to ensure that we could meet the European standard. So this project kind of leads the way when it comes to certification. It leads the way in permitting, the permitting aspect around it, and I think Marcia spoke about some of it in terms of having the right certification and standards. This leads that discussion as well. Yes, we've been doing hydrogen for 40 years, but hydrogen, and the good thing is we are an industrial estate, but there's certain features of the plant that require a different look, like blast radius, blast walls, those things, venting of hydrogen. Those things are things that have to be taken into consideration, which might be slightly different from a typical petrochemical plant. And then there's another solution that we've been working on in Europe or in France, and this is our maritime solution using the similar renew stable that I spoke about, but going back to the moderators asking about seaports and what we're looking at in terms of seaports, and there are huge opportunity for coal ironing or shore power, creating shore power that ships could plug into, as well as converting ferries. So converting ferries, this solution I think could work in the region very well, and so it's going to be tested obviously in Europe first, but it's something that I think could fit this market, this Caribbean market, and it involves all aspects of decarbonizing port activities. So from moving from forklifts to trucks to shore power to barges and ferries, so all these things it could be decarbonized using hydrogen, to the point of testing. Right now there's testing or looking at testing fuel cells on ships to see if this will also be a solution. So this two are the major areas we're working in outside of the power space. And just to reiterate what Dwight was saying, we have $5 billion in projects, and so 1 gigawatt of fuel cells and 1 gigawatt of electrolyzers is no small feat. We consider ourselves a pure hydrogen developer. So it's nothing else we do beside hydrogen or hydrogen related, as compared to integrated energy companies looking at oil, gas, as well as stacking on hydrogen. There's a pure player in hydrogen only. This IPO was done 2 years ago, and it raised over $150 million. So this is also a publicly traded company. So this vested into the DNA of the company of looking for solutions and moving forward with really decarbonizing the hard to decarbonize areas. So that's it for me. Thanks, guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Steve Berberick. I'm the CEO of Jamaica Public Service. We're bringing the lights to you as we speak, and I hope you're enjoying them. I'm also mindful that the last panel of the day, and there's a bar not far out the lobby here. So I don't have slides. I just want to kind of give you a bit of a story, and I'll speak to that, and we can have a fulsome discussion in a bit. But I will tell you that Jamaica has tremendous ambitious plans to decarbonize its fleet, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. I think it's relevant for me to talk to you a little bit about my own personal background. I was the former CEO of the California Independent System Operator. We were the grid and market operator in California. And why is that relevant? Why is that important? And let me tie these together for just a moment. The numbers will dwarf, obviously, what we do here in California or here in the Caribbean. But in California, they have on the order of about 20,000 megawatts of solar, about 5,000 megawatts of wind, about 5,000 megawatts of storage. And oftentimes they can serve approximately 70% of their load with renewable energy, just wind and solar. And on periodic times, they've met 90% of their load with wind and solar. And why is that important? Because that's great. It's the 5th largest economy in the world, just California all by itself. And so how does a wealthy country or a wealthy state go about doing this, and what can it achieve? I think it's a lot easier to do it there than it is to do it here. And I'll talk about that in a second. But I think the other relevant thing, particularly for this panel, is while those numbers all add up nicely, there are still times when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine very much. And, you know, contrary to what you see in the movies and the TV series, it does rain in California. There are monsoons that come in. There are cloudy days. They just never show that on TV. But I'm here to tell you it exists. And oftentimes, as an example, on very, very hot days in California, you may get out of that 5,000 megawatt wind capacity 50 megawatts, 70 megawatts? Very little. So they still have 35,000 megawatts of gas generation. And the key thing is, if they truly want to decarbonize, they're going to have to find a way to decarbonize the 35,000 megawatts of backup generation or find an alternate technology that doesn't exist yet. And I don't think it's going to exist anytime soon. So I think the feedstocks for these thermal plants is an important discussion, and I know that's what this panel is going to work on. Let me then shift to what we're trying to do here in Jamaica. Jamaica has very ambitious goals, up to 50% renewables by 2030, and I think those goals are eminently doable, and it's on a path to do that. We should probably have easily 100 megawatts of solar in probably the next 3 years, and about 150 megawatts of battery storage too during that time. So that'll be the challenge that we're trying to address here. I'd also observe this. Some of you who have been students of how this is developed, solar panels, they were bought down, they were made economic by Germany. Storage is being made economic by California. Let's let them do that. Let's watch them do that. Let's learn from what they do. We don't have to be first movers. We can watch these areas that have far more funds go ahead and do this R&D for us, and I think we can learn from it. And I think that's really the thing that we need to take away here. But again, as it relates to this panel, to truly be able to decarbonize the grid, have that backup generation that's needed when the sun's not shining, the wind's not blowing, you'll have to have some sort of thermal fleet running on something. And I think that's where the discussion of this panel goes as it relates to a clean, green feedstock. So those are my comments for today. I look forward to the discussion.
Afternoon, everybody. I am James Whitaker, the president of the Cayman Renewable Energy Association and the chairman of the Cayman Islands Government's Energy Policy Council. Just going to give you a brief overview of the Cayman Islands and bring it into the context of where I think we see green hydrogen from our perspective and how that fits in. The Cayman Islands is a financial services center. So about 60% of our economy is financial services. There's also tourism as well as development. So those are kind of the three pillars of our economy. So we're not an industrialized nation. So a lot of the green hydrogen specific applications around industrial uses doesn't apply to us. And I think that's relevant because that's relevant to a lot of the other islands that aren't industrialized nations. And so the context that I think we view green hydrogen is an enabler for the power system as opposed to an industrial application. And the challenge that I think we have as an island, Cayman Islands right now is about 3% renewable energy. We've been pursuing renewable energy for 13 years. I'm embarrassed to say that we're only at 3% renewable energy. It's not for the lack of trying, but my esteemed colleague, Mr. Fletcher, addressed the 800-pound gorilla in the room on the first night. It's about moving the monopolistic barriers that are in the way to move from fossil fuel generation to renewable energy generation. And so our real goal is to enable the rapid adoption of renewable energy, democratize energy generation, remove monopolistic barriers, and when that curve for generation rapidly accelerates upwards, that's where for us green hydrogen starts to play a really key role, and that's where it starts to help with grid stability and offsetting that diesel fuel cost once we get to very high levels of penetration. I just got back from Hawaii about 2 weeks ago, and Hawaii, depending on the island that you go to right now, is 40 to 70% renewable energy today. And that's without green hydrogen or any long duration energy storage. In Oahu, 1 in 3 homes have rooftop solar. They're incentivizing heavily energy storage. 51% of all the renewable energy in Hawaii is rooftop solar. They take an all of the above approach. A lot of these islands have limited land mass. very expensive land. And so when you look at what they've done, I think that's a model for not just Cayman, but a lot of the Caribbean islands. And so the key for us to really have an economic discussion about things like green hydrogen, especially for islands that are non-industrialized, it really for us comes down to the power system and how we can integrate that. But that conversation really doesn't start unless we can heavily accelerate the adoption of renewable energy. And as I said, for us, a lot of that's about policy and moving away the monopolistic barriers. Right now, today, we, Cayman Islands and many other islands, we can get to 60 to 70% renewable energy penetration with the technology that exists today. The island of Kauai, that's 70% renewable energy today. They've contracted right now for a PV storage and pumped hydro project that's going to get them to just over 80% renewable energy in the next 24 months. What they're looking at is hydrogen for that last 20%. So my argument is, you know, for us islands like Cayman and others that are in those single digits, we can really worry about excess renewable energy and curtailing and green hydrogen. But we need to worry about that, you know, 5, 10, 15 years from now, unfortunately. And by that time, you know, I think from a power sector perspective, hydrogen, green hydrogen will be fully commercialized at that point. And that's what's going to help us to get to that last 10 to 20%. So that's an overview of the Cayman Islands, and I look forward to the conversation.
Good afternoon. Just like my colleagues, I did not prepare a presentation. I just want to talk about some of the projects that we have been doing at the universities here. But just to put things in context, I must say that I started at the University of Technology in 1995. I spent 23 years there, and then I moved over to the Caribbean Maritime University. So I've been there now 5.5 years. So a lot of the research that I did was done at the University of Technology. So I'll talk about some of those. Then I was a researcher. Now I'm a director of research. So I just stand on the sidelines now. So at the Maritime University, I'll just hasten to say that we understand the regulations of the IMO about reducing the carbon footprint. And I heard one of my presenters talking about installing fuel cell in boats. And I can say that we do have boats. So if you need a boat to install fuel cell in, please see me after the presentation. And we can talk a little bit more about that. But even as we talk about EVs now, when I was a young researcher in about 2006, I decided that for one of my student projects, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take one of these electric golf carts and solarize it. So we went ahead, go on a scrap heap at the Constant Spring Golf Club. We found an old golf cart, took it up, and then we, strip it down, bare bones to chassis, and we started rebuilding. We used some high density batteries. We changed the motor to a more efficient electric motor, and the roof was replaced by 3 solar panels and install a charge controller, and it worked perfectly. For the time that it worked, there was no challenge. It has never been out of charge. That was in 2006, and I would like to say it was the project, even though it was a project at the university, funding for that project was provided by the Petroleum Corporation of Jamaica. So I need to acknowledge them. But what happened is that after that, nothing happened. We didn't continue the project. But recently, the reason I'm mentioning it is recently there is this new thrust to go into solarizing golf carts because of the amount of golf carts that we have, and a lot of the new properties that are, operating these golf courses they are now looking at ways of reducing their carbon footprint. So that's one of the ways. Not only reducing the carbon footprint, but the solar golf carts, it runs quiet and things like that. Now, one of the things that I heard, I listened to all the presentations today, and they were very good presentation, but I'm not sure, I can be convinced. Most of the presentation, what it did, or what was done, is that everyone avoided burning hydrogen. I had a question for Professor Clark when he spoke about the retrofitting of the Dash 8, if they were thinking about using, using a PEM, or they were thinking about just using a different fuel source. So I wasn't sure, but it sounded more like they were using a PEM. So because of the fact that here in Jamaica, and one of the things that we are concerned about is deforestation. And deforestation, a lot of families that find themselves on the lower economic strata, what they do is that they would gather firewood for cooking. And as a result of that, they would be contributing, understandably why, to deforestation. So we looked at it and said, well, what we could do is that we could produce green hydrogen, and these green hydrogen we would investigate if we could put them in small cylinders, similar to LPG cylinders, and then they could use it at home. Now, you would know that hydrogen as a fuel that you burn is infamous. So nobody wants to challenge hydrogen, but hydrogen really not a fuel, it's an energy carrier. It would carry like 3 times more energy than gasoline and 4 times more energy than LPG. So what was done is that an electrolyzer was used using solar energy to split water into oxygen and hydrogen, low pressure. That hydrogen was stored in special cylinders. These cylinders were specially designed. We didn't want to use the steel cylinders because a lot of people, they were concerned about hydrogen because of the infamy and the flammability risk. They figured that we need to have special design cylinders. So cylinders were designed from carbon fiber and a composite to store them, to store the hydrogen at low pressure. And that was done. We got a normal stove, and the burners were retrofitted to burn hydrogen. When hydrogen burns, as I said, it has 3 times the energy as gasoline and 4 times more than LPG. Hydrogen burns white hot, it's colorless and it's odorless. So what that means is that if you have a hydrogen fire going right here, you could walk into the fire because you're not seeing it, you wouldn't see it. So one of the things that we try to do is to get a stenching agent. We use a similar stenching agent to what is used in LPG. That's mercaptan, and it worked fine. And then we put a dye in it so that whenever it burns with a blue flame, similar to what you're used to. And that was done, and it worked perfectly. And, that was done in 2017, going 5 years now, 5-6 years, that stove is still working. Lesson that were learned from that experiment would say that All we need to do is that could be scaled up in different ways. That could be scaled up to produce and store hydrogen for domestic use. And also, if we have a need for other hydrogen as a feedstock, it could be used, and we would not have to do we don't have to do large industrial plants and then start looking at liquefying the hydrogen and then putting infrastructure in to transport it to different locations. But we could actually make the hydrogen, green hydrogen, where it is used or where it is required. So those are the research that we've done so far. Another thing that I would say, maybe not a part of this, but I would mention it because we are a university and we are available to do research or to help in research. Some of the things that we are looking at is, as Jamaica move towards EV, as we move towards EV, as the EV sector gets larger in Jamaica, we see as training institutions where we're available to offer training to engineers and technicians to service these vehicles, public education. We're also willing to participate in things like that. So, okay, I'll stop here and we can have a discussion as we go along. Thank you very much.
It works. Thank you. Thank you for that. So thanks very much to each one of the panelists. It was very, very interesting comments that you provided and your insights. And I'm going to start this way now, going on that direction, since Noel just shared some thoughts. And very interesting what you were mentioning, Noel, before we open up. First, we'll do a round here, and then we open up to the audience here. Very interesting what you were mentioning about hydrogen for the domestic use. I'd be keen to have separate discussions about that and see whether we can help a little bit in that research going forward. The access agenda is very important for us, particularly for cooking, as you were saying. It's a big challenge in Latin America. The ceiling could be a bit of a challenge at some point. I'd like to understand a little bit better that because of the size, this very, very small size of hydrogen, so molecule. But we can have a discussion around that. But I also wanted to pick on the point that you said about how can these elements of your research can feed into the economic development of different communities. And in fact, I wanted to link it quickly with the national green hydrogen strategies for the following reason. From the IDB and other development partners like the CDB, World Bank, and others, we're all working together in supporting the countries develop, national strategies and action plans and roadmaps for green hydrogen to the countries. But I wanted to bring the case of Spain. When Spain developed their national strategy, in fact, their national strategy for hydrogen included a very specific mentioning to what you were saying, Noel, particularly using green hydrogen as sort of distributed generation or distributed manufacturing as a source of income for rural communities. In Spain, some of the rural communities are facing some challenges in the parts of the country, and they are looking at this potential as another source of rural economic growth. And I wanted to point that out because that is also a very important part of the elements of the social dimensions of the energy transition, the just energy transition. How can that help, countries improve their lives? But going back to the academy, where you are in the university, when we were working at, let me go back to 2005, 2007, supporting countries with the developments of large-scale renewables with state-owned utilities. Obviously, the discussions entailed very quickly some key pillars. Political willingness. You needed some push and pull, like incentives and regulatory mechanisms. You needed some strong, robust analysis on how to do those projects and the project pipeline. but you also needed capacity building. In fact, I had chats during that work with several CEOs. In fact, we were working with the CEOs of utilities, whereby CEOs were keen to promote projects, but they faced internal resistances within their own teams, from the operational teams on how to operate the new technology. And that was a big challenge in a number of countries. We had to help them develop, training programs for them to be comfortable to operate the new technologies where they were not used to it. So, political willingness, the decision is one thing, but then what happens in the ground, how to integrate those technologies in their real life. I'm wondering, how is the university looking at this paradigm shift now with these new technologies like hydrogen or these? Do you guys have specific programs through which you are aiming to develop or doing this upskilling or reskilling of the capacities of the professionals and technicians in this space, Noel? Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that question. Just to remind you, infant mortality for some technology is as high as 20%, right? Meaning that before you understand the technology, you have damaged maybe 20% of it. So upskilling is very important, and yes, we are interested in helping to do that. I'm in discussion right now with the Metropolitan University of Toronto, our TMU, Toronto Metropolitan University, and one of the things that we're looking at is we're looking at designing different programs for the different sectors, engineers, and also the technicians, in order to maintain, for example, the new EVs. And I'm also in discussion with them about somewhat of a testing lab for different technologies coming into Jamaica. Because we're a small country, what happened is that we don't have the testing facilities that I think we should have. And as a result of that, what we do is that we would go online and Google would say, well, you buy some panels and this is what will happen and this is what the power that it will produce. Now, those panels were tested in a total different situation, under total different conditions than what we have here. And when it comes to Jamaica, it doesn't perform as it should perform or as you think it should perform. And as a result of that, the technology, as you say, might get a bad rap. People are saying it's not good, it's not efficient, and then people might just lose interest in a particular technology. I think that if we invest in something like a proper testing lab in Jamaica, certified by our Bureau of Standards, we could do things like that, and we could actually inform the public on how these technologies will perform in and under our conditions.
Okay, thanks very much, Noel, for that. Very interesting. And so, James, if I understood correctly, did you say that Cayman is looking at revising the targets for renewable energy penetration to go up to higher penetrations? And if you don't mind, when you answer that, can you also share with us whether you guys are considering any green hydrogen project in Cayman, please? Thanks.
Yeah, Cayman passed its national energy policy in 2017. At the time, it set a target of 70% renewable energy by 2037. At the time, that was based on some expert opinion and modeling. We've since now, just this last year, undertaken a review of that policy at year 5, and we're now revising our target upward to 100% by 2045. It's still subject to be voted on by our cabinet, but that's what's on the table right now. And a lot of that is looking 5 years on from the original national energy policy, seeing the progress of other nations, seeing the progress of renewable energy, watching places like Hawaii. When we did our first national energy policy, Kauai in Hawaii was at 30%. By the time we did our revision at year 5, they were at 70. So, we have quite a lot of confidence that we can achieve 100% renewable energy by 2045. We would be lying if we said we knew how we were going to get to that last 20 or 30%, because the truth is, few people know, but I think we're trusting in the trend curve for long duration energy storage systems like green hydrogen. So as I was saying in my remarks at the podium, you know, our challenge in Cayman, and I think it applies to a lot of other islands, is we need to accelerate the curve upward of our renewable energy generation with the technologies that exist today and that are economical today. And then at some point along that curve, we are going to weave in things like green hydrogen. To your point, you know, we can't today get rid of base load power for fossil fuels. And so, you know, once green hydrogen and these other green fuels are commercialized down the line to the point where they can really make an impact in the power sector, I'm sure there's specific instances in specific places where it might make sense today, but in terms of making a really big impact in the power sector, we think that will come down the road. But by the time we reach 67 to 80%, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But we expect that that bridge will be there by that point.
Okay, great. Interesting. Thank you so much, James, for that. And Steve, you were mentioning about the upcoming projects in the next 2 to 3 years, like solar and battery systems. Is JPS considering green hydrogen at all in their plans? Thanks.
In short, no, we're not. But let me take a step back though, because I think we need to have. I think we need to have a very clear-eyed conversation about this. I know you were talking about Hawaii as an example. Hawaii has the highest energy costs of any state in the United States. The Caribbean islands are not rich islands. We have to find a way to do this as economically as possible. That's our challenge here. The technology exists. What we need to do is find the sweet spot where we can do this as economical as we can. Now, one of the, the good things, it's a bad thing, is that the cost of power in the Caribbean is expensive, largely because we have to import fuel to generate it. So we'll have a good economic offset as we go down this path of decarbonizing. I am of the belief, and I've seen this firsthand in Europe and in other places, I'm not sure the last 20% is worth decarbonizing. Let me tell you why. Because the last 20% of decarbonizing the electric grid is very, very expensive. And if we want to use the electric grid, which I think we do, to decarbonize the rest of the economy, from transport to home heating and cooling and everything else, we have to do that in a way that is affordable. And people are not going to move to electric vehicles, as an example, if electricity is too expensive. So I think that's our challenge here. Now, transitioning to the question at hand, I do think we need to continue to pay close attention to what's going on in the rest of the world. The Nordic countries are doing a lot of work in the green hydrogen and in the ammonia space. And I also think we need to be careful about being too married to hydrogen as a solution, because it could very well be that ammonia is a better solution. Hydrogen, I had an opportunity at a conference I was in a while back to talk to people who are very deep technologists in handling and using of hydrogen. It's it's the smallest molecule on the face of the earth. It's hard to handle. It may not be the right solution, but I do think it's a great feedstock for some of the other solutions. As a matter of fact, taking hydrogen and making it into ammonia. So that's where we are.
For that, indeed. And I was at the last Caribbean Shipping Association meeting recently in Trinidad, and the discussions about the multi-fuel future, whereby hydrogen can play a role, but definitely it's not the first one where you go. They are picking, obviously, methanol, still has some carbon in the molecule, but much less. Then ammonia is emerging as the one that of choice later down the road. Yeah, the sweet spot later down the road. But obviously, you have other countries that are going into biofuels. I mean, obviously, cases like Brazil, that they are very successful still with ethanol and the like. They are also thinking about introducing those for the shipping in inner waterways and the like. So there's going to be a multi-fuel for that. So as you were saying, there won't be just one silver bullet that will tackle all of the decarbonization. It's going to be a multiple solution or multiple scheme parameters for solution. Yes. So thanks for that. And Dale, when I was seeing your presentation, I see that HDF, of course, is present in several countries and regions, and you're working on this very specific topic. And I wanted to comment something, then ask a related question. We are working from the IDB together with OLADE, the Latin America Organization for Energy, in developing a certification of standards for hydrogen, CertiH2LAC, something like that. It's going to be presented formally. In fact, it's being presented formally this week in Uruguay in the OLADE's Energy Ministerial meeting, but then at the COP28 is going to be sort of launched. And so I'm wondering, based on your experience, and obviously we are circulating communications to the countries here in the Caribbean, countries that might be interested in learning more about it and joining further down the road, to join as well. They can be part of the certification, so that the region can have a sort of a standard across the region that can, in some ways give comfort level that what's happening with that element. How important is that certification based on your experience? Gail, please, based on other countries, other regions that already have some certificates in place. Thanks.
So certification is very important, especially, so leading certification has been European Union. Up to 1 year ago, there were many, many different bodies looking at certification and many different views on certification. So Europe came up with their certification process, and earlier this year in April, the G7 meeting, most of the other G7 had basically adopted their processes of what they want to see. And you see it with the Inflation Reduction Act as well. And it goes around a few topics. Additionality. The topic of additionality has come back up. It used to be a topic around when the CDM was around, the Clean Development Mechanism. So what does additionality say? Additionality says, if I'm going to produce renewable energy, it has to be for this. If I take it off the grid, it has to be, it was developed within the last 3 years. And again, is about reducing emissions. Everything is geared towards reducing emissions, and the targets are around getting 70% reduction in your product, emissions reduction in your product. And that is the driving basis behind the EU's certification. So if you just take power off the grid, you're going to have to backfill that. If you deem renewable energy to your green hydrogen, you're going to have to backfill that with something else. And in Europe, they realized they were backfilling it with gas. So it wasn't really reducing emissions. In some cases, we're increasing emissions. So additionality became a big, huge issue. And that's the same in the US right now. Green hydrogen, those hubs that I mentioned, projects are not moving as fast as because there's not enough renewable energy to give you that additionality. And so the initial grab was to bring them off the grid. But that then doesn't show the emission reduction that you want to see. And the next one is temporal matching. Temporal matching is where I generate a megawatt hour of electricity at this hour. It must translate to a megawatt of electricity going into an electrolyzer. Initially, doing hourly matching has been difficult again because there's not enough renewable energy, and then there's none in the night if you're looking at solar. So what they've decided to compromise is they're doing monthly matching. The project I work on, we focus on monthly matching. So how much electricity is generated monthly from the source is matched up to how much you use monthly. Over time, that is going to get tighter. Right now, the US is bogged down with hourly matching, and they're trying to get that changed in Congress. So those things are what drive the certification, because really and truly what you want to know is that if you're doing this, it's going to reduce emissions. And so certification is geared amongst emission reduction. So you'd see a lot of the narrative around colors have changed. You speak about low emission in Europe or clean in America, because both of them have created similar standards, and they look at it being less than 1 kilogram of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen. And then there's renewable hydrogen. And so everything has kind of, I've been working on this project for the last 3 or 4 years, and I've seen it switch and get to clearer pathways. And I think the work that you guys doing will fit into that, or be modeled similarly around what that directive would be. Because most of the products that we would produce, even in the region or Latin America, the markets we would be seeking is the European market. Yeah. Because there's where the premium would be to justify doing green hydrogen, even moving it to ammonia. So I think Marcia spoke about it. There's 2 major areas, Asia as well, and they're going to use ammonia for different mechanism. They're going to use ammonia for power augmenting coal plants. And again, economics, as Steve was saying, nobody's going to shut down a coal plant that was built 5 years ago. What they will try to do is reduce emissions over time. And using ammonia as power augmentation is something that they're seriously looking at in Japan and in Korea. So hydrogen will have different spaces to play initially. Ammonia, obviously, and steel are probably the 2 most, two areas that will happen first, and then it would move down into all of those other distributed methods. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, James.
Just want to add some more context to what I said, and also address one of the comments you made, because although I agree with it, it has to come within the context that's appropriate. So when I'm talking about, Cayman Islands and islands like ours accelerating, you're obviously adopting renewable energy technologies that exist that make economic sense to whatever penetration level that happens to be. Saying that Hawaii, for example, is the most expensive state, well, it will always be the most expensive state. Even when they're 100% renewable and everybody else is, they'll still have the most expensive just because they're an island. Everything has to be shipped across the Pacific. So that's not the metric. The metric is Hawaii's increased renewable energy penetration that's at world leading levels. Has that lowered the cost to consumers relative to the fossil fuel based case that they had? And the answer is absolutely yes, it has. And so that's really the thing. And in terms of waiting, well, climate change isn't waiting for us. So we don't have time. It's the one thing that we don't have. And yes, we can't do things that doesn't make economic sense. I fully agree with that. And we do have to wait on technology to catch up and get cheaper and be more viable for us to get to really, really high penetration levels or 100%. But again, when you're talking about islands that are in the single digits, most of us, we still have a long way to go with what we can do today that makes economic sense. And the political, social aspect of it also means that we can't wait. Our people are not going to wait for us to lower electricity costs. They want relief now. And renewables is the thing that's going to be able to help lower those costs relative to the fossil fuel-based case in each one of our islands.
Yeah, when we speak about, so to James' point, when we speak about the cost of fossil fuel versus renewables, in the context, we don't speak about the externalities and the external cost. And this was brought up in another panel discussion I was on recently, earlier this year. It was brought up by somebody out of the US State Department, and she said that we're going to face this cost anyhow, with stronger hurricanes, with flooding. So you are paying for it. So even if the cost is the issue or the motive around it, you are paying for it anyhow, and it's only going to intensify. The goal is to try to move quicker, because we want to try to reduce the effect. The effect is there. We know it's there. It's not going to get better. All we could do is slow it down. And so if you're not looking at mitigation, if you're not looking at doing any adaptation, then you're gonna be the problem. So you're already paying for it. Might as well you push forward with it.
Thanks, Dale, for that, and James for the comments. In fact, I think I don't want to monopolize the questions here, because we have a lot of wealth here in the so let's open it up to the audience, please. Any questions? Is there a mic around, please? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Amelia. Gentleman here. Thanks.
Afternoon. Is there a consensus inside this room that renewable energy results in cheaper electricity? Is there a consensus in this room? And the introduction of renewable energy results in cheaper electricity.
We can hear you, but not through the mic.
Just say it. We can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can.
Okay. Oh, name. Thornley Myers. I'm here's Vice Chair Secret. In another life, I had other roles. I was asking the question, is there a consensus in this room that the introduction of renewable energy on the grid results in cheaper electricity for customers? Is that so? Solar, wind. Is there that consensus?
I don't know that anybody can speak to it being a consensus. I can only tell you that I am certainly convinced based on everything that I've seen.
All right. I'm glad you're convinced.
But I would say that there's another aspect to that. So I would argue it's not just enough to green the energy on the grid. We also have to use a lot less kilowatt hours coming from the grid as consumers. Through energy efficiency and renewable energy, but we also have to use less kilowatt hours coming from the grid.
I'm very happy you're of the view that you hold. Cayman Islands Electricity Company is an investor-owned company. I think it is listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange. In your presentation, you spoke about the monopolistic tendencies within the utility that seem to be hindering the introduction of renewable energy on the grid. My rhetorical question, why would an investor-owned utility seek to restrict the introduction of a technology that will bring benefits to its investors? You also, in the Cayman Islands, have a regulatory body that can look at the utility side, customer side, and hopefully the state side. Look at all parties. Why then? What is the impediment? And maybe you can address that because you spoke specifically to that. I appreciate that.
Good question. I battle with that question every day for about a decade now. The answer to your question specifically to Cayman is that 10 years ago, I had to convince the utility that renewable energy was the future. 5 years ago, they did their IRP. They're convinced that renewable energy is the future. Now, for them, it's how do we go from a fossil fuel monopoly to a renewable energy monopoly? Renewable energy is democratizing. We can all have a piece of it. The utility had their generation monopoly taken away 15 years ago. They still have a monopoly on T&D, but our utility absolutely controls generation. The government needs, and this is an argument I constantly make, the government needs to democratize the generation and stop the utility from putting up roadblocks from other third parties generating. We need lots of renewable energy generation projects going on. That make economic sense, that lower cost to consumers, and not have the utility be a hindrance. Well, why would the utility be a hindrance? Because the utility wants to own all of this generation, even though they don't have a monopoly on it. So the more that they can stymie other people from connecting to the grid proposing projects, the more chance that they are the ones that actually own, operate, and profit from these things. And it's not just the renewable energy. They look at electric vehicles, they look at consumer rooftop solar financing, they look at all of these future potential revenue streams, some of which they don't even have licenses to do, and they try to stymie the private sector from doing it because they view them as future revenue streams for themselves. So in the end, not only do we have to democratize the generation, do it in a way that doesn't destabilize the grid, do it in a way that lowers costs and that the utility can't step in the way, But I also argue that you actually have to change the utilities business model, because at the end of the day, as long as that utilities model and their increasing profits is tied to how much kilowatt hours they sell to Bob and how much money they spend on infrastructure, you're always going to have this push and pull where, you know, it's all about increasing the electricity kilowatt hours that I sell. And so like in Hawaii, one of their things now is they have a performance-based model where the utilities profits is no longer tied to how much kilowatt hours they sell to the person. And so that's why they say everybody generate. In addition to that, in Hawaii, unlike in my country, 100% of the fuel is passed through to consumers. So the utilities profits is unaffected by the volatility. In Hawaii, the government forces them to take 2% of that volatility on their bottom line. So if they don't transition and transition quickly to more stable forms of energy, it can come back and bite them in the profit. So that's my long-winded answer to the question specific to Cayman.
I suggest that you've been grappling with this for 10 years. I suggest two things. One, you look at the whole issue of how stranded assets will be handled. And secondly, hold your regulator to the fire.
I feel like I should talk about this a little bit since I'm the CEO of a monopolistic investor. I actually agree with most. I don't know, I'll just speak loud.
Okay, it's working. Anyway, I agree with most of what you said. I think that the utilities do need to be incented a different way. I mean, look, I've been a student of utilities a long, long time. They do need to have a different business model. The whole process of assets in the ground to be compensated and all those things is not in the best interest, I think, of society nor the ratepayers who have to pay for all of it. And I would also observe that industries that have fought technology innovation have all died. And I've had this conversation with the people at my utility that we cannot fight this. And I do not believe our future is in the generation business. Our future is in the wires business. And I think in any model that goes forward, the wires are really important, whether taking far-flung renewables into, load centers or helping microgrids, continue to thrive and things like that. So not all utilities are in the impeding business.
Certainly glad to hear it. But I'm going to invite you to Cayman to talk to my utility CEO.
Gentlemen, please. Yeah. Hi. Graham King, University of the West Indies. Thanks to the panelists for your presentations and comments. I have two questions. The first one ties directly to what my colleague was just asking. I haven't heard much talk really about the fact that a lot of the current generation across the utilities is tied to IPPs, and that those might span 20 years. And how are we justifying the addition of capacity through renewable energy when you might already have sufficient capacity in some contexts through the existing assets? But that's also tied to the second question, and something I was hoping would come up in the session, I haven't heard it, which is the prospect of integrating the Caribbean energy grid. And I suppose it comes down to the question in the context of this discussion about whether it's best to move electrons or molecules. So I don't know if anybody's got a comment around that, especially if we're looking towards sort of the opportunities for a hydrogen-based economy and moving in that direction.
Yeah, so just recently, Graham, I saw a study being done about HVDC lines versus moving molecules. Early indication looks like maybe moving electrons, and you see it globally happening. A lot of these countries are interconnecting via undersea cables, Norway to Ireland, across the Pacific as well. You have a lot of undersea cables. So and those are longer distances, with more treacherous waters, and it's happening. So the idea, that's why my presentation, I said think big. I give options. So it's some things that I think could be done in the Caribbean to help And it could be done via smaller subsets. It may be difficult to get everybody on board, but the Northern Caribbean could interconnect the Eastern Caribbean and the Southern Caribbean. And we look at different things. If we want to produce extra electrons and we convert them to hydrogen, the Northern Caribbean could look at nearshoring activities that require that manufacturing that require hydrogen or ammonia products. So then you look at the Eastern Caribbean, it could be shipping. It's just some thought processes need to go behind this thing, but there's nothing stopping interconnection of islands now. It's a global thing. It's happening. Yeah.
I agree with all of that. There are undersea cables that connect the Nordic countries to mainland Europe and over to the UK as well. It's proven technology can be done. It just boils down to economics. Because at the end of the day, to get the necessary renewable energy penetration, you have to significantly overbuild renewable generation capacity. And the thing that is best for reducing the amount of overbuild you have to do is use the portfolio effect of renewables over a large geographic area. I was a major proponent of that when I lived and ran the grid in California. I said, look, the wind power in Wyoming and New Mexico can certainly be a portfolio effect for California. Frankly, California's wind is pretty crappy. The capacity factor is not that great. It's just not that great of quality wind. So you want the portfolio effect, and certainly east-west as it relates to renewables is a very important portfolio effect as well. It just boils down to economics, whether those undersea cables are frankly cheap enough to get you what you want.
Thank you for those comments. Any other question, please? We are almost reaching, we have time for one more question if there is out there. Anybody? Joseph, please. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, so I was a little bit concerned, maybe it's a strong word, but about the suggestion about waiting to see. CEO, I think you made that comment earlier in your presentation about waiting to see how the market develops for certain technology before we get involved. So from a development perspective, there are many benefits to be had. So the whole question of price and so on, cost of energy, sorry, one aspect. There are both opportunities that if we are, well, we argue, if we are positioned right, then we can take advantage of some of the emerging opportunities. And so if we were to wait, then we're going to miss the boat. What do you think about that perspective? In other words, we have good resource, we have a lot of stuff, but it takes time. So, you know, I'm not sure if that approach would work in the context from a development standpoint in terms of changing the situation in the country. Because it's also about restructuring these economies around the emerging opportunities in decarbonization.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. I think it gives me an opportunity to kind of clarify what I was saying, because I'm not suggesting that we should wait by any stretch of imagination. I think we need to move briskly ahead, as a matter of fact. You know, you talk about carbon reduction and greenhouse gas and everything else. The fact of the matter is, at a minimum, you get a long-term hedge out of renewables from the vagaries of international politics around oil and gas and those kinds of things. And I think that into itself is a benefit. And I think that into itself is a reason why we need to move quickly, so that we don't have to import natural gas. We don't have to import oil. We don't have to import all those things, number one. But look, again, I basically came here from California. The California Energy Commission spends $500 million a year on research. Here in Jamaica, we don't have $50 million to spend on research, let alone $500 million on research. What I'm saying is that we should watch that research very carefully.
I think we should stay abreast of it. I think that we should leverage it. What I don't think we should do is be out on the bleeding edge of technology because we can't afford it. We should let those who can afford it do the research that we can leverage. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thanks, Steve, for that. And I just see here on the label time up, so we have to close sadly, but it has been a great discussion. I really want to thank each one of the speakers here. There's a wealth of knowledge here, and thanks so much for sharing your insights. Let's please put our hands together. Thank you. And thanks very much, Sikri, for inviting us. Thanks very much, Sikri, for inviting us. Thank you. Oh, una foto.
We're not finished, are we? I ain't got nothing. Do you think these gentlemen on the stage know that we still have business to continue? I said we were low in the
Good evening. So we are closing the innings, or almost closing the innings. So we've had a powerful session. So much information has been shared so far. Today has been absolutely riveting. One of the themes for CSEF is powering transportation. And one of the things that we are convinced of is that there's a big thrust from fuel or fossil fuel to electric power for transportation. That by itself comes with a lot of challenges and opportunities. We saw with the REVS session that we did on Tuesday, for those of you who were here, where we actually went through an exercise looking at some of the unique challenges, but also some of the unique opportunities that came with that. Some of the challenges that we saw included the scale, the speed, the size, looking at the challenges that it will present to the power system, standardization. We looked at challenges relating to policies, regulation, the socio-economic aspect of it, the cost of energy. We heard a big question thoroughly asked just now, the cost of fuel. And then on the opportunity side, we looked at, energy sales, which might be a Philip or a silver bullet for the utility. We looked at new business ventures, the opportunities that might come from two-way power flow, ancillary markets, and so on. But all in all, we see where economic growth was underlining quite a bit of that. One of the things that we know is that people want convenience and speed. People want the type of service similar to what they experience now with the gasoline vehicles or diesel vehicles, so they want to charge quickly and go. People also want the supply of electricity in the transportation sector to be green. And we know that that comes with a whole lot of intermittency and its own unique challenges. So I'm happy to be here with Felix. We had some initial discussions on this, and Felix from Huawei is already looking at some of these trends and challenges. And I invite you, Felix, to maybe share your thoughts on some of these things and more.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ricardo. And also thank you for the opportunity the SICRI gave to us. We are very honored to be here to share our thoughts about the renewable energy and the electrical cars views. Okay. First, I think according to the Huawei research, the digitalization and the low carbonization has been two of the most important and certain trends in the coming 13 years. The carbon neutrality has become the common sense and the common mission of all human beings all over the world. And by checking the carbon emissions right now, we are seeing the power generation sector and the transportation sector has accounted for 46% and 24% of the total carbon emissions. So the key to achieve carbon neutrality is to use the renewable clean energy power generation, as well as to make the transportation goes to the electrifications. On one side, on the power generation sector side, the renewable energy will gradually replace the traditional oil and gas generators. We are estimate the renewable energy penetration rate will increase from right now 25% to 90% by the year 2050. On the other side, for the power consumption, the transportation goes to electrifications. And we are expecting that the new energy cars, the penetration rate will grow from 2.5% now and to 70% by the year of 2050. So driven by the consensus of the carbon neutrality, the transportation will finally go to the electrification and the intelligence. Huawei has proposed the 40 technologies to accelerate the transformation of the transportation industry. 40 means heat, beat, watt, and battery. Heat means the thermal management technologies. Beat means the digital technologies. And watt means power electrification technologies. And the storage, a battery means the smart storage management system. And also with the adoption of the 5G, AI, and the cloud, even IoT technologies. I think all these technologies combined will transform the transportation industry from fuel cars to electrical cars, and finally to automatic drive system all over the world. And in 2022, actually, Huawei has released the first generation of the hybrid converged and all-in-one electrical drive system. Until right now, we have applied it for 200,000 electricity cars. And in addition, we are released the second generation, because there is a lot of concern about the battery lives. Huawei this year already released the second generation, ultra fast charging and ultra high voltage charging platform. It can charge for 400 kilometers within 10 minutes. That means 1 second, 1 kilometers. And as well, finally, for the energy replacement platform, Huawei this year has released the first 4 liquid and solar energy generator integrated with storage, integrated with charging, 3-in-1 solutions. And everyone is modelized to on-site. By this means, we can charge we also support the actual fast-in charging for each site, as well it's compatible with all the different level of the voltage. So it means compatible with all worldwide voltages. And I think also in the end, we can have a short video to show the technology. Could you place the video? Sorry. This one is already launched this year and is widely used in Shenzhen and in Guangzhou, a lot of cities. And actually, by putting all the charging stations as an infrastructure of the public infrastructure. Actually, China now, right, already surpassed Germany and Japan as the most electrical car export in the world. Penetration right now is like 35% of the total cars. Thank you.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff. Felix, one of the challenges I think that's unique with electric vehicles, right? It's that it's going to present a unique challenge to the grid and system operations, right? And because the electric vehicle is both a load and it can be a generator as well, and there's no one knows where on the grid it's going to plug in at any point in time to be charged. I'm sure, and you spoke about AI technology and IoT technology itself. How do you see some form of automation coming from that to solve the unique grid problem? Meaning that the information is flowing in real time wherever it's used to manage the grid.
Yes, actually that's a good topic because right now we are doing some trial in China in some cities. We are emerging actually 3 different networks together. We have developed an energy management cloud connecting to the vehicle IoT network and connect to the grid to do the real time adjustment for each injection. Yes.
Right. That's the kind of innovation that we want to see. I know I'm seeing here that we only have 10 seconds left, and I know we're in Jamaica, and I look like Usain Bolt, but I don't run that fast. So just finally for me, one of the other challenges that I see is the registration itself, right? So I see where we're going to have an issue with getting a register of electric vehicles, right? Meaning we need to know, and we heard Xavier and some of the other persons speak about the information itself and information sharing so that decisions can be made, right? Are there any technology? And we know also that a lot of people charge at home and at work. So for the solutions at home, are they integrated such that they can provide that type of data to a registry or to decision makers? Customers are not necessarily are going to volunteer their information to you. Maybe they have privacy reasons, I'm not sure. But for those who don't, is there technologies now that will allow us to get that information so that it can be used for marketing purposes, for aggregation purposes, for grid management, you name it?
Okay. Personally, I don't think it's a technical issue. I think it's more like a regulation issues. Like right now in China, the plate is associated with your name, your ID card, and your cell phone, all the information. Like Huawei has do a trial in our headquarters. With you pass through the gate, they capture your plate, they know your name, they charge from your credit card without anything touched. And also they can even attach to your WeChat payment. So frankly speaking, I don't think it's more about a regulation question.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're at the end of this session, and I trust that the information shared during this chat was useful. I found it useful too. I learned quite a lot. Thank you very much. Thanks, Felix.
Thank you.
We're going to have some polling now. We want to get your impression of the day and about what you think is necessary going forward. So if we can start throwing the questions up. And the instructions. There we go. Get your phones out. Hit the QR code. I'm sure all of you have a cell phone. Back in the day when I was a student at university, Mona, they would tell you flash your lighter. So let's flash those cell phones. Are you ready? No? Okay. Let me know when you're ready. I see heads down, so. Ooh. Okay. Which of the following do you think that we should prioritize over the next 2 years? And we have a winner with accelerated regulatory and governance reforms. It dropped from 100%, but it's still up there at 89%. Capacity development, 65%. Policies, strategies, and incentives to promote EV deployment in countries. I think the top three, they're just changing numbers, but they're holding on. We got some real latecomers to this game, though. Amelia, you made sure these people could only vote once. These people are Caribbean people, you know. You vote 3 times. Okay, you vote 3 times because it's your top 3. So you made sure they can only vote 3 times? Oh, yes. Okay, so there we go. The top 3 is still the top 3. Next question. What do you see as the top 3 needs to get a whole of country or whole of region buy-in towards the energy transition? Let's go. So we see public-private partnerships leading, followed by public awareness, legislation are the top 3. Any latecomers? We're coming up to the final furlong and they're still holding on. All of these sports references. I'm not horse racing. No more movement? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much. So after our live polling, we will now have the forum highlights and takeaways by none other than Ms. Sherian Farquharson, our capacity development and gender expert at the CSEF.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I've been given the task of utilizing all of the summary writing skills I learned when I was doing CXE English to bring everything that has happened today into, I was given, I think, about 10 minutes. Well, CSEC, for the younger persons, I noticed there are a couple of younger persons here. When I was doing it, it was called CXE. So yeah, the key forum highlights and takeaways. All right, just need okay, got it. So we started off, oh, and just to let you know, this summary does not follow the order of the sessions because as the presentations were going along, there are certain themes that continue to emerge. So I kind of grouped the highlights thematically. But we did start pretty strong with the climate energy nexus in our first fireside chat. And so we highlight, the highlight was the inextricable link between climate and energy. And it is therefore imperative that we bridge the Chinese wall, this came out of the ministerial, between the ministries and agencies responsible for energy and responsible for climate. And we've seen in some jurisdictions responsible for the carbon-based side of the energy sector and the renewables-based side of the sector. Climate action is important as the impacts span beyond energy to include water and food security. And that was specifically highlighted in St. Kitts and Nevis, which is one of the most water scarce countries in the world. And the climate conversation for the Caribbean is about our people, their lives and their livelihoods, which Mia Moore Motley always champions whenever she gets the opportunity to speak. So if the climate conversation is about our people, why decarbonize? We may not save the world from the climate perils by decarbonizing our economies, but investing in indigenous sources of energy for domestic use is about ensuring our energy security, which translates into sovereign security. We have significant renewable resource potential, and we may use them for fuel and for feedstock for our industries. How are we going to decarbonize? The OECS was very well represented here, and so geothermal resource development was highlighted, offshore wind development, as well as electric vehicles driven by incentives. Those are highlighted as having the potential to accelerate the transition. And we can't talk transition without talking about the economics of it. It is oftentimes seen as a barrier or one of the things slowing down the transition, but we have to recognize that a just transition ensures that not only the investors who have the deep pockets can participate and benefit from this transition, but that all of the citizens across the Caribbean have the opportunity to participate. And so public awareness and capacity building, of which I am very passionate, it's in the title of what I do at the CSEF. Those are crucial for our children and our residents to embrace the transition, minimize the misconceptions. We've heard the misconceptions around geothermal. I think one of the more recent ones when we had the eruption in St. Vincent, there are persons who are saying, oh, it's caused by the exploration to understand the geothermal potential. So we have to minimize these misconceptions. and ensure that everyone can actively participate in making the region more sustainable. So why transport as we think about decarbonizing? And Dr. Curtis Boudou said that this was a well-needed forum dedicated to transport. Oftentimes, when we talk about energy, we do not single out what is one of the hardest to decarbonize sectors, which is transport. And transport consumes the lion's share of the carbon-based fuels that are used in this region. To our theme, powering transport. Electric vehicles are ready for the Caribbean, and the Caribbean needs to get ready for electric vehicles. Beyond EVs, though, sustainably powering transport gives us the opportunity to further diversify our energy mix, including hydrogen and ammonia and the other electric fuels. And we don't have to know everything. We can learn by doing. So we don't have to wait on all the lessons to get started. So with regard to the green fuels, green hydrogen is on a clear path to sustainability, and we saw that highlighted from the very first introduction to hydrogen this morning in the Fireside Chat, and that has continued throughout the session. The challenges to bankability are surmountable and are being surmounted, and the regional energy integration, including the interconnection for the transfer of electrons or the transmission of other energy carriers, ought to be explored, and I will plug is being explored by the CCRE with the support of our development partners. So you can look out for us for that first stage report that will be coming out. I don't know if I should commit to saying by the time we have CREF next year, we should have that first phase of that report out and open for other partners to support that with their funding to continue the work. Regional cooperation is essential for the success of a hydrogen industry and, of course, for the movement of the sector. So I'm going to invite my photographer to come up to the front because I have a call to action. We've heard multiple times, first stated this at this forum by Dr. Fletcher, that we need energy champions. And our ministers, I think it was Minister Nicholas who committed to leading the change when he returns home. So I'm going to ask that those who are willing and ready to accept this call to action and be an energy champion, inviting you to stand, demonstrating that commitment. And I'm going to ask the photographer to take a photo of everyone who stands for the record of those who are willing and ready to be energy champions across the Caribbean. All right, keep standing while we get the right lenses and everything sorted out to make sure that we can capture that at the 8th at the 8th Caribbean Sustainable Energy Forum with the theme Powering Transport. We have commitments from all of the delegates to be energy champions. And I'm gonna join so that for the record,
I want everybody to give me a thumbs up. High up. High judging up. One more. One more. You can put your hands down. I thought you'd go from there. Again. Those who get two thumbs up will get the extra thing. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, that was the 8th Caribbean Sustainable Energy Forum, Powering Transport. Thank you.
Okay, we are at the final batsmen. We might consider them Courtney Walsh and Darren Sammy. I want y'all to know that I was at a game at Kensington Oval, and Walsh was the last man. And we had to get like 2 runs or so to win the game. And Walsh actually stood up and backed. So don't be laughing. Yes? So we'll now have Mr. Joseph Cox or Walsh and Dr. James Fletcher or Darren Sammy to the podium.
Okay, so I just checked. Darren Sammy has a top score of 106 in tests, 89 in ODIs, and 42 in T20s. So Darren Sammy is by no means a tail-ender, a rabbit. Walsh's best shot was something that looked like this. So, Joseph, I'm very happy to let you be Walsh, and I'll be Darren Sammy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long, very productive day. Actually, starting from last night, it's been a very long 24 hours. And I must say that I'm really happy with how things went. But I think there's certain things that we noticed. Sharon gave an excellent summary, so that relieves me of having to do anything like that. Except to say that I think even though this focus was supposed to have been on powering transport, it showed us that there is still a need for very basic fundamentals in the energy transition to be addressed in our region, that there's still things that we have not yet gotten right. The whole question of regulations, the whole question of, well, a regulatory apparatus, the question of legislation, and you saw what the poll results showed. And I think, fortunately, we have a CSEF board meeting because CSEF and CARICOM are the co-hosts of this. And we have a CSEF board meeting here in this hotel on Friday. And it gives us material for the board to look at, because I think as CSEF, we also have to see how do we readjust our work programs so that we can suit the environment and the spaces that clearly have been shown to be lacking. I know we've done a lot of work at CSEF in doing integrated resource and resilience plans, but I think there's a step back that we also have to take in working directly with our member states, meeting with our member states, seeing what their needs are and how we can give them that support that they need. Because it's all well and good to fly at the level of British Airways, but I think, I won't say Inter-Caribbean because that doesn't have a good record right now. But there is still a need to fly at the level of Caribbean Airways or where Liat used to fly, Caribbean Airlines or where Liat used to fly. So I think, that is really the charge that you've given to us. We have to make this energy transition work for very, very many reasons. And I'm giving you the commitment as the chairman of the executive board of CSEF that we will do everything within our power to support the member states and to bring the various parties together, bring the development partners, academia, everyone together so that we can get this energy transition going, so that by the time we come to the 9th CSEF, we are reporting on actual results and progress and things that are happening. And the other good thing I like about this was we got our ministers to give a synopsis of what they're doing, and we have to get them talking to each other a lot more too, so that we can learn from, best practices, don't repeat mistakes, etc. And the fact that we got a commitment of a whole room full of energy champions, if we got nothing else today, let me tell you, that pleases me so much. So this is Darren Sammy signing out. Thank you. And I now introduce Courtney Walsh.
If only I would have the hair. I take just that. So even just here. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I believe that between the chairman of the executive board of CSEF, Dr. Fletcher, and Sharon Farquharson from CSEF, they really said it all. But for me, as we close out the business session of the CSEF 2023, one thing really resonates with me is that this gathering really represents a call to action. It represents a call to action on a number of fronts, not just in terms of capacity building, regulatory environment. We have to also look at, and when I say regulatory environment, also including emission standards. We have to look at matters of access to financing. We also have to, and concomitant on that, we have to look at project preparation, because too often, and I've said this in so many fora, too often when we look at the data, it is not speaking well to how well our projects are being prepared. They're not bankable. We have wonderful ideas, but they're not bankable. 18% of applications to our financial community are actually successful. Not because there's anything wrong with the ideas, but they financially they don't make sense. And this is where we have to be looking at now. As we listen to all the concepts that have been brought forward, we look at some of the activity that has taken place. Jimmy is right. We have a lot more work to do. We are on the path. Don't get me wrong. We are on the road. But the fact of life, the journey, as with everything, the journey has begun with a single step, but we are not yet at the end of the race. And therefore, what we should be using this for, and the many more opportunities to come, is to really look very carefully and define. We have had our energy champions defined, and some of the ministers have given their express commitments. Now we are looking at how do we transition to the next step? How do we get that public buy-in? Because the points about persons looking at somebody who, frankly speaking, if we be honest with ourselves, the average civil servant across the region, even in some cases with a master's degree, does not earn up to the U.S. federal minimum wage. Now, when you start to look at that, we have to become very creative in how we manage this process of transition. It makes no sense for us to overpromise and thereby underdeliver, but at the same time, for us, what is happening in terms of climate change is not a normative ideal. We have to treat with it as an imperative because we are faced with an existential crisis. So we don't have the luxury of time, but we can't rush the process either, because we have to ensure that what we are faced with is something that's sustainable over time. My fundamental concern remains the possibility, and in fact, probably a reality, of the dumping of the vehicles in our region, which has the potential to slow down our adoption of the new technology. I mean, I hear the arguments about the cost of it and the cost of the EV solutions. But at the same time, I wonder sometimes when I hear the conversation, how many of us have taken on board that when we import probably an 8-year-old car, what is the cost of that car over a 5-year period when you start to incorporate the import costs associated with the spare parts and the repairs? Because all well and good, we have to look at it with clear eyes, and we have to look at it with a sterling resolve. And ladies and gentlemen, if that is the only point that I can come here to make today, I think my job would have been done. I wish to thank very much the interventions of the CSEF team, Dr. Proverbs, and the other persons who have really put together a sterling product as far as I'm concerned. We are looking at a situation where this is the second major intervention on the CARICOM Energy Month, for which we are proud, right? And in this particular one, when we are looking at power and transport, this is an integral and a really hot button issue within our community. I mean, most of us, we sit down and we joke about certain aspects of it. But let's understand something. If we get the transport component right, we not only reduce our emissions, even though, frankly speaking, as a region, we are what, 0.25% is our contribution to global greenhouse gases. But if we manage to get that aspect right, some of our costs will go down and our efficiencies will increase. And indeed, overall, the quality of life will improve. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I thank you all for your participation in this CSEF 8, the fact of life is that the journey has just begun, but we can be buoyed by what we have achieved thus far and be very cognizant that the road ahead is not only defined, but stands on the commitment of each of us to embrace a powering of transport. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Courtney. Okay, because this moment might be the last that all of us are together, I would like again to recognize our sponsors, CARICOM, CICRI, the Jamaica Electric Vehicle Association, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the IDB. This CSEF was pulled together by the CICRI team, led by Dr. Devin Gardner, Dr. Gardner, and Miss Sherry Ann Farquharson. They worked really, really hard. And the event was done by New Energy, the folks in the back. Yes, so we want to thank all of them. I want to thank Joan Hutchinson. She helped with the PR here in Jamaica, and everybody else who really came together to make CSEF 8 possible. Tomorrow, the persons who are going to Winton Wind Farm, you are supposed to gather at 8:15 a.m. so we can leave here promptly at 8:30. And of course, the others, you will have your workshop. And then in the afternoon, the visit will be to JPS. So that's all, folks. As a cartoon, I'm a big cartoon fan. That's all, folks. See you tomorrow. Bye.